welcome to the 5th Playday of Japan League's group stage here in Stage 2. We have 2 more playdays left after this one. All of our teams, of course, want to get as many points as they can today to lock in their spot in that top 6 to make it into playoffs. We'll have 4 expected best ones ahead of ourselves, especially that last one. I feel like with Korea League as well, it has been 2 days for building up this heavyweight boxing match at the very end of the day. My name is Dan. I'll be your host for today. It's been a while since I've been on Japan, so I'm very excited to be back here into Stage 2. I'm also joined by 2 lovely people on the desk. They'll be joining me in a second here as well. Dev, Marta, and Pengu, it's good to see you 2 again. It's nice to be able to work with you. How are we feeling today?
I'm feeling phenomenal, and I said this when we logged into the call earlier, but I honestly cannot remember the last time that we worked a broadcast together. It feels like years ago. And yeah, I just feel like I haven't seen you in ages. Unfortunately, I've seen plenty of Pengu, but it's not novel anymore. But it's great to see you at least.
Morning, Anne. Hi, James. Another day, yeah?
Another day.
Wow. I've come to learn that everyone has a very significant feeling towards each other on this broadcast ever since being here for the 5 minutes I've been on this broadcast so far. Yeah.
We're a tight-knit little group, aren't we, Nick?
Yeah, let's just say Milosh is not here for a reason, right? He got enough of it. He was like, you know what? You guys can handle this one. I'm gonna go do like other regions and stuff. I think he'll be back. Maybe. I actually don't even know, but I'm happy that you're here, Anne.
It might have been due to last week's Playday. I mean, that first game we had, which was looked like a speed run, and then it was a massive comeback from Crest versus VITE last Sunday. I don't think, other than that, there weren't really any surprises on our last Playday, did we?
Yeah, I don't think so. And honestly,
no, James, you're capping. You're capping.
I mean, the only
1-7 was expected.
Okay, that was unexpected.
Kinotrope.
I do. But I also think that Igzist is like the most underrated team in the league right now. And I think it's so deserving that they are sitting in 3rd place right now. Like, the story that I keep harping on about these guys, they've been around forever in the scene in Japan. They've always loitered around the bottom of the standings. They've never made it to a major. And we've still lumped them in that mid-pack alongside Kinotrope and Crest, who have already been to majors, both of them. But yeah, I don't know. VITE and Igzist, it does feel like it's their chance, maybe to break in through and potentially contest.
I hope so. I mean, it's been a bit of a weird season, I think, so far. A weird stage, like, you know, Kinotrope, their bottom 3, expect so much from them. Interforce came out looking actually pretty decent. They're very open in game with a very close series. And then since then, well, it's the only point they've gotten. So I still think to this day, it's a bit hard to judge who's supposed to win in like half of these matchups.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, especially... Oh,
James?
are you father's back? Are you okay?
Sorry, I'm just doing my best Kinotrope impression last week against...
Oh my god.
Oh, I thought you maybe were doing a father's back impression since they've not got any points yet so far in this stage. Could have been that. I mean, if we're looking at the very bottom of the leaderboard, it's looking very unfortunate, like you said, for Interforce and Father's Back. They still have to get as many points as they can to make sure they don't fall out of that top 6 and still have their ticket to go into playoffs. The only team that's been confirmed for playoffs so far is Scarz, sitting very comfortably at the top with 12 points. They'll also be our very first game of today. I think we can have a look at our schedule to see what 4 games are ahead of ourselves, because we will be starting with a team that you 2 expect a little bit more from, going up against a team that has been doing very well so far. We're talking about KAG versus Kinotrope. KAG, of course, could lock in top 6, maybe even that top 2 here today. And Kinotrope's objective is just to survive in that top 6, as we saw hanging in at the very bottom of that top 6 here. Then we're going on with Fatherbacks versus Igzist. Igzist have had a better stage than last time, and Father's Back are actually doing the complete opposite to that. The question is if they can recover and get their very first point here in Stage 2. Our 3rd game of the day, Crest Gaming versus Interforce 36. Both teams did not make top 6 last time. Can they do that this time? The main question we have for that game, Crest definitely seemed to have the better cards for it, but everything is possible. We'll be ending our game today, or our day today, as we said, with a heavyweight boxing game, Scarz versus VITE, the number 1 and 2 from last stage, going up against each other. Now, Scarz is already confirmed, like we said, but VITE, they have to prove themselves. I think, guys, we have 4 very exciting matches ahead of ourselves. We're looking at our predictions as well. Oh, I've been given 7 points out of nowhere. Thank you, production. I appreciate that. It seems like we went for the same predictions all today. Why did you pick the teams that you picked today, Pengu?
So CAG has just been looking so much more consistent. Also, they have this kind of newfound look and identity, which I'm a huge fan of. They're no longer the, all aim, no aim. Wait, what's it called? Say no aim. Sorry, I can't say it. No brain, all aim, Ash main team. There we go. That's so difficult. They play strats, they play structured. They're flexing their operators in the attacking side, and they look like a team that's just so much more well-rounded. And it's looking so good for them here domestically. And of course, like the rest of you guys, it just seems like the matchups today are favoring one team a lot on the other. Igzist, Crest, and Scarz. I have them for the taking. I think the one big question mark though is gonna be the Interforce Crest game, that third one. Because I do think that Crest could throw that one. They've had some close matches, some 7-5 victories, and that's not quite good enough.
Yeah, the way that I see this is, well, firstly, it's kind of funny, and how you were like, oh, we got 4 really interesting games today, and we bring up this graphic, and the 3 of us have all gone the exact same results for every match. I just thought that was a funny little contrast.
Somehow.
But it really does go to show that, like you said, Pengu, like, there is a real chance we could see upsets today, but also there's this part of us that is always like, look, CAG isn't going to fumble against Kinetro. Scarz isn't going to fumble against VITE. And we haven't seen very much from Farthest Back or Interforce that would give us enough motivation to pick them there. That said, we've seen this like crazy, complicated game of rock, paper, scissors with the teams in this league where, Interforce beat VITE and VITE beat CAG, but, sorry, not Interforce, Crest beat VITE, VITE beat CAG, and CAG's beaten so many other teams. So it's like this weird circle where you can't clearly see who the best teams are, with the exception, I think, of Scarz. I think if Scarz were just not quite in their peak form, then I would back in VITE against them. Of course, VITE have taken scalps of top teams before, including Scarz, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see an upset, but it's just the nature of it. I think that these games, they have clear favorites, all of them.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that. I think also for that second game, I was told that you don't really, or predicting Farthest Back is a difficult and risky one, especially going into there. Maybe Emil didn't get the memo, or he's going for the underdogs, which I kind of appreciate as well. I think the underdog in this game could certainly be Kinotrope, having seen how their stage is going so far, trying to hang in that 6th spot on now a difficult game against Cyclops here as well. Like we said, Cyclops could lock in that top 6, but Kinotrope has to survive all the way at the bottom of top 6. Now, for Cyclops, I think the one thing I wanted to talk about is when I was listening back to you guys yesterday, or sorry, last week on the podcast, the one thing you said was Cyclops was always super unpredictable in the past, and nowadays they've gotten a little bit more predictable. They're doing things together. There seems to be more coordination. This team is going through a massive change, or a globe, as we can say.
Yeah, I think saying that they're more predictable, while it is true, it sounds like a negative, right? And I really don't want anyone to think, oh, they're predictable, they're easy to read, etc. Because, okay, yes, you're gonna expect what they're gonna be doing next, but they're doing it so much better than before. They're doing it consistently, and they're not leaving all these massive gaps open, especially on their attack inside. And it means CAG, they're much harder to punish. So against weaker teams, they lock it in and they leave no gaps for the taking. Against the better teams, well, they simply tighten up and they come out clutch, they come out consistent, and they get those kinds of rounds where they would kind of throw them 6-12 months ago. So yes, predictable, but definitely in my mind a lot stronger, looking more comfortable game by game and day by day.
Yeah, that's very true, but the reason why they're looking more comfortable day by day is because their first day was pretty atrocious, Pengu. First game coming in, they played against VITE, didn't even get a point out of it. I mean, that was a big disappointment, because we already knew that VITE was capable of beating CAG. We saw that happen in Stage 1. It was kind of the moment where we were like, hang on, VITE maybe is an actual player in this league. And we thought, okay, CAG surely can't fumble it again. They have to really lock in from the get-go. They lost that big red flag, and immediately I was like, okay, Scarz is surely at the top, but I don't think CAG are necessarily the lock-in second-place team in this region anymore like they were in Stage 1. Of course, they then took that personally by 7-1ing Interforce, 7-2ing Igzist, and 7-2ing Farthest Back. But, of course, keeping in mind that particularly Interforce and Farthest Back are weaker teams in this league, and the only real challenging match that CAG have had since that first Playday has been that Igzist game. To their credit, they beat Igzist very handily, and Igzist have proven to be a really, really strong team. So, yeah, I think that it just gets continually more and more tests from here on out. Obviously, today against Kinotrope, and then tomorrow against Crest, and then finally against Scarz.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I mean, that last Playday certainly has to be a really big test here for CAG. Going up against Scarz, the team that is already confirmed. As we said, of course, CAG have also played a major before, and these players are also very familiar with that international stage. However, they're seeming to be struggling a little bit more. They got third last stage, currently hanging in on that 6th spot, and I think last week they had a pretty severe loss against Igzist, so my main question is, how could they recover from that?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an identity crisis for them, and that's been the big story the entire stage, because they start out with us praising them, especially Dev going, oh, you know, they play so aggressive, and they surprise their opponents, and they go for rush strats. In the first couple play days, we see none of that. And it's like, okay, maybe they're trying to figure things out, they got new, like, support staff, maybe they're gonna change their identity, whatever, but then they make it to Chalet, and all of a sudden, against Interforce that is, they start doing those rush strats, and it looks a little bit funky, but they come out with a dominant 7-2 victory. Their following Playday is a 1-7 loss to Igzist on Bank, the same map they also got destroyed on by Scarz. So I don't know if Kinotrop are having like map draft issues or consistency issues, but either way, they had to sort it out because with 3 Playdays left, there's not a lot of time to sort that for best of 3s.
You're right. Yep. We're looking at the head-to-head of these two teams against each other in the past history. Once again, we're seeing a very clear favorite in all these matchups here. CAG having won a lot of the maps against Kinotrope. Kinotrope only winning 1 map against CAG in the most recent history. We're flying through our map veto here to see what map will be selected for our best of 1 scenario. It'll be Consulate, and I believe we have some map stats for these two teams on Consulate as well, because it's quite a silly story here. We're looking at the preferences. We're looking at the fact that CAG has beaten Kinotrope in every single map but 1, and Kinotrope decided to play their least favorite map against CAG.
Yeah. In fact, every single time these teams have versed each other, Kinotrope have banned this map, except for once. And it really goes to show that this is a high priority ban for Kinotrope, despite playing it against Crest and winning it. That was a pretty tight game, though, if you remember, Pengu. It was a 7-5, but it was a big win, I think, for Kinotrope. Getting a win over a team like Crest on a map that has historically not been one of Kinotrope's favorites was definitely a good sign. But there's no doubt about it, CAG are going to be the favorite team in this match.
100%. I mean, Kinotrope have proven themselves successful on this map quite recently. Can they do it again against one of the top dogs? We'll find out on Consulate.
Thank you very much, and wow, I certainly didn't think it would be a 71-29 split. Yeah, CAG are the favorites, but that is totally not fair.
I mean, to be honest, if you have recency bias, which a lot of fans will have, you look at that 1-7 loss for Kinotrope against Igzist last Playday on Bank, and you go, yeah, they're not that good anymore. But I don't think that you should be allowed to do so. I don't think Kinotrope are that bad. I frankly believe in these guys. I really do. I do also think, though, they've had a really, they gotta figure things out very quickly kind of stage, and that is just difficult when you play 2 different games back-to-back, Saturday, Sunday, every single week on end. It gives you a single week to prepare for 2 opponents in a 9-map pool environment against teams where, okay, like CAG, where do you take them? Yeah. So you try it out on Consulate, you're changing up the pace here, and you need to show us that it wasn't a fumble. You can put up some rounds here and look good on Consulate against CAG.
Well, immediately we're going to see the Monty brought out by Kinotrope. We've talked so much about the Monty meta, the Blitz meta, the shields, and how much they've come into prominence. I'm personally all here for it. I just love seeing metas come through, and they don't last forever. They will die eventually. But right now, everyone is talking about how good these shields are. And already it's allowed a Caillou to take so much map control here for Kinotrope. 1 minute into the round and already pressuring at bot spiral stairs.
It's a ridiculous pace right now.
This is insane.
Wait, there's no one behind him. It's just him. Okay, Yukis finds one. Hunter. Well, he's going the wrong way. The smoke's gonna get isolated. He's stuck here possibly.
But he does get flanked, and that's the diffuser down. Nobody from Kinotrope able to support. Ooh. And Chibisu's gone big. Eventually, Kinotrope do flood in from the site. That was a very strange round, and maybe, Pengu, we're seeing flashes of that aggressive Kinotrope of old.
I mean, they caught CG by surprise, that's for sure. There was maybe a small misstep there for Kinotrope. Nobody was pushing with the Munzer, so he dies kind of for nothing. But that's only one of the multiple plays that were happening in the server. While Monty was going for that sacrifice play, getting the map control, the pushing main breach, the pushing yellow stairs, the Monty wasn't the main force of execution. And that's the big thing right now. You speak about metagame. Usually you see a Monty you expect a very one-dimensional linear attack with like 3-4 guns behind him, all facing the same direction. You don't expect a split take on the attack injuries here. And sure, while they lose one player early, that's okay if you trade back 2 kills elsewhere and apply enough bomb site pressure towards CIG to force them back towards the bomb site, because then you shut down that roam game. Great opening from them, and that's how they can control the pace, build a couple of rounds, and if they can do that, they will get inside of CIG's head, right? CIG used to be the rush team themselves, but they've changed their identity slightly. Now, they might end up struggling against their own former playstyle. Well, that would be something.
I just want to see it. I'm so biased towards, not Kinotrope. Like, I think that now, Pengu, I have well and truly let go of my Kinotrope bias. I think I'm starting to be a bit of an Igzist fanboy these days. But I am biased towards entertaining Siege. And
okay,
that Siege, what we just saw last round, that is entertaining Siege to me. That is what I want to see more of here in the Japan League. And this league always delivers. So I was disappointed Kinotrope have played scared for so long now in these previous Playdays. And already we're seeing a lot of gusto the first round here. We're seeing the Deimos picked as well. I love Deimos play. We're seeing Striker brought into it. And one of what I think is one of the most underrated operators at the moment on defense, the sleeper Smoke. No one's playing Smoke these days. Got less than 30% pick rate globally. And he's so good. And we're seeing him brought to the table here. A lot of good counters to these shields and rushes.
It sounds weird to say, but you're not incorrect. Smoke is definitely underrated, especially given the shield situation that we have. Monty right now being open, Banshee goes down, Smoke follows through. But again, because KN are so fast in the early stage of the round, like, earning the toxic babes, starting at 1:50 is excellent.
Yeah.
If they keep pressuring Black Ray, they're gonna have no smokes left by like the 1 minute mark. That gives Kinotrope plenty of time to problem solve, to execute the bomb set with, and CAG right now are just stuck waiting for the next thing to happen. Kinotrope right now is still in full control, half the round to go. They have good powerful operators. Deimos, the Grim, the Munty, they should be able to get intel on everything, but they do have to win a gunfight somewhere to actually open this up once those babes are gone.
The Deimos may be the key to that. Vertical play on this bomb site can be the secret ingredient that gets these players to move around and flood into the lines of sight that you're holding on the top floor. However, there was one roamer downstairs that Kawao will have to be careful of. Great job burning all this util now. Here comes another smoke. The Deimos are going to track one of these players up above. And Chibisu is now safe. He's standing on solid floor on the marble. He knows that a player is pushing up Spiral, however. This seems to be a little bit of a pivot maybe from Kinotrope. They need to make good on this Spiral control.
Have to go soon.
Ooh.
They're worried about the flank, but they get swung from side instead. Great aggression there from Chibisu. But CAG, that's the one pick they needed now. They have less pressure, they have less angles to be worrying about. Kinotrope with 30 seconds. Timer somehow just completely eluded them. We need to see Ayakayo now and the Muncie just storm in the building right now and buy space for his team.
He can try and move up, but there's still a lot of pressure on site and players that can flank him. CAG found another pick. Here comes another bit of util, I think. Was that? Didn't quite see exactly what happened there, but Kinotrope are falling apart. It seemed like they had a nice idea, but they were never able to crack into that bomb site, and now it's just the Monty against the world, and CAG simply clean up. Great end to the round there for CAG. Kinotrope just had no way to sink their teeth into that site.
I'm just checking real quick. I think, you know when Smoke, in the final execute there, he threw something at the Monty? I think it's a prox alarm. I thought I was like, because he used all 3 toxic baits.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And then like, he threw something, but he didn't pop it. He threw a proximity alarm at the Monty, and it worked to the point where he turned around to be like, am I gonna die here? Am I fine? So I don't know if that was intentional or he had a spare in pocket, but it certainly came into play. Nice.
Nice.
Very exciting comms there. They just sounded kind of like they didn't like that one.
To be fair, that was a kind of not exciting round, Pengu. That was a bit of a sleeper.
But it's a... Yeah, okay, fair.
I think...
I'm just thinking... What are you thinking?
Well, okay. I'm about to mansplain to a professional player.
Oh, please. I'm going to lean back right now. Go on.
So, maybe I'll frame it as a question so I do less mansplaining. Can you always be high energy? Like, every single round, every single game, if something is a low energy moment, like that round, which everyone on CAG just kind of like held their position, the round petered out, can you just accept that calmly, and you don't have to go, yeah, let's go. Like, isn't it sometimes there's a space to just be a little bit more chill about things?
There's a time and space for sure. I think if you're CIG and you lose the first round the way that you did, I think it's good to kind of get back into it a little bit, right? Mentally speaking, that's one thing. Build that good energy, the good hype, etc. But also, I don't think it's good for players to find themselves in a headspace where it's just another round, it's another day. I think it's important to celebrate the small moments, the victories, and also give yourself and your team a reward for when you're doing well. It's almost like positive reinforcement, right? Like, a dog or a cat does something good, you give them a treat. They don't, you say, no, bad. I want to see positive reinforcement, not only negative reinforcement.
That's actually a really good point. The last thing you want is team culture, which is just overly critical. And like you said, celebrate the small wins. Mate, honestly, you could be a motivational coach. You can apply that to life.
Like, imagine you win. Okay, let's say you play around this one right here, right? CIG go into a 1 versus 5, but Anderton, he clutches it in a 1v5. Should you say, guys, that wasn't good enough? Say, oh my god, we won! Let's go!
Yeah. Well, no 1v5 potential this round, as Kinotrop have already lost one player, but they are going for the plant. Faked off it now. Baited out, I believe, a C4 there. Another logic bomb. And the E1D as well. Carwell finds his entry onto Shiraneko downstairs, though. And that does make things so much more difficult. Plant denial is stripped apart. What a shot through the floor from Carwell. Now Anderson and Chibisu to try and clutch up. Chibisu is actually hiding here on the site. He's biding his time. And he's found a pick on the back of it as well. Akayu now looks to try and pressure Anderson, who can drop back to side if he wants. Carwell needs to come and support. That's a big C4! Oh no! It's all gone down the toilet, and CAG can simply lock in the rest of the picks. Wow. 2v4, I think that was. Utterly unreal, and I think a little bit of hype after that one is well warranted.
See, that's, now that you're building these rounds the way that you are, you have to get excited. If you went back a year and a half in time, and you flipped the names on those rosters, it would make perfect sense, because CAG, they would lose those kinds of rounds on the attacking side. 4 versus 2, Muncie alive, Gogipi phone call ringing, but somehow they leave too many gaps or take too many risks in the round. You should never lose this. A solo fight top floor, a solo Muncie chase upstairs as well, and the last player stuck outside the breach, bomb side. That sounds better.
Again, we need to learn Japanese, man. Like, I love these comms so much. I want to know what they're saying.
I would love to. It's, you know, I work with Koreans these days in the mornings with PSD Talent, and it doesn't sound as hype as Japanese. I gotta be honest here, just say.
Don't let them hear you say that. You get dropped at a moment's notice.
I will say, I did see a certain teaser for a different esports game that happened sometime last year, and they made Korean sound just like Japanese, like anime, like the whole villainy, protagonist, antagonist vibe. So I think it is possible. It's just not a normal way to speak with your tonality, I guess.
Yeah. Oh man. One day, I swear, I keep saying, okay, I'm going to learn Portuguese so I can speak to all the Brazilians because they are the best. I'm going to learn...
How's that going?
Yeah, not great. I'm going to learn Japanese because Japanese culture is so cool, especially food. And, like, we work the Japan League. But, man, there's just so many languages, and I suck at languages. Like, I got one language, and I'm pretty comfortable with that. But I think that's my limit.
That's your limit?
I think so, man. Look,
Damn.
I mean, you're bilingual by nature already, man. Like, you've already got me beat. You have, like, the spawn advantage.
I was spawned into a oh my god! Yukis entered the building, went back to the grave. Aggressive injury from KM, but got shut down. In Denmark, you learn 4 languages by age 15, basically. Not fluently, but, you know, Danish, English, German, and then Spanish or French.
Oh my god.
So, you have the ability, if you would like to, pay attention in class, to speak 3/4 languages before you become an adult, basically.
And how'd that go for you?
That's the spawn diff. I speak 2 languages.
You gave up on Spanish and German.
I mean, people have to choose between French and Spanish, but it's like a voting thing, and like 2 people out of 20 chose French, and then they said, you know what, that's not enough people. You're all gonna learn Spanish. So the 2 poor people who picked French was forced to speak Spanish instead.
That's hilarious.
Disaster.
Oh man. Well, after a reasonably quiet start to the round, CAG looked to just lock in a couple more picks as Kinotrope finally get one back from Carwell. It was a bit of a peter out. As soon as that C4 blew, and we lost Yukiz on the entry, Kinotrope have just looked a little bit lost in this round. And now, what I'm seeing right now is what you coined as fishing. It does really feel like Kinotrope are just fishing for something.
They are indeed fishing. They're putting out the bait, waiting for someone to bite, and then they can figure out, okay, is this a big enough fish, or do we keep going? They tried early on, and the wrong thing caught on. It was a C4 that shot down that first entry kill. Now they got 25 seconds left, popping the hatch. Maybe a bit of self-destruction required, but they have limited vert control right now. No phone calls either. So Kinotrope, they gotta make a miracle happen right now.
Gonna come down to the drop. They do find that first pick. Maybe an opportunity. He saw one player on that drop. Doesn't land the shot though with the Vendetta. Okamesh has to have an impact. He spots one player, but it should be an easy lockout now for CAG. No time for Okamesh to get it done. A nice attempt there considering that was a 3 versus 5, but CAG looking very comfortable here on consulate defense now. That's 3 rounds straight.
Also a big change up from CAG. They recognized how aggressive and how risky Kinotrope were, playing in the server. They stopped bringing out those vertical C4s, the Capcan traps, the intel game with Valkyrie, and often when you play a very slow-oriented defense where you want to get some vertical C4 kills, if your opponent on the attacking side are playing IQ or they're playing very slow themselves, droning on the buildings, taking the horizontal plane up top floor while taking the vertical plane right below them, you shouldn't die to a C4. But Kinotrope are all 5 on the top portion of the map, which leaves them open for a C4 from downstairs. So this is actually CAG, again, that new playstyle that they found for themselves. They're able to adapt in the middle of the server, recognize, okay, what's the weakness for Kinotrope right now? How can we just get these easy kind of round victories or early man advantages and work off of that? And you see when CAG get that first pick, or the first 2 picks rather, they all fall back to bomb site. No one is swinging, no one's being overly aggressive, and CAG are keeping onto their lead. They're not throwing anymore. They're actually looking so darn consistent. And look at this. You're supposed to drone Visa while you go into admin. That's like the first step. But Kinotrope, they're going too fast right now, and CAG are punishing for it.
I do wonder if this momentum is now going to be enough to carry CAG through to potentially like a 5-1 split. Kinotrope really needs to make sure that they lock in. What is the win condition here for the attacking half? 1 attack more than this? Like, so 2 for half, 3-3?
2. 2 if you're Kinotrope, 2 if you're against CAG. 3 if you're Kinotrope, maybe because like confidence-wise, they are a momentum-based team. I think we've seen that so far in this second stage. And if they get a 3-3 half, they can ride that momentum. But also, to make things even worse, they won the opening round 4 rounds ago. Then they've lost 3 in a row since then. If they're a momentum-based team, you really need to pray for them that they get either the following 2 rounds or maybe the final attacking round to go into defense feeling a little bit better about the situation. They called their attack timeout. They're still going very fast. They're fishing for those kills. But once again, CAG, they read into it. Blackberry stood there since the beginning of the round, holding that exact door. And Kinotrope, they don't drone it. No Dokubi call goes out. Nothing. Just they were hoping and praying that nobody would be there from CAG. They would leave that gap downstairs.
These opening picks have not looked good here for Kinotrope, Nick. That's CAG, the 4th opening pick they've found in these 5 rounds so far. And like we were saying before, like this top floor bomb site, Kinotrope just really did not have a way to crack into it last time, and that was even with that Monty. This time around, it's looking even worse. They don't have control down below. There are still roamers at large. And CAG have actually fallen back. It's funny, most teams look to really contest this vending machine position, but not CAG. They're playing very far back.
Yeah, they did it previously in the last round, and I I imagine that they're thinking to themselves, hey, Kinotrope, they struggle with Soda Machine. They're gonna pick like a Capital, and we don't want to lose a body to that position. Let's fall back, castle off top spiral, and play that final layer. We see the silhouettes too. CAG with pressures out of lobby, piano. They might have a vert C4 from the mute of the mirror. And of course they have the mirror windows on site itself. So CAG are playing utility map control more than anything else. And again, they're in the right places at the right time. Like Gray, good for 2.
Oh, but Mao did flash himself here, so he wasn't able to confirm that kill on Shuri. That might have been a way back into it had he unlocked this position. Oh, Shurip doesn't know. Oh, the timing is so unfortunate there. Now revealed his position. Here comes a nade. Another nade. And that's the benefit of the striker. You got the nades and the flashes. A big C4. Oh my god. Jump scare there for Akayu. He does eventually... Well, Mao's actually found a pick. And Yukiz is going to be able to pick up Akayu. Never mind. CAG just collapse on that bomb site. Look, it's all up to Mao, and to be frank, he doesn't have much chance here. 1v3 and the diffuser well within CAG's clutches.
Yeah, default cam, they got crossfire set up against CAG. No one's swinging, no one's getting funny with it. You can see it, they know what they want right now. One player has first point of contact, second gang can swing off of it. They got a 2v1 right here.
Yeah, there you go, just baited him. Very nice there from CAG. And that's 4 rounds straight on their defensive half. They're looking very comfortable, they're looking very happy. Smiles in the camera, and Kinotrope after like an unbelievable first round, Nick. Like that, we loved that.
Yeah,
that was so good. After that, Kinotrope just fall off a cliff.
I guess we can go back and talk about the map veto. You know, Kinotrope's 9th preference map being Consulate. That's, you know, one issue. The second issue is because they banned the final map and they chose that this was going to be the final one. That means CAG gets starting side pick. And of course they're gonna go defense. It's constant defense. It's like the strongest thing ever. So not only are Kinotrope playing a map that they're not super high in preference on, they would prefer to go elsewhere, but they're starting on the much, much more difficult side. And they came out swinging. Kinotrope looked good in the first round, and they looked decent, I will say, the majority of the rounds. The issue is, after that third round, CAG started playing a lot more passive, and it's just punishing the aggression from Kinotrope. Because in the first 3, yeah, okay, they didn't have the best problem-solving skills, but they got to the bomb site, they got to those 3v3s, the 2v2s, the rounds were very close. But now we've seen one team in CAG adapt to the situation at hand, and the other one just kind of lay down and say, we don't know what to do. Man. And now CAG, after playing so structured the entire time, now they're aggressing for spawn peaks and almost get a free kill on this 6th round as well. Kinotrope, they're always starting on the wrong foot and playing from behind.
That is an insane spawn peak, by the way. I can't believe I've never seen that before. I'm guessing it requires one of his teammates to sit on the camera or something to make sure that he's not going to get jumped from like the gate. But, wow. Caillou, very low HP, needs to make sure he gets value out of those Twitch drones. We already saw a little bit of it, taking out proxy alarms. I wouldn't be surprised if KN try and have a bit of a basement lurk up the stairs in the late round, based on where that Twitch drone entered, but really, yeah, we just need to see a lot more conviction from them. And the problem is that KAG are playing with such confidence. It's so hard to be confident in Kinotrope's ones, because so often it's going against them.
IQ being brought out. One-time Valkyrie isn't really in play, and I mean, sure, you can find the solos, you can have the Capgun traps maybe, but Kinotrope are lacking map presence. Almost half the round spent. Just now they're entering that secret tunnel. Last time somebody went down here, Kawa, he died right on this doorway. Be safe for now. DHG again, they always have a feeling that, hey, they might come in the basement, and they'll be right. So Nico getting spot up at the demos, he's gonna be like, okay, where is he? Oh, he's way above, I'm fine right now. You have to wonder, will Kawa tell his teammates exactly where the Solus is roaming, or are they gonna leave him be?
I reckon, yeah, this is an interesting way of using the Deimos. A lot of the time, you use that Deimos, and then the player playing Deimos will enter. But no, I think that Kawa was basically on the roof and just saying, hey, yeah, he's on this part of the building, and Yukiz is the one hunting down. However, Shiraneko's got a really good gun for these kinds of engagements in that SMG-11. Elsewhere, Mao overextends, and there you go, Kawa wins his fight regardless with the shoddy, no less. Now, CAG again find themselves in a 4v2, and that's a lot of Capcan traps. At least Kawa checked for it. And still Shiraneko has not been cleared out down below. He won his fight onto Yukiz, and this is a very awkward position now for Kinotrope as desperately Carwell looks for something, almost finds one through the vert. Chibisu goes down. That's a big player to take out. Okamesh needs to have a big impact, but it's not likely. He's spotted by the BPC and caught in a bit of an awkward cross as well. He's the last one left alive, and he will not get out safely. Textbook round from CAG locks in an absolutely dominant 5-1 half of defense.
Oh boy. And I'm a little bit disappointed in Kinotrope, I gotta be honest. They're not really reading into things all that much. They kept trying to brute force the same similar playstyle. Okay, sure, 2 rounds with Monty, 4 rounds without him, but whether Monty was there or not, everything else kind of stayed the same. So if you want to change your operators, at least also try and change your style with it. The issue is in this final round, Kinotrope, they finally slowed down after figuring out that, hey, the fast style isn't working. But then CAG, they start playing fast. They spawn peek main door. They swing yellow window. They're aggro roaming basement. They are all over the place fighting for map control. And this is, again, it just goes to show how much CAG they have worked on this specific area of their playstyle, where they will actually read into things and go for the right decision instead of just going with the blanket fix. Say, we're an aggressive team, we're gonna be aggressive. Or hey, enemy's gonna be doing this, let's just never change. They're adapting continuously, round by round. Didn't see that split bomb site being brought out. That was a big surprise to me because we saw so much verticality from both teams. Yet, it worked out for the defense. CAG got 5 rounds on the half, sitting pretty for the attack. Oh, we all know, James, attacking on consulate is difficult.
Yeah.
This can still become a close series if Kinotrope can clutch up on defense.
Thing is, Kinotrope are such a momentum-focused team, and they've used their tactical timeout. They have no way to disrupt the momentum here, and CAG have just won 5 rounds straight. It does feel like it's very challenging and not impossible for Kinotrope to get back into this, but there is still time. CAG have good info. I like that. Drone on site, spotting out the Bandit with the pre-ripped C4. And it looks like a little bit of a lurk here from servers as well. Look how vigorously Chibisu is checking every corner, checking for Valkyrie cameras, checking for any utility proxy alarms, any Fenrir dread mines. That's really thorough, and I love to see it from Chibisu and the rest of CAG.
That's a trick that Brazil, they kind of invented, if you will. They were known as the first kind of region where they don't just drone straight ahead for players. They'll drone a door, check the corners, check for elements back in the day. Wait, the attacker's just in? Hello?
Hello, Chibisu. He snuck through behind enemy lines, and the round is over. Oh my god, CAG absolutely dominate. And Kinotrope are well and truly on the ropes. 6 rounds in a row, CAG have just looked better and better by the minute. This game is nearly done, and Kaga looking unstoppable.
It might as well be done. What is that? If you're Kinotrope, 1, you have Valkyrie. 2, you have default cams. If one defender flicks through all those cams, you'll realize, hey, top floor is clear. Hey, first floor is clear. Hey, nobody's anywhere in the map.
How does he do this?
What is the one big gap on this bomb site? It's exactly what happened. It's backside. Because there's no default cam inside of server. There's no default cam. There's one bottom spiral, but it sees things so late in the round. Yeah. So Kinotrope, they should have an idea of what's happening. We saw CAG. They would defend the top floor bomb site of CEO meeting like we see right here. Then have a player inside of that bottom area of servers watching Secret Tunnel and shutting down that entry from Kawa. Kinotrope are clearly not very comfortable on Consulate, and it shows because they're letting all these massive gaps exist that have no right to be there. Especially since they had operators that could stop it, like the Valkyrie.
Well, Fenrir, man, like how do you lose?
You listed it out. You said Beep Boop, Fenrir, Valkyrie, like you can just keep going, right? There are so many different things that could stop them. They had none of them. Yeah. Right, please.
I mean, this is just tilt for Kinotrope. There's no two ways about it. Like we said, they're a momentum-focused team. This is not the Kinotrope that we've seen dominate other teams before. And Kinotrope actually do have a little bit of a habit of either smashing or getting smashed. And we saw them destroy Enterforce. We saw them destroyed by Igzist. And it seems to be Only a matter of time until they lose here to KAG. Mao's gone down already. Aggressive here at the breach. That's a very ballsy position to play. I mean, I appreciate that Kinotrope have to get a little bit aggressive, but I mean, CAG can just lock this out slowly and surely now.
They're getting aggressive, which is fine on its own. But look at the lineup. I think Tashanga, Clash. This is like, we need players alive because Tashanga's gonna have the Molotovs ready, no gun. Clash has a shield up usually, no gun. You need those 3 other players to be alive and active in the server because otherwise you have no firepower. And just look at what happened last round. CG stormed the bomb site. Okamesh on the Clash. What is... Is Edison shooting the wall while on the rappel? What's he doing?
I think he was masking sound. I thought his teammate was
Okay, maybe he was
making a
masking
play.
sound. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe he just really hates that wall.
That's valid, I guess. I think you're smarter than me on this one, though. Yeah, mask and sound, I suppose. Fire goes south, it'll rotate to CO. They're gonna try and cheese plant this.
Yeah, okay. And the fire goes out. Anderson looking to force it down.
No
Blackgrade covering well. And they're in the site. They flooded on through. And CAG are moments away from putting this game to bed. It's up to Yukiz and Akayu now to retake. It's a 2v2, which is very much a winnable position. But look at the lack of information. Yukiz has absolutely no idea where the final 2 KAG players are. We know they're both outside the building. And yet, Kinotrope have to check every angle. They have to check every moment. Yukiz can't waste too much time checking every angle. He needs to get in there. Akayu hits it for a second. There are 2 players on this position. Shirin Eiko from the window repel. I mean, 2 players upside down repelling?
Oh, man.
This game is over. Call it right here. GG, CAG, untouchable in this match. 7 rounds straight. And there's nothing that Yukiz can do about it. That game was done and dusted a very long time ago. And KAG proved that they continue to dominate in this head-to-head matchup.
Big statement from CAG. Not underestimating Kinotrope, saying, hey, we respect you as an opponent. We know you're capable. So we're going to just close it out right now and give it our all. They are trying the hardest and best of ones. And they are very close to approaching those best of 3s. And for CAG, I think they have what it takes to go all the way and, face Scarz in the final, which is our prediction. For Kinotrope, they have to figure stuff out immediately to have any chance of survival.
Yeah, absolute dire straits for Kinotrope now. After getting smashed 7-1, 2 matches in a row, they have 2 playdays now to try and redeem themselves. But on the flip side of that, CAG looking better than ever, and maybe they can carry that momentum into their game next week against Scarz. We'll break it all down for you after the break.
CAG take 3 points quite successfully against Kinetro, quite like we expected as well, especially if we looked at our predictions earlier today. I think this game in general, I love how we talked about how CAG are getting less and less unpredictable, they're getting more predictable, they're playing very structured. We did definitely see that on their defense, but then when they get on their attack, they just drone and drone and drone and then just walk in like they own the place.
Yeah. It's a good look for CAG. And another disappointment from Kinetro. And that's what makes me sad, because I kind of thought that this game could be very competitive, could be very close back and forth. Oh, Kinetro to go on defense. They can make it a close series. No, they can't. They get picked apart immediately.
Yeah, no, it was a dominant one for CAG, and I think that after they built up that momentum in the first half and got a lot of confidence, then they trusted their instincts to just go, like you said, quick drone to the building, like particularly that basement round where Chibisu just walks on the Ash. Like, bit of a drone. Oh, no utility here? Okay, let's just walk in together and like refrag the absolute living hell out of them. And it worked. No refrags required. They won every single fight. Chibisu in particular looking phenomenal in that moment. And yeah, I can't get over the fact that Kinetro are so hot and cold. Like, they look like a great team in the matches that they won against Crest. They looked fantastic. Games like this and last week against Igzist, absolutely devastating.
Yeah. We're looking at the whole progress of this game as well. I mean, it even started out on their very first half when CHA was able to win that 2v4. That's something you can't really be letting slip away if you're Kinotrope in that case. That surely should be something for the mental. You have to recover from that afterwards as well. And I do wonder, I mean, we talked about predictability, unpredictability. I think for Kinotrope, they had no idea, even in that last round, for example, that the plant was going down. We saw the fire going towards the window, but not at the right moment or the right place where the plant was actually going down. So very unfortunate. Like you said, Kinotrope looking very cold today here in this game, but very deserving 3 points for CAG.
Yeah, I mean, you can't deny it. This is a team that is right now, I think they might be peaking. I mean, they look good in Playday 1, they're good Playday 2, but I think especially this week so far, and then last week as well, is when they are really starting to show their true colors, and something has clicked for this roster of CAG. And it makes me very excited for their long-term future if they can keep this up. You know, best of threes domestically. Let's assume they make the major. Then, like, what can it do internationally? Because right now, they are simply just winning games by playstyle and adaptation. And it's very simple things that other regions have been doing for a very long time, like North America, EU, and Brazil. But from a Japanese team, this is pretty brand new. Even Scarz, they don't play this kind of style. And it kind of separates the two top teams in Scarz and CAG. Hey, we have different identities. Which one is actually the better one domestically and or internationally?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see, if CAG continue playing like they did in this match, if they go and take that to the major, for example, I expect they'll be beating some very good teams at that event, and I wouldn't be surprised if they actually make a deeper run than Scarz. And like you said, we might end up with a domestic matchup between these guys and Scarz win it, but then these guys make it through the LCQ, and then Scarz still reign the best team in Japan, but that doesn't mean that Scarz are going to outperform CAG if they both go to the major. So I really do like this new look CAG, and I'm a little bit surprised that we're seeing such a drastic change, because they haven't had any real significant roster changes, at least not since Stage 2. Like, they haven't brought on, like a lot of other teams have, like coaches or analysts from Brazil or from Europe. We've seen that a big trend in the Asia Pacific region as a whole. There's a big trend of bringing in coaches, support staff from the main regions, the biggest three regions, and they haven't done that. They did get Didi as a coach back in February, but that's a Japanese player, a former player that's coaching this roster, and so I'm really impressed with what these guys have been able to achieve.
We're also impressed by Chibisu being our MVP for today. Flawless on the entry. And I think, chat, you heard it here. The script has already been written. I mean, if we have to believe you, Dev, it seems like CAG and Scarz are going to go into the major and they're going to make it far as well. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. There's also other teams in contention to make it to the major, especially with our next game coming up. I mean, it's hard to say teams in contention for the major when we're talking about a team like Founders Pack having had 0 points so far. But then for Igzist as well, they're really improving from that last stage. So everything is possible for them, and we want to see it in the next match after a break.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
welcome back to Japan League. For our second game of the day, we do have Fathers Back going up against Igzist, and we mentioned how Igzist has had an amazing improvement going from last stage to here. They were 5th last stage, only sitting in 3rd, and Fathers Back is actually doing worse on the other hand. I think they locked in top 6 last time around, but they currently haven't even got a singular point.
Yes. I think Fathers Back... At the moment, they are looking like the worst team in the league, which is a shame because Enterforce is also in this league. And even though they did peter out quite early in the playoffs, I think we all had higher expectations for them than struggling to find a single point. There is time for that to change, and even though this is going to be a very challenging game for Fathers Back, I do think they have a shot at stealing some points away, because as we've continually talked about, these mid-pack teams like Igzist always seem to have inconsistent results. Like 1 week they'll look amazing, they'll beat a big team, and the next week they'll lose quite convincingly. Kinotrope, we've very much seen that with them, we've seen it with VITE as well. So yes, it's been a rough stage so far for Fathers Back, but I wouldn't be surprised if they can conjure something up.
Maybe. I mean, we've had number 2 show some success, right? He was one of the highest rated players in the first 2 or 3 playdays, but outside of individual performances of a single player...
Just gonna put that out there.
What? What? Everyone's catching strays right now. What is happening, James?
I just woke up and chose violence today. I don't know why.
Yeah, you made me believe something as well that I thought was sarcastic, and then it wasn't, and it was, and I was like sitting here like, what's going on? I'm not sure. But I like to also think in positives, because if we do talk about a team like Fathers Back, yeah, we talked about them not having any points at all. Yeah, we talked about them having a difficult stage, but the opportunity for them lies here with a player sub coming in for them this time around. They've got 3 games left, and the games against them, well, obviously, because you're in 8th, they'll be against teams that are above them, so definitely not easy. They need all the points they can get, so hopefully with this player sub there's an opportunity on the horizon, Dev.
Yeah, we've seen it before as well. I can't remember which team was it. It was Igzist versus Interforce. We saw a player sub that completely flipped the switch. I think it was 6-3 lead for Igzist. And then once we saw that sub come through, it actually went to overtime. Igzist ended up winning it, but it's how Interforce got some points on the board. And yeah, we've also seen a little bit of a trend of super subs coming in and outperforming everybody. Yeah, especially sometimes coaches subbing in can have that effect. If anything, maybe it'll just get Fathers Back to stop overthinking and maybe put a little bit of less pressure on. If you just go into a game thinking, look, we're not favored to win this, and we are playing with a sub, so Dora is the sub here, and apparently Dora is also their coach, right? So, yeah, I think that there's something to be said for having a player come in that's not part of your usual roster. It changes the whole vibe of the match. Like, okay, guys, pressure's off, no big deal, we can just play how we want, and that can actually lead to better performances.
It's true. I mean, especially some coaches, they are either strategical masterminds or they're a bit of like a leadership kind of character. If Dor is that type of person, he can come into this and be like, oh guys, let's relax, let's go for this kind of execute. You know, we have this strat book, let's use these strats, etc. With the right kind of luck, if you will, Dor can actually make everyone else around him perform a lot better. Maybe take some of that pressure off the players onto himself as an individual. This could be a good thing, but given their performance as a team with the 5 stack that they had of players, I'm just not sure what to expect here.
It could be like a constant timeout, a tactical timeout, like constantly when your coach is talking to you all the time during the game. And we've seen it happen in other regions as well. I mean, a really good example could be Korea League, where Jin came in as an analyst, sub for his team, and now has a permanent role on the main lineup. So there's definitely opportunities, like we said, for this roster to have a similar glow up in that way. Like we said, these teams that they still have to play against are the 2 teams that are right above them, so they're still very much in that race of making it to the top 6. However, if Kinotrope's at 6 points, you're at 0, it is really going to be dire at the very end.
Yeah. And if you look at these results right here, I think the story is told quite terrifyingly for Fathers Back in how the 4 playdays have gone out so far. I mean, the closest match we've seen from them, they've only got 3 rounds in, and that was against VITE. It says Kinotrope there, but it was actually against VITE. And yeah, if you look a little bit further back in time as well, you have seen like they have taken maps off of Kinotrope, off of Enterforce before, but yeah, not enough to really give us conviction to say these guys can contend. Even though in Stage 1 they had some very strange upset wins, I just haven't seen the ingredients that would require that to happen here in Stage 2.
No, it's I think the saving grace would be if Oregon came back into the map pool and maybe they could play that every single play day, but that's gone now, replaced by Lair, so not the same story at all with that new map.
Yeah, and Lair is the map we haven't even seen yet in Stage 2 of Japan League, which makes me really sad, but maybe this map, Vito, I guess we'll wait and we'll find out. Igzist, on the other hand, their opponent for today, they're currently sitting comfortably in third. Good improvement from last stage, if we may say, and I think you two talked about maybe some inconsistencies on the side of Igzist. I mean, they're being the teams they're supposed to be, and then they lost against CAG last week, their first loss. I also think that's kind of to be expected, isn't it?
Yeah, it's CAG and Scarz is a matter of how close can you make it. If you have an insane performance day, maybe you go into overtime, but I just don't see any teams right now beating those guys in regulation. Igzist, they're having the same story as a lot of other teams here in Japan, where they have days where they look unstoppable, but then they have days where it's like, what is happening? Mind you, their opening game was that max overtime victory against Interforce after that whole sub situation with their opponents. And then the most recent Playday was a 7-1 stomp over Kinotrope. I don't know if it's like a prep work from Igzist, where when they've seen a team play a map and they get to play that same team on that same map again, they can just counter-strat, theorize, and do the prep work, and that'll do all the talking for them in the server. Because when they play a team on a map they've not shown recently, it just looks like they don't know exactly what to do. So I hope for... Okay, they won't need any help against Fathersback, but against any of the middle pack and top teams, I think they just need to go to a map where they have like VOD information if possible.
Yeah. Look, Igzist are a really good team. I'm just disappointed that we have seen them mess up every now and then. That stomping that they lost to CAG 7-2 is a bit of a red flag, but they are looking like potentially like the king of the middle pack right now, considering that they beat Kinotrope and VITE very convincingly. And these guys are not used to being at the top end of that middle pack. In Stage 1, when these teams actually faced, Igzist lost, believe it or not. Fathersback got the better of them. Like I said, Fathersback had a few upset wins in Stage 1. Their 3 wins were Igzist, CAG, and Enterforce. That's 2 very solid teams that Fathersback managed to win, and their final match was the one against Igzist, and they managed to sneak in playoffs. But for Igzist, I think that it's just about keep doing what you're doing. Like, these guys have so much potential. Don't sweat the small things. Don't worry too much about that overtime in Playday 1, even though that was, I think, a bit of a red flag to begin with. I would want to see these guys getting the full 3 points out of an Enterforce game or a Fathersback game, but there was a whole drama around how that played out anyway. Don't beat yourself up too much losing CAG. I reckon that Igzist are well capable of beating CAG again in the future. We have seen that before. But just focus up, because this game is, I guess, the warm-up to what is going to be an even more challenging match for Igzist tomorrow.
Yeah, it might have to do with underestimating an opponent as well. You never want to do that, specifically against a team that is at the very bottom of the league. You mentioned a bit of a spark of hope on the side of Fathersback being number 2. That one player really stepping up for them. We have him in a head-to-head versus Sifty. It's not unexpected that the stats kind of skew the way of one player here, but it's actually, this is looking positive for Fathersback though. This might be that one player that we need to focus our attention on.
Absolutely. And if you've been watching like every single match, the first 4 matches or so, or like 3 matches or so. Number 2 was Intry. He was popping off. He was leading the charge. He's getting so many goddamn kills all the time. But then the last, 2 games they've had, James, he started doing the opposite. He started playing on the very far back, holding passive angles on the attack, always being last alive in like a 1v5 or a 1v4. And that's actually when Fathersback went from looking like, okay, they can maybe have close matches, to good night, goodbye, they're getting destroyed. Because that one shining area of their entire team, number 2, he stopped being an entry. He stopped dueling people for map control. He started holding passive angles. And then, no one, stepped up and took his place.
Yeah, and to put that into perspective, number 2 is actually the 5th best player in the league statistically right now, and the 3 worst players in the league are V-Bort, Candy, and Harasan, 3 players from Father's Back. The next best player behind number 2 on this roster is X, who's down in 29th overall. So there is just such a huge individual skill difference between number 2 and the rest of his team, and that's why, like we're saying, Pengu, stop putting him on the back line, because he's just going to end up padding his stats and finding exit frags and not having impacts in rounds. We need this guy to be on the very front. I've been casting a lot of the Asia League recently. It's very similar to what we see with No Cap, where they have struggled to take map control because they haven't had anyone daring enough to move in the building. They had a chat about it. They decided, okay, Onigiri is now the guy that moves in first. He's always in the building first. He's always taking map control. He's got to be brave about it. And sometimes he dies and the rest of the team has to play around without him. And that's okay. That's the attitude that Father's Back need to adopt here with number 2. They just need to give him a license and also responsibility to get in the building and start making things happen for the team. And if he dies, the rest of the team will make it work. But he just has to have confidence in doing it himself, because he sits on that back line. It's a complete waste of talent, and he's just going to end up baiting.
But who knows, maybe with their coach coming in, a specific player's sub in this case could mean that he has a bit more freedom when it comes to the entry going into the map here. You mentioned, of course, last time around, it was Father's Back taking the victory against Igzist. They're looking to replicate that here. They need their very first points if they want to keep themselves lives. It is literally do or die here for Father's Back. If they lose this game, there is no chance of really making it into that top 6 anymore. They have to already focus on going into this open qualifier playoffs, and that certainly isn't something you want to do. We saw Father's Back play Clubhouse last week. That map is now immediately banned out by Igzist. They don't want to play it. Bank also immediately banned out by Father's Back, which is a map that Igzist played last week. So we're not going to go back to back to a map that these two teams have already played last week, but there's still 3 maps left in our best of 1 map veto. So curious to see where eventually we will be heading to. It won't be Lair. We were very close. Once again, we'll be going to Labs, starting with a similar color, but also a very fun map.
Yeah, I'm really keen for this one. Labs is probably my favorite map. Labs, Bank, and Lair are actually my favorite maps to cast right now and to watch play out. And this is a really exciting one for me as well, specifically for these two teams. Father's Back have actually not played this in the last 6 months. And Igzist, they have played it twice, but it is by far their most banned map as well. They beat VITE here just 2 weeks ago, and they've also beaten VITE on it before. There's the 2 times that these guys have played the map. So I think this is a really good map here for Igzist. And for Father's Back, we have absolutely no information. So I really am excited to see this come through.
Yeah, and they suddenly attack too. Father's Back, they're gonna have their work cut out for them. They gotta come out swinging, come out with confidence, because if you can't find your footing after like 3-4 attacking rounds, you're gonna see what happened with Kinotrope CAG, and the game might be over before it even starts.
But this is such a smart thing that Igzist has done here, because if I heard you correctly during the pre-show, Pengu, you said the smart or the strong thing from Igzist is when they have footage on their opponents, and
It's
now
true.
they don't have footage on their opponents. So maybe this is what Father's Back need. Sorry, I made a mistake there. Maybe this is what Father's Back need to try and, you know, let them into the darkness, because they don't know what's going to happen if Father's Back hasn't played this map in 1 year. So I'm so excited to see what they will bring out here on Igzist on Nighthaven Labs.
Thank you very much, and yeah, Nighthaven, amazing map. These teams, I'm so excited. Like, Father's Back beat Igzist in Stage 1, and it was an important game. It was the very final match of the regular season of Stage 1 as well. Even though the community vote, 85 to 15% in favor of Igzist, doesn't really tell the tale of this potentially being a close game. There is every chance that this could be Pengu. We know that Igzist like this map. We know Father's Back haven't played it, but maybe it's something that they've been working on behind the scenes.
Hope so. And those shield bans, they keep coming through. Monty and Clash. I like this because, you know, it is hard to attack on Nighthaven Labs. If you're not super familiar with it, you don't want to deal with a Clash on top of things to slow things down. Same with the 2-brow. It's all about enabling teams to have enough time to work with. James, you said that you love this map. You think it's phenomenal. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 of course being the best, where do you personally rank this overall?
Look, obviously it always depends on the current meta, I feel like it's a
Yeah,
9. It's a
yeah.
9 for me, I reckon.
Oh, it's a 9.
Yeah, 8 or
Okay,
9.
is there a tenor in there right
Probably
now? or
no, but I'm the kind of person that, like, you give me a scale of 1 to 10, I will never put anything 10.
there's
because
never a
it's like-
10.
Yeah,
It's perfect.
yeah, nothing is perfect, but yeah, I don't
I'm
know.
the same.
Yeah. And to be fair, like, some maps, I think Nighthaven has the benefit of still being reasonably new. So I think, you know, a map like Clubhouse, I will probably rate slightly lower just because it's kind of... It's such a good map, but I've seen everything. Whereas I feel like I'm still seeing new things on Nighthaven. I'm still seeing new things on Bank, strangely, even though that's quite old as well. There's definitely a little bit of new bias here, but yeah, I love this map. And it certainly helps that we've been treated to some really amazing historic matches on this map as well. Not forgetting the SI Grand Final this year, Pengu. I'm sure something you will never forget. That was a fantastic game here. Also, I casted a few really good Nighthavens recently, just last night. Elevate versus Bleed, an attacker-favored Nighthaven Labs in the Asia League. And we've seen quite a few attacker-favored Nighthaven Labs as well, which it always makes things way more exciting. Like, who cares about defensive-sided maps? Give me some attacks.
Also worth noting, Faustbag not on the attacking side, like I thought first there from we saw the map being picked up, and I think that's gonna play a pretty big factor into this. Starting on defense, he can build a couple of rounds maybe. Look at this!
Oh, no, bro.
He gets out alive, but no, Lily's there instead. Igzist, they still capitalize and take down that first roamer. And that's very early in the round, 60 seconds in already. Got the first pick, got decent like entries in kitchen and main door portion. Just gotta be mindful of those Capcom traps. You don't lose an attacker now to the aftermath.
I actually really like the that use of the ram, by the way. From the roof, you can actually get vert on Exo and an entry from Pantry. Already threatening a side push here are Igzist. Without clearing these roamers, it's dangerous to try and push the site when you haven't cleared those roamers because you're vulnerable to these flanks, and we see a double flank here. X now moving into position. The gridlock track stingers are not a hard wall. You can move on through those, but Exo control is firmly within Marvi's grasp.
Got a yellow ping as well. They know that the bandit player is there. X just hiding. Maverick rotating over. Gonna try and isolate the bandit. Get that 4v3. Got capital smokes for a plant maybe? This could be the angle for Igzist they're looking for.
Candy's on for a flank as well. They need to make sure they're covering these flanks to Igzist. As the execute's going to go down, here comes the entry from Marvi, and immediately an attempted plant. However, Candy is above, never cleared out, and able to deny that plant very easily. Diffuser on the ground now. Igzist. They tried to skip such a crucial step on attacking this bomb site, and they're getting punished for it.
Smokes finally go out. Fire follows through as well. That should have happened before, though they lost that minute advantage. Now they're flanking from behind. Faustbag with a good read on this.
Oh, but X has found it. All up to Lily now, and he's completely shut out. He's going to jump straight into the waiting arms of V-Bort to lock out the final kill. And a really great opening defense from Father's Back. There were moments where Igzist looked like they had a decent plan, but Father's Back didn't let that game get away from them.
It's a very good look. But you were completely right when you said that you cannot, you know, fail to clear out the roamers and then go for a plant. Okay, if you're gonna walk in from Exo, smoke off the ceiling with the Capital, and then go for a plant, that kind of makes sense if there's no camera watching you, because there was a bit of camera on the side somewhere. I didn't quite see exactly where it was. But getting the kill onto Kaid, instantly going for a plant, is like, my guy, there is literally the entire floor above you has been destroyed, and there are two roamers inside of cargo stock just looking at you. So Igzist, they try and go for a very simple linear approach. And they also didn't do it quickly. They got the first pick very fast. They got, you know, half the map in roam control in the first 60 seconds. But then they stalled out for a good while. Lily didn't even enter the building until he died. He was outside the breach, holding those Maverick holes. And he didn't even create himself like a pathway in towards the bomb site. So I definitely desire more from Igzist there after the opening round. That wasn't quite good enough.
Yeah. I don't know. It's so risky not clearing the roam. I don't know where to like point the blame. Should Igzist have gone for the hard roam clear? Or is it acceptable to not go for a hard roam clear and they just did it wrong? I don't know. That's not for me to decide. I'm not the expert. I just love to see a little bit of creativity, even if things are a little bit different or risky.
Yeah, but if you're looking at Faustbag in that round, I would argue for their usual performance, they had quote-unquote creativity. Not that they did anything out of the norm, anything meta-breaking or game-defining, but they played a solid round of Rainbow Six Siege where they were making the right choices and they were making the right decisions, right? They're holding onto the roam, recognizing, hey, there's not enough pressure for us to actually fall back. We can stick around. And when the plant was being attempted by Igzist, they went for a double flank, knowing there is one gridlocking kitchen holding us down. But we have two different paths to go for that flank. One, of course, flank the gridlock head on. The other one is you flank kitchen. And if you kill the gridlock, that means you get the head control in vending machine, and then like they can't plant the Nexo, plus your verticality. So VITE actually understanding their win condition, their strategy, and which part of the map that they actually have in their control, and which map control they have to fight for. Yes, they lost the Solus early, but outside of that, it was a pretty perfect round for them.
Yeah, we're just going through a little bit of a tech pause at the moment, but maybe we can just go full podcast mode, Pingu. What do you...
Sometimes it's needed, man.
I know. I don't know how long this is going to take, so we may as well just go full podcast mode. I feel like we've broken that round down about as much as anyone could possibly do so, at least to the limit of my knowledge and expertise. Yeah. But I was intrigued by the convo we were having at the start of this map about Nighthaven and about maps in general. So I kind of want to flip that question back on you. How would you rate Nighthaven?
So I want to put it out there that I do believe that the best map in comp play is Clubhouse, because it speaks like the strategical elements of the game, heart-breaching, execution, and plant more specifically on the attacking side. And if that's my 9, my highest ranked map, I would say Nighthaven Labs in comparison is probably like a 7, maybe 7.5 at like the highest level of play. I don't think the map has as much creative freedom as Clubhouse. I do think you're locked in a bit more on your operator lineup on both sides of the coin. I think that you have maybe like 2, maybe some bombs as a third way to approach it, but it's usually like a direct take, like a limited attack, or a full-on clear. And that's the story for a lot of maps. Like Cafe and Bank, they have the exact same kind of playstyle. That's not a bad thing. But on Clubhouse, you have all these weird ways to stab in the middle of the building that creates all these kind of new scenarios that you don't see all that often. So 7, 7.5 out of 9, but Club my favorite map being 9.
Yeah. Oh. Maybe we can continue this discussion in a moment. First, though, we're going to a quick break, so stay with us.
나이스.
Welcome back to the Japan League, aka the Dev and Pengu rate maps in Rainbow Six Siege podcast. Pengu, what is your second favorite map behind Clubhouse?
Can I say maps that are no longer in the game or no longer in Pro League or no?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I like that. Go for it. Oregon.
Slightly hot take to some people, but old Consulate before the rework. People go, oh, but it's a rappel map and there are all these this. Okay, listen, if you go back like 4 years in the past, 5 years in the past, whatever, Consulate before the rework was a goated map. But then they made rappelling upside down way too easy. Because you can't accidentally like go into the recovery space nowadays and stuff like that. And certain operators came out, they made the map less enjoyable, but it was so good before those things happened, okay? So that was my goated map.
Of course, a reformed Blackbeard main would want to play.
Let's
old
not
Consulate.
use the Blackbeard excuse.
It is.
It's not about the Blackbeard.
Don't make me dig up that clip. I think it was year 1. Bloodbath was casting you. You were playing Blackbeard.
Oh, no.
You were in like a 1v3 and you repelled inside and then tried to plant where you're like in the little box area where you can't plant and drop the diffuser and Bloodbath is like roasting you like, Pengu, you can't plant there. I will dig up that clip, okay? Alright?
I don't even know. I don't even think I've seen that clip in like 7 years.
Mate.
That's like.
Watch out,
I thought
okay?
you were gonna bring up one of my multiple Blackbeard clutches that I had on Consulate.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm gonna keep that hanging over your head so that if you're ever nasty to me, I'll bring up that clip. I'll make it resurface.
That's terrible. Just like the Maverick hole I saw there from safety. That looked very dangerous. I'm curious on how. I guess he went for the bandit battery / mute jammer because there's no bandit in play, and he's gonna say, yeah, they're just gonna ace the wall on connector as well. Maybe he's making a line to hold from the staircase. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, you're not gonna get this softened up, my guy. There is no chance. But you know what? I was just not as smart as him. Now, an issue that they had on their first attack before the tech issue came in was Lily was playing Maverick on basement attack, made a line to hold passively just like this, but never made an entryway for himself. And that left, you know, the Maverick player stuck outside the breach with no way to rotate. But for this side, there's a window right nearby. We see Lily playing there right near with the Nomad. So if Maverick wants to get active, you can go garage store, you can go connect the window, you got other avenues to utilize.
Ooh. The opening pick there for Father's Back, and another C4 as well from number 2. That makes it 2 kills for FB this round. Igzist. I mean, they looked pretty close in that first round before the rehost, but this one is not looking so tight after all. At least an entry here for Sifty. His door has gone down a little bit over-aggressive there by the looks of things on Rafters. Oh, don't lose your life! Oh, no!
No!
The air jab! Somehow, the air jab ends up actually causing Lily to die. Wow. I never thought I would have seen that happen. Unfortunate.
That's crazy.
Exchange there for Igzist, and yeah, I mean, like, that should have been a free pick, but no, the air jab ended up costing him his life, and now it's all up to Sifty in this 1v3. They know exactly where he is. They're likely to just double swing him, and the second player will find the kill. X actually team killed as well. We get to see both of these in the replay. Beautiful stuff. What a start here for Father's Back. 2 rounds on the trot.
They are controlling the first time I've seen this, actually. They're controlling the pace, the momentum, they're going for proactive plays, they're playing smart strategically, and they are fighting 2 versus 1 in every single gunfight, with the exception of the catwalk player dying to the Maverick breach. That's really it. I mean, we saw him with the air jab. Lucy ran in through the door, and then you think, okay, they're both gonna get knocked down. But look at this. Lucy walks in, gets air jab, and then the trade back from X right behind. It's again that beautiful 2 right through there, double pulling the door. X again baits Lucy, gets another kill.
This is the energy that you want to see. Like we talked about in the previous game. Yeah, like maybe CIG were a little bit underhyped at moments, but I think Father's Back, every round they get here, they should be hyping it up as much as possible.
I didn't get to check actually, but did you, Dev? Was Dora the Melusi player or no?
I can double check that for you right now.
If you can double check, because If that's the case, it's genius. Because basically they said, Dora, you run in, X will trade your body. They did it twice, and Dora only died if that was the player for Lucy to a team kill.
It was Candy who did it, but it was Candy.
It was Candy. Oh,
Candy and
okay,
X.
yeah.
But still, I mean, that
Not
doesn't
fully
change.
genius, only half genius. Though.
I mean, it doesn't change the fact that it was a great bait.
It was a great bait. It's just, I love if it was the coach, because then it seems like a much more of a conscious, like, hey, my life is not all that valuable. You can like bait me and sacrifice me, and if I die, I can watch the cameras and stuff, because I'm not familiar with Dora's game. No disrespect to Dora, but coming in as the coach, subbing in for this series, I don't know if he's gonna be like a fragger or a strategist, or maybe he didn't like play a whole lot recently or in the past. I have not dug into this guy's, past, so to speak, so I just don't know. But he's 0-2 so far, but Fastback have never looked this good. So I'm gonna put all the praise on Dora, say he's the difference maker. Because what else would happen here, right? He joins, they play better as a team, so far 2-0.
Does mean that, of course, Father's Back are now forced onto a tertiary site. I was casting with Guz yesterday, and he told me, he looked it up, the worst bomb site in the entire game at the moment, globally, it's not this one, but it's Kitchen.
Kitchen.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is. On this map, Kitchen bomb site. Lowest win rate of any map, of any bomb site on any map. And that really does mean that you don't have many choices here when it comes to which bomb site you go to. We often see control room storage picked. It's a mixed success, but if there is anywhere for Igzist to get a first round on the board, surely it's going to be here.
Brava coming out is a bit interesting. I guess you can hack default cameras. That's always going to be like decent value. But you don't have a whole lot of active utility from the attack and lineup. What are you going to hack? An ADS, a mute jammer, a goo mine? It's not all that great. Verticality though, from Igzist. They have downstairs control with a Brava, so very limited verticality, but block could rotate over if you wanted to. The big thing to note here, Igzist on the first round went for a very direct attack. Same with that round number 2. I want to see them spread out a bit more. Does X realize the camera is hacked? Because it is hacked, right? This is X baiting him. Yeah, it is. I mean, hello?
Okay, that was a bit of a strange interaction. Not exactly sure what was going on there for X, but he does lose his life as a result, and early numbers advantage for Igzist certainly bodes well for the attack.
I thought for a second that I didn't realize that it was hacked, because X felt so safe and so comfortable in that corner when it was hacked the entire time. And I know it's tricky. A lot of different colors on the cameras, but either way, X falls, V-Ball trades back. But then another kill, and another kill! It's a 1-to-1-to-1. This time, no trades, no crossfires from Father's Back, and it is slowly, quickly falling apart, with that round just ending out of nowhere.
Yeah. Finally, we see Igzists on the board, slowly but surely just inching their way towards that site, and one pick just becomes a snowball effect. The round is over. I don't really know how to pick that one apart. What went wrong for Father's Back there?
Yeah, what did go wrong? I mean, I guess you can say that the one thing they were missing was they played so isolated and spread across the entire map, so it came down to like 1 versus 1s the entire way through. That's kind of how the tertiary bomb site works. Unless you're hard holding just the top floor and the bomb site itself, you have a lot of map to worry about. That's not even maps for you. It's not just a 1-2 room situation. You want to try and get dynamic with it. But I mean, X died to a camera being hacked, then you lose like half the map basically on that side. And they lost a solo player on the bomb side as well. Then you have the other 3 roamers kind of scrambling back towards the bomb side. Garrett's player fought the Garrett's door exterior, also died 1-to-1. So I feel like Father's Back, they were almost too willing to fight in that round, compared to the previous ones where they fought mostly close to side, and they actually let Igzist have some map control before they would strike back.
Well, looks like we're about to get back into this one, as we got, I think it was Acerola disconnected and then rejoined. Yeah. I'm still like trying to figure out Igzist at like a league level. Like, where do they fit in?
Yeah.
We've talked so much about this league, and it's just so weird. Like, I think we know quite clearly now that the number 1 and 2 teams are pretty much locked. Like, it's likely to be Scarz and CAG. Of course, things may change in playoffs, but you know. Oh, okay. Here we go. Unfortunate tech pause. Let's continue. We've done the map podcast. Now let's do the Japan League mid-pack podcast. So we got Igzist, VITE, Crest, Kinotrope. Like, where do they sit? Because, like, yeah, I find it so confusing where VITE beat CAG and Igzist have beat VITE really convincingly, and obviously now Igzist have also beaten Kinotrope, but they got smacked by CAG. They lost points to Enter4. It's just this really weird cycle between all these teams.
It has been the big question mark for sure, and it just leads me to also think, I don't know what's gonna happen, especially like if Fathersback start playing well now on like the final 2 or 3 play days. Where does that lead everyone else? Because that middle pack is also a bit wonky, right? Like there are multiple teams that can fall beneath the threshold if Fathersback start winning and certain teams start losing. I guess just nobody's really safe besides like the top dogs in the league.
Yeah, very much so. And honestly, like, Father's back, they're playing pretty well here, up 2-1 for now. But next game, they're playing against Enterforce. That's quite winnable. Enterforce are...
Yeah, exactly.
Enterforce, Father's back, bottom 2 teams in the league right now. And Father's back's last match is against Kinotrope. And as crazy as it sounds, with Kinotrope's current form getting 7-1s, 2 matches in a row, I wouldn't put it past Father's back to even win that game. You know, they could scrape through to playoffs. We could have a pretty serious shake-up in that mid-pack. Maybe Kinotrope won't even make it to the playoffs. So there's still a lot. Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. That's what I would say.
That's actually very fitting for Kinotrope's story if that were to be the case.
Yeah.
Not mad, just very disappointed.
Yeah. I mean, I was just so won over in the last stage. Like in that LCQ day, the grand final day, they had to play 3 matches, 3 BO3s back to back. 99 rounds of Siege on the same day, and they were within a couple of rounds of beating CAG and going to the major, and yet they didn't. And now they've had a little bit of a fall from grace. You know, when it rains, it pours, I guess, for Kinotrope. For Igzist, I don't know what is it going to take for us to think, okay, you know, these guys are a solid team, because we know they're capable of like winning against top dogs. We know they're capable of smashing Kinotrope. We know they're capable of smashing VITE. But what is going to tell us, okay, we can actually have a serious conversation about Igzist maybe contending for the major?
I think the simple answer is just consistency. You can't go from slamming one team 7-1 looking like a really solid team across the board to then struggling with basic fundamentals and attacking on your very first couple of rounds. So yeah, just sharpen up, tighten up, and play better on average.
Consistency is key, of course, and we'll get to see a little bit more of those attacks in just a moment. But first, a quick break. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody, to the Japan League, and thank you so much for bearing with us while we sorted through some technical issues. We're back into the match here, Father's Back taking on Igzist, and the underdog's currently up 2-1, Pengu.
Look good doing so as well. Yeah, they lost tertiary defense, but it's the tertiary bomb site. It's not a huge issue, because if you keep up that kind of tally, you'll go 4-2 on the half. The best look, if that would be the case, for Father's Back. But this is defense, not even laps. I always find myself being like, you know what? They're doing pretty good right now. Well, what happens on side swap? Because attacking is infinitely more difficult than defense. So far, so good though. Dora was 0-2, maybe 0-3, I believe, after that rehost. But Dora has been elevating his entire team's performance. He's the coach subbing in for Father's Back. And one thing to just look out for here is how well Father's Back can play together, force those 2v1s or 2v2 gunfights, and not die alone on the roam like previously.
Yeah, this roam game did not work out so well for Father's Back last time on this basement. But, yeah, they were able to maintain positions to deny that plant in the late round, and if anything, it's up to Igzist to make sure they don't make the same mistakes again. I do wonder if they are going to go for a more thorough clear and actually try and take control of storage, whether they're just going to try and force something a little bit more direct instead. I think that for Igzist, they really should just look to clear these problems head on. I think that they do have the ability, especially in terms of the fragging power, to outgun Father's Back. So I would absolutely be prioritizing roam clearing. You'll probably Hello guys, welcome back. Apologies for the technical pause. But we're back into the round, 30 seconds left to play, and still this 5v5. Pengu, it looks like we haven't missed too much of the action after all.
Oh.
The plan...
Roam clear.
Yeah, being
Side
threatened.
set up. Got 20 seconds though. They can set this up. Mavi's in a great spot right now, but the thing is, where's the rest of his team? Is just on the flank. This is good for Igzist.
There needs to be plant denial though, and I don't think anyone's in position to do it. Now moving through the smoke, number 2 desperate. Oh, nice shot though. Might be able to bring this back into the realm of possibility, but this plant spot is going to be very challenging. Why is Mavi swinging that? He's gifted away the advantage, and now Igzist are on the ropes. Lily has to cover, along with Sifty. It's just the super sub coach of Dora and the star fragger of number 2 to get it done. That's a big pick though from Dora, all up to number 2 now. The covering from above is going to be so easy here for Sifty. And he gets baited. That's beautiful. Number 2, completely red. He repositions. This might actually be winnable here for him, but no, Sifty's got him dead to rights. A great plants and a great post-plant held, but it did still come down to that 1v1. Father's Back so close.
Way too close to comfort, and we're talking about what was going to happen in that round right before that small tech issue. It was a 5v5, a minute was burned, and it looked like Igzist was going for a full map roam clear. And the big question that we had, what about those mid-round gunfights when you're challenging the roam? What's going to happen? but somehow it came all the way down to a 5v5 plan with like, what, 15 or so, actually less than 10 seconds left. Back, tried to go for late run flank, but Acerola, he was right there, shot it down, and it secured that post-plant situation. And because they had the roam secured, they can play post-plant vertically from that garage hatch. Igzist actually still firing back, and back, they're slowly losing grip of the situation. They had that 2-0 lead, now it's down to a 2-2, very close series.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past Igzist to start really ramping it up now on their attack. I wish we got to see the start and middle parts of that round, Pengu, because I want to know how we ended up. 30 seconds left, still a 5v5 for Igzist. They were clearly like very, very slow and very mindful and demure on that take.
Can you not?
Sorry. You've been saying mindful and demure so much.
I don't know why it's stuck in my head, but it really is, and I hate it. Also because there are certain words I cannot pronounce. One of them is like oil, like oil. I'm really bad at saying that word.
Like olive oil?
Yeah, like any oil, like car oil, olive oil.
You just said it.
Whatever.
Now you can say it fine.
I don't know. It's like when I think about it too hard, I can't say it. The other word is demure. Demure.
Yeah, that was fine. The first one was fine.
Very, very mindful, very demure. It's so I just say mindful because I can't say the last part.
I love that. Did you have a good Brat summer, by the way?
What? A Brat summer?
Yeah, did you have you not heard about Brat summer?
Is that not where you do a bunch of hookups? What is that? No? Wait, I'm not sure what it is.
Oh, it's fine. Charlie XCX is shaking right now. Disappointed in you, Pengu, but that's okay.
I have a girlfriend. I can't do that.
Alright, let's dig into this round though. Already Igzist have got a nice big breach on the site. They've got these lurkers as well inside. I think Lily is hoping someone's going to try and jump down that hatch. Perhaps with the Deimos going for Vert, it might prompt one of the Father's back players to drop down that hatch for a flank. So I like that Lily's already very cautious of that.
Gotta respect the intel game right now. The bulletproofs, the Maestro Evil Eyes, the
Oh,
C4
man!
vertically, but they wasn't being tracked. Soldier was doing vertical destruction, found a kill with that as well. Disaster for Father's back again. Losing that early manpower advantage and a C4 with it. They gotta like slash back somewhere because otherwise it's gonna fall apart. They lose another player in Candy as well.
They did indeed, I believe, drop down that hatch, and at least for Father's back, they managed to trade back Lily. But still, they haven't cleared the Deimos from down below. And now, yeah, Igzist are poised very well to take this with a numbers advantage.
They lose the IQ. The IQ doesn't matter right now. You've got the Mutamus cleared out, and IQ doesn't have much self-destruction. Still got nade on Deimos as well, the trackers, so would have been a much more high-value kill. Alice back. If you sit in corners, maybe time can favor you. 45 seconds to play, but Igzist, if they just push in right now, use that 4v3, track one defender, they should be okay. Only thing they're missing is smoke grenades. They can't cut off the crossfires right now. So fast back. If you put the guns in the same direction, it should be good to trade each other's out.
As that Banshee is taken out, it really just comes down to these refrags. X is being spotted by the Deimos, but still finds a kill regardless. Igzist do move in and find that trade, though eventually they have the numbers they can withstand. However, that's a very ambitious cross from Sifty. Lucky not to have lost his life, but the two players covering him are both low on HP. It's a good detonation of the Vulcan canister, but now the plant is down. Father's back. I mean, this is still extremely winnable. Nice shot there from V-Bot and number 2 together. Now they just have to try and isolate these fights. Number 2 finds the head. 1v2 now for Marvi, and he's somewhat locked out of the site. And number 2 swings him for another big pick. What a round retake from Father's back. We said we wanted to see more on the front line from number 2, but even when it's just him and V-Bot alive, they can two-time it to make it work on the retake.
Very puzzling round. I mean, I will say, Igzist managed to problem solve that out of nowhere. Safety just saying, you know what? I have to sprint past this doorway, and he was smart about it. He went for a flashbang first, waited for it to pop, and then sprinted on through. And V-Bot and Maestro, he was just pre-firing in that direction, but thankfully didn't connect any of the shots, really. Back, they are playing a lot better together today. And they recognize that, hey, crossfire can be established, and if crossfires don't work, we can always play for a retake.
So I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
Maybe he was like gonna shoot, and then he was worried about number two, or number two swinging in front of him, and so he like swiped his mouse away to make sure that he didn't team kill. That's only what I can assume. We've already had one team kill this game, so I'm glad that Father's Back are careful for it.
Or Dora. Like, Dora's 2-2 now since the rehost. He's killing it, but when he died last round, just walking around, minding his own business, just gets 3-tapped through the floor by a Deimos, not even tracking him. I don't know how that happens. But hey, one of my worst experiences ever playing Rainbow Six Siege in pro play was playing Coastline as a smoke/mute main. You are fighting grenades below, bulk verticality, capital fire, blackbeard on the rappel. You have an SMG-11 without an ACOG. Like, you can't fight anything. That's what that round felt like with Flora.
Yeah, the classic, the woes of being a smoke mute main. Everyone's got a better gun than you. Yeah.
We did have an ACOG
like
once, though.
Once upon a time. Did you ever play Pro League while the ACOG was in?
Yeah. It was like early
2016.
2016. Yeah. I think I played maybe two. It was very early on they got removed. I'm gonna look for it actually when it happened, but I think it was sometime in 16 or early 17. I think it was 16.
Skull Rain or Red Crow, I reckon it was. Be my guess.
I'm gonna look it up right
I
now.
reckon it was Red Crow.
It was 7 years ago, which marks it around 8 years ago. This one says.
I'm gonna double down on Red Crow.
Season 4. It was a release of Season 4.
Yes. Yep. Red Crow.
Which is... Is that... Yeah, it is Red Crow, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, you're right in the money. So when Baron 9 came out, basically.
Ah, yeah, true. The first time that we had a competitor to the SMG-11 in terms of automatic secondary weapon.
Very
and then the following season, Velvet Shell, we got the first secondary shotgun with Mira and Jackal.
Is that the first? Oh my god, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the next one we got was the Bailiff on Maestro Alibi.
On Alibi Maestro, yeah.
And then we got
and
the
Mozzie Gridlock.
shotgun, with Mozzie Gridlock. Yeah, the super shorty. The best one.
Those Spirit Horizon, no, it was called?
Yeah, that's Aussie season.
Yeah.
That was the start of 20.
And you got Outback.
Yeah, and then we got Outback.
Oh,
which, by the way, criminal that the map is called Outback and not Servo, because any Aussie would know that we don't call them gas stations, we call them petrol stations, or if we're feeling very Aussie, we call it the Servo.
Oh
so
my
that's
god.
the little fan name that we have for it.
That's too far. You can't force your Aussiness in the rest of the world, okay? This round might end before us as well, though Igzist, they're so incredibly low on time. Just not getting the main breach, soft destruction. Spec did the same thing where they fall back and force out the execute. This time they burned even more time. They got Banshees, Thorn Traps as well. They got one of the smoke grenades. It's gonna be the same exact plan attempt, it looks like it. So, Igzist is gonna try and go 2 for 2.
What they do have going for them is that they've opened up so many lines of sight. But the problem is here, there are no second chances on this plant. They need to nail it. This needs to be picture-perfect cover from Lily. He goes down, V-board. Oh, big from him! The plant has not gone down yet. Marvy has to go for it now. And Ace Roller is the only player available to cover. Big flank here, and Dora clutches the round. The super sub, the coach, gets in there. And a massive clutch for Father's Back.
I like this a lot. I mean, they're actually controlling everything in some of these rounds with Father's Back. It's the first time they've done it in all the play days so far. The thing is, the big worry, that big concern is how will this boat on the attacking side? If they can still find the entries and still set things up in the middle of the rounds, I think they'll be okay. But when you have map control and you just fall back layer by layer, versus when you have no map control, aka you're attacking, and you have to conquer and seek everything out. It's such a different story, a very different skill check for any team. Nice.
Man, that's insane. I'm going to throw Anne under the bus. She's just typed in our group chat, who knew that all Father's Back needed was their coach? Yeah, I agree. Funnily enough, like I said in the pre-show, three of players from Father's Back are the three bottom in the league. VBot, Kandi, and Harasan. And Harasan is the one that subbed out. The worst player in the league at the moment, 59 rating, EPS, 0 and 8 for opening engagements.
Ouch.
VBot's 1 and 10, by the way.
Ouch.
And, yeah, only a 6% survival rate as well on Harasan, which, like, compare that to Kandi at 23%. Pretty big red flag there for Harasan. Honestly, if I'm Father's Back, I'm seriously considering keeping Dora in. It's not like Dora's been like the most amazing, unbelievable player you've never seen, but sometimes you just need to mix things up, and clearly it's working for them.
Yeah. So Dora is doing Dora things, just droning. I guess Dora is not really what we should be focusing on the attacking side, because I imagine he's going to become a lot of like a support or just run in and die. I would say, hey, play the Monty, but Father's Back quite literally banned the Monty themselves, so that's not really possible. And playing Blitz takes a lot of finesse and a lot of skill, I would say, to like stay alive on Nighthaven Labs, or self-destruction without crossfires being established, so you can just walk in for free. But the timings right now pretty good. 1 minute 50. They've made it towards, you know, connector, jungle, meeting, etc. But Igzist are right around the corner. And they only brought the Maverick as Heartbeat. So how do they do with the mirror windows? There's no Ash charges, no Kali, no Ace. I mean, they might have missed the mark here on the orbital lineups, honestly.
Changing mags.
I guess you go below?
Yeah.
With the Deagle and Lurk?
Is it the Deagle that he's actually trying to use?
That's the Deagle, yeah. He's doing vert with Deagle.
That's insane.
At the mirror. Dies. Oh,
Find
no.
a few bullets. Almost dies.
Job accomplished, but...
Yeah, and Father's Back are covering him as well.
Yeah, they are. Come on. Come on. This,
How much
yes,
pain are you in right now
sir.
watching this?
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's better safe than sorry, you know? They still got 50 seconds to work with. So, like, it's gonna be okay. The big question again, that opening engagement, it has not happened yet. The taggers get locked out and they lose the first body. You can just snowball from there. They gotta sit up now. Oh. Risky.
Big kill from Marvi. Immediately Dora, second guess, is pushing in for that refrag now. Some of these players from Igzist may be exposed, but IT is not even an entry breach. That smoke is a little bit awkward. There's a player immediately to Dora's right, which he seemingly doesn't know about. However, Dora has now moved in to electrical. But 15 seconds doesn't leave a lot of wiggle room here. And here comes the Kiba barrier to lock them out of the sight. This is surely over now. X and Dora both funneling in. And they will be spotted. All up to Dora now to find some exit frags. One is all he will get, and Igzist extremely dominant here on that defense.
And the concerns, they start to present themselves. Slow, can't get the entry, but the biggest worry of all, the operator lineup on the attack. I mean, you have attacker repick and a drone phase. You can drone the side and say, okay, they have these operators, they're playing this bomb side. What do we need or what do we want to accomplish our goal? Well, if they have a mirror window, even without the mirror window, if you don't bring an actual Heartbeater, usually Banner or Ace, to open up those walls, you just don't have a real way in. You're left with either like a vault prompt angle or a very tight entry point, and it's just so easy to get shut down, especially when you don't find a couple of picks on the attack inside to make defense less able to hold everything. Because that top 4 bomb side, you have Garrett's door, Garrett's stairs, you have Aqua, and you have Connector in the breach. That's 5 ways to attack that bomb site from like purely entry perspectives. But Garrett's default cam sees the breach and garage, so 1 camera or 1 player position can nullify 2. You don't really have a lot of room there to attack from in a 5 vs 5. But Igzist, if they can keep the numbers up, just like Fastback was trying to do before the side swap, they'll be okay. Because Nighthaven Labs is a map that funnels people into very few areas. So it really much is up to Fastback, like always in the attacking side, to take this game into their own control. And that means by playing a bit faster, playing a bit more decisive and aggressive, because if you get to side with 10 seconds left in a 5v5, you shouldn't be winning those rounds.
Especially not with operators like the Smoke on the board here. Ooh, is that a juggle, I think, from Bandit, perhaps? Not sure if we saw a breach.
There is a bandit bug in the game right now that was announced yesterday,
yes.
so need to be mindful of how you want to deal with these bandit walls and how the bandit wants to deal with the tricking. But Kite and Bandit, no active tricking going on. EMP confirms the breach, and they actually spent the extra thermite charge and the Selma just in case the bandit was actively tricking. Amos Striker goes out onto Lesion, forcing Israel back. Again, it's the basement bomb site with a heavy extension upstairs. It's just wasting time, burning down the clock with playing utility and reinforcements. And again, they're not overstaying their welcome, but they're not giving it up for free. Mavi is waiting for another drone, another bit of a pressure before falling back. They know they can burn more time.
Yeah, I like the bravery here from Igzist. Just going to keep burning time and then falling back. Acerola is the perfect operator for it as well. Can keep laying those goo mines down. I feel like he's done his job now. He just needs to make sure not to die from this position. RV tempted to go for a flank as well. Perfect operator to enable this, being the Solus. Can check for any pre-placed drones that might be watching. I think that Father's Back are not actually going to hard clear. Oh, as I say that, maybe they will. Lily now feeling a bit of pressure. That's a very straight... Oh, he's going to die. Looking the wrong way. No! They pass each other by!
How? Like 2 ships in the night. Oh, you go for this. You flank this every time.
The timing is perfect for him. Number 2 around the corner, but number 2 is also being very careful, checking every angle. He doesn't check the right one, though, and that's a big kill for Lily. The vert now enabled for him, and Father's Back don't have this control as of yet. They're not going to be able to go for a plant, while Lily still survives up above, and now Candy has fallen as well. It goes from bad to worse for Father's Back.
Timing, the rotations, and then the calculated aggression on top of it exist. They didn't just want to play passive anymore. They saw that perfect gap. Now they're holding the bomb set as well, plus vertical control. Just now surrendered. 15 seconds left. Father's Back, they gotta go right now.
Oh, they do find some entries, though. 2v2 makes this very winnable, even though Sifty's found one. He's all out of gas, though, so no plant denial available. Marvi can check for the plant. Oh, he spots the player, and Marvi with the SMG-11 jumps into it, all up to V-Board now. He doesn't even bother. And that's the round for Igzists. They're looking very solid here on their defense. Father's Back can't get a look in.
It's so unfortunate for number 2, the ram upstairs. I don't think he misplayed that in, like, necessarily. Yeah, they could have droned the Kaid, maybe get some active information, but it's just really bad timing for number 2. But so well played by Lily. Just dancing back and forth in that soft wall, not sprinting, not overstepping, not shooting because you're nervous, just really playing it nice and calmly, knowing that, hey, they don't have active information right now. And Mavi hitting great shots. It's just step 1, waste time. Step 2, fall back, but don't make that your entire playbook. If you see an opening, if you see an opportunity for a play, go for it. They're allowed that risky freedom, especially because the benefit of playing that 5v5 on defense is you have bodies to spend. You can send your first soldier into battle and go, hey, you can play risky. That was Lily on Kaid. Lily was allowed to play on the offense because everyone else stayed alive. Had they lost 2 players on their own, that probably isn't allowed because, hey, can't afford to lose any more people.
Yeah, unfortunately, after those first 2 rounds of their attack, I just haven't seen very much from Father's Back that gives me any hope. However, we did see that a very similar story play out in the first round, in the first half rather, and it was actually this bomb site, the 3rd round, that's allowed Igzist to get into it with their first attack. So maybe this is the moment where Father's Back can flip it.
Flip it, change it, fix it. Haven't changed much in the operator lineups. Got an EMP, Thermite Ace. Bandit is tricking. Acerola gonna try to attempt to deny this wall breach. Gonna be based off sound cues, of course. Not sure what they're waiting for on the attack right now. Why not just go for it? Could go Ash downstairs in the window for the Cality. Try and drone out the Bandit. EMP goes up, but Candy isn't there. Now Candy comes back. Exothermic charge. Exo charge gets tricked. Ace wall goes off. Oh, he just ran away. Okay. You could have tricked it, I guess.
Yeah, I guess just didn't want to risk his life. Didn't exactly know if there was the ability to counter it. Maybe from below even, I don't know.
I mean, I guess
There's a
best
player on
to
that
stay
side
safe.
window. Yeah.
Again, you wasted what, 2 EMPs, 1 exothermic charge, 1 Selma, half the round? If Acerol would have died there, that would have not been worth it, but now he gets a kill instead?
Does get traded though, and honestly, losing X and Acerola, like, I feel like that's probably a win here for the attack. Getting rid of that bandit, getting rid of Acerola, a very deadly player, and with that it's map control as well.
Yeah.
Now the tag comes out onto the Kaid from Deimos. He doesn't have a C4 anymore for Plantanal from below.
As usually, the first trade, so to speak, like going from a 5v5 to a 4v4, generally always favors the attack, unless you lose like a really valuable operator. And losing Thatcher after spending most of his EMPs and getting all the heart destruction opened up is okay. Now Dora finds another on the Sifty who's breakdancing on the bottom side. And now, Igzist being forced back into a very uncomfortable position. One player will always be tracked by the Deimos, leaving only 2 other people to do the fighting.
Yeah, Dora's finally gone down though, and that is the Deimos finished off. Also, Dora having 2 kills this round, really showing up on the scoreboard. The timing here is off. The V-Bot spots the player, and now this is anyone's fight here against Marv. V-Bot finds him. Now 3v2, a chance for Farthest Back to collapse and find their very first attack, and they do. Salty caught way out of position. Beautiful chance here for Farthest Back. They have themselves a round on the board in this second half, and Igzist momentum started to slow down. Farthest Back now just 1 round away from getting their first point on the standings.
1 round away, but they gotta go up against the primary bomb sites because that was the tertiary. That is the quote-unquote expected round victory for the attackers if you are a numbers guy. But I'm more of an execution and what happened in the round kind of guy. And Farthest did do a good job. Yeah, they were slow to get the first breach opened up, but the fact that they got a pick and a trade onto Acerola shortly after really brought them back a lot of that lost momentum. And then they find Dora shortly after as well from the verticality, or rather, Dora dies, but they find a pick from the verticality as well onto the mute of Sifty downstairs. So they had things going for them. And Dora's an individual. I was gonna think he's gonna drop 0 kills and it's all gonna be fine. He is 6-5 after rehost. He is literally the second top fragger, shared with people to be fair. But it's Candy and X who are not really showing up on the scoreboard right now. And that is a bit of a worrying sign because Dora is not really putting himself in positions that it's like, oh, he's playing super safe, he's like baiting, he's just droning for the people, he's picking up like exit kills. No, Dora is the person finding the mid and late round kills, if anything. He's actually fighting actively in the rounds and finding success. So I'm very impressed with his performance.
To play Deimos as well, by the way. Like he's not just this like, oh yeah, we'll stick you on hard breach or Thatcher, so all you have to do is throw out 1 piece of util. No, he's playing operators. I mean, in this round it's the hard breach, but he was playing the Deimos last round. Not an easy operator to play.
Trying to find him on Liquipedia, and I'm not having any success. I can find an Italian Dora, but I don't think that's him.
No, I don't think so. He does, unfortunately, lose his life first in the round. I think he'd used most of his Selmas though, so that's probably okay. And number 2 is able to trade. And if Farthest Back can get control of top blue here, or Aqua as many people like to call it for some reason. I don't know why you guys call it Aqua, just call it blue, man.
There's so much water in there. What do you mean? Why is it Aqua?
Yeah, but it's blue. Blue is just such a good call.
Does the color or does the environment dictate the priority of the call out? That's right, James.
Apparently Anne calls it fish, and I like fish because it's funny, so...
Yeah, fish slash aqua is what we wanted to call it. I like fish too. But are there any actual fish in the water? Might be,
Isn't there a big, like, picture of a fish or something?
That's, yeah, like, yeah, I think so. Like a little statue thingamajig?
Probably, yeah. I just like blue. I mean, I love color-coded callouts. That's why... The one thing I like about Canal, terrible map, but it has great color-coded callouts. Green
Usually
stairs,
color callouts are staircases, though. Well,
yeah,
okay, there's a
stairs.
staircase. Okay. But then the stairs are blue, but the room is aqua fish, you know?
Oh, okay, mate. All right. Well, we can argue about this like an old married couple later, Pengu. But now, we do have to focus up. Because Farthest Back are getting pretty close to executing here. They do have control of Aqua, as you like to call it. However, I think number 2 is very close to death. Salty just has to time his peak well. Marvi's getting aggressive. That was a bad play. That was a bad play right there from Marvi. A huge mistake. However, it might not matter because Father's Back are struggling elsewhere. It's up to V-Bort now to try and have an impact while number 2 comes in from the other side. Number 2's found another pick. Could this round flip in favor of Father's Back on the back of number 2?
It's possible. The issue is the health bars right now. A third of the health for V-Board. Well, 2/3 left remaining. Number 2 on a single point of health, basically, on 11. Those keeper barriers are nasty. That shot right there being missed, that could be the round, maybe. Because 15 seconds left, and they got those key positions. They got protection as well. Number 2 rotating back again towards Aqua. Back and forth he goes, 10 seconds left.
Oh, but he could win this because both of the players are looking away from him! Massive from number 2! Oh no! What devastation for Igzist! They had the round in the bag, and number 2 laps them all up.
Let's go! They're on the board! They guaranteed at least a single point. It's come very late in the season. It needed a substitute player of the Code Store to step in and step up for his team. But this has been the best look both in a scoreline perspective, but also just simply what's happening in the server. Sure, there is still some individual underperformers of Candy and X right now, but as a team, they're getting more done. The breach gets opened up. They're usually trading their bodies 1-for-1, which means they go from a 5v5 to a 4v4, which is good for them. And then they're making really good decisions in the mid stage. We also gotta go back and say, Marvi swinging out from the bomb site with crossfire with his teammate, chasing the player on the blue stairs, aqua stairs, fish stairs, whatever. That is like a round-defining throw because Marvi lost that gunfight, and number 2 ended up flanking that area late in the round to get that final kill.
Another thing that, obviously we got a tactical timeout for Igzist, but there's so much happened in that round, I want to keep breaking it down. Pengu, remember in that 2 versus 2, we saw number 2 abandon his position at Aqua or Fish or whatever you want to call it, and he went for a big flank. He trapped the player on site using his Deimos, and then went and moved downstairs. We might actually get to see it on the camera at one point, but we actually saw, I think it was Salty on the mirror. Like he was playing that position on site, and he saw the Deimos track tell him that Deimos was way off on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
And he no longer worried about any pressure coming from blue. And then number 2, once that tracker subsided, he rotates back. He snuck back in and won the round for them by moving in that position. I don't know how deliberate that was, if it was a deliberate bait or not, but I mean, it's certainly...
It was number 2. It was deliberate, okay? Come on. wait, don't even wonder about it.
I roasted him today, and now since the rehost, he's 12-4, which is utterly unreal.
He did have a really sloppy beginning to this game, to be fair. You're not wrong about that. Like, it was a bit of a... Is this going to be bait number 2 or pop-off number 2 who's in the server? But I assume they spoke about these things as a team, you know, after the losses throughout the last 2 weeks. And I think if you're number 2, it's hard. Because if you're like the key player and you're playing top of the league performances, despite losing every game super one-sided, you're gonna have to start valuing your life a bit more because you can get more done. But I think the whole reason why Father's Back they were finding round victories was because number 2 didn't care about his own life in the server. He would go in and just get the job done. He's back to doing that. Sure, he still last alive sometimes, but he's actively walking on the map, looking for picks, taking gunfights. Even when he died to Lily, when he was like the Ram and Kaid, timing each other, he was also being very active, holding aggressive angles, but just got outplayed basically in positioning. Now Father's Back, they stay on the attack, and given their current momentum and comfortability on this side, I think it's actually quite alright that... Sorry, I'm not sure why I thought there was overtime and I said they were gonna stay here. It's not overtime at all. They can win regulation. I'm trolling. Father's Back, of course, on the attacking side still. They can end this in regulation, rather. And they still get more than one shot. They can lose this round and still be good for another.
The fact that they've won on one of the primary sites really allays a lot of our concerns, because you said, after they won on that tertiary site, you said, oh, well, all Igzist have to do is just win the 2 primaries again, and then Father's Back will have to push overtime to find any points. Now they have match point, the first time we've seen them have match point this stage. However, they haven't cleared up above. They're snuck into the site and looking for a plant opportunity. They're going deep as well.
Oh!
Nobody's home! Igzist
great.
now have to try and retake, but Candy forcing that diffuser down. He has been not adequately covered. However, he gets up off the diffuse and can find a kill. 1 minute to play, still so much time. But Father's back in aggressive on the site. Another big swing from Candy makes this look extremely doable now for Father's back. And Igzist.
Candy had like, he had 1 kill before this. Now he's stepping up to the plate.
Oh, Hanley's found another one! You say his name and he'll ring it out in the server. Forcing that diffuser down, doing exactly what a good Thermite should. And it's up to Marvi now to 1v3. He can't get it done. Father's back. Call the GG. Their first win of the stage. Not just points on the scoreboard, but a huge W that sends them up into a position where they might even be able to make it to the playoffs. What a redemption for the team that we know has suffered so much in this stage.
And for Candy as an individual, he literally had 0 kills or 1 kill before that. I guess he was in 0 kills since the rehost. He got 3 kills, the first initial entry, the second entry on the bomb side, and at the end there, while also getting down the diffuser. That's ridiculous from like an individual standpoint because he was not really getting anything done. High impact, high value. If you look at the scoreboard, you can't quite see that. So the score isn't everything. It's the impact of each moment and each kill that matters more than anything else.
That's exactly right. And what a huge game from Father's back. I have no doubt that they will be cheering extremely loudly after that win, considering how loud they were when they got rounds on the board at the start of that. Now they have points on the standings. And we'll break that game down for you after the break.
Welcome back to the Japan League. I'm Sal and your host today, still joined by Dev and Pengu as well. And no, you're not dreaming. Fathersback did just take their first 3 points and their first victory in Japan League as well. It took them 5 play days, but they managed to finally get one on the board. And I want to reiterate the point that I made during the pre-show because I feel like I kind of messed it up, and I want to put it differently so it actually makes sense. Because I feel like, Pengu, you might have predicted this victory. You said Igzist do so well on maps where they know what their opponent does, where they have seen, where they got these VODs and information on what their opponent does, and now they take Fathersback to a map that Fathersback has not played in the last year at all. What happens? Surprise, they take the victory, they take the 3 points.
Yeah, I think it does tell the full story, or well, it tells half the full story. I think, as you mentioned, going to a map where your opponent has no intel on you, that's one half of the battle. The other one is actually Fathersback playing correctly in the server, and it's so hard to be like, okay, Dora joining in or subbing in, that's gonna fix everything. I don't think it's that simple, but it did just seem like the entire team has maybe had like a really tough talk last week after the losses, saying, guys, we might as well change things up. You know, go for broke, stop being so afraid in the server, because we're already 0-4. Like, we might as well just start playing carelessly and actually get something done. Today, it was a whole new look for Fathersback. Maybe it's the map. Maybe there's secretly geniuses here. Or maybe, just maybe, they have what it takes to put up good numbers, maybe in these final few play days.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just blown away consistently by the Japan League and how we always have these upsets. You know, it seems like only yesterday we saw Igzist beat Kindertrope and VITE, and today Fathersback have come and got a little bit of revenge. Maybe it's something about this matchup between these two teams. As we said, Fathersback did beat Igzist in Stage 1, so there is a head-to-head history here. But again, just current form, very different situation. We know Igzist are on the rise. We know Fathersback have been down in the dumps. Maybe all you need is just to spice things up with your sub, even though Dora was right at the bottom. Doesn't really matter. I mean, number 2 and VBort were firing, and this team just looked like more of a team than we'd ever seen from them.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see, because you mentioned how VITE was one of the very low-rated players prior to this game. Look at the entry game as well between these two teams. It seemed that oftentimes Fathersback was actually starting from the bottom half of this round, or starting from the back, basically. They had to come back, and it showed in one of the very early defensive rounds as well, round 5, where they managed to get that 2v3 retake on their defense. It was just a masterclass, specifically from number 2 as well. I mean, we talked about him prior to the game. I should believe he is our MVP for the game today as well. He's been really showing up for his team, and the one asterisk she put there is that he has not been given the freedom yet to do this, but maybe with this new, well, roster change or substitution coming in, he is getting that freedom, and he is allowed to rotate and get all these kills on the board.
It certainly seemed like today, like he was all over the place on Deimos and Ram. He was both entering, getting early map control, but also he was always alive for the mid-late round execute. And another thing about those opening engagement stats is, yeah, there was Igzist getting a lot of the initial first kills, but so many rounds, it would be an immediate trade back by Fathersback. So while they were very negative statistically, it would be either a low impact entry from Igzist, or it goes from a 5 versus 4 straight to a 4v4 shortly after. So I don't feel the openings played as big of a factor into this, because usually Fathersback, they'll lose a player early, and that's it. They don't get a kill back, and then they struggled. But this time, they actually found a way back. It's time and time again.
I don't know what more to say about number 2 that we haven't said already. We know that he has high potential. He's been playing in the Japan League for an extremely long time. One of the longest running players. He's been on top teams before. And moving to Fathersback, we were a little bit unsure of what that would look like. And unfortunately for the stage, it's not been great, but maybe it's just about making these role changes, making these attitude and playstyle changes. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing today. And while number 2 did get the MVP, I think that we deserve to share the love around a little bit, because VBort had a great game as well. He actually used to play on Igzist for 2 years before switching to Crest, and then eventually this team this year. But also Candy, who really did struggle overall for the majority of this game, but in that very last round, straight up, like, won the round for them with some huge and very smart plays around that plant.
And you two discussed it, right? It's the impact plays that really matter. Not necessarily your scoreline at the end of the day, but the impact plays that really matter. I'm just glad to see Father's Back pick up some points. They're now on that scoreboard, meaning that they're still in the run for a potential top 6 finish, but that means that it makes it more difficult for the teams around them. For example, Crest. For example, Force. They were also in that running and were having more points than Father's Back prior to this game, but they have a chance for redemption after this break. Now that Fathersback understood the assignment, it's up to Interforce to do the same thing. It is do or die for them as well. If they lose out today, they are no longer in contention for that top 6 spot. And unfortunately for them, they don't have the easiest game to do this either, because they have to go up against Crest Gaming. Now, for last stage, both these teams didn't even make it to the top 6 at all. Crest is definitely looking a little bit more comfortable here. We have said we're going to have some one-sided matches today, but you know, Japan's already proven us it could be very much different here.
Yeah, very much the case. I don't think any of us expected Fathersback to win against Igzist, let alone for it to be such a well-contested match. And so, yeah, the trend continues. Japan is impossible to predict because anyone truly can beat anyone. We learned that in Stage 1, especially when VITE had such a rise to power, when teams like Scarz and CAG are losing games back and forth. And Crest, Interforce, I see as no exception. Both of these teams are the 2 teams that failed to make playoffs in Stage 1.
Damn.
However, Crest looks like quite a different beast now. They're looking much better, and they are currently in playoffs contention. However, Interforce, on the other hand, have now been shown up, as you said it, and already Fathersback understood the assignment, and now it's up to Interforce to deliver the same level of upset that we just saw from their rivals.
Is that possible though? I mean, Interforce is like, I think now like the last remaining team where I'm always like, I really don't know what to expect. They have games where they look very lost, and then they have games where they look like a little bit lost, so they haven't shown me that they've like worked on their problems essentially. The first Playday problems are still their 4th Playday problems, so I want to see a bit of a shake-up. To be fair to them, as you see right now, they did play both CAG and Scarz very early on, so they had some very tough battles. And you know, when you start off against those kinds of Titan teams, you're gonna get destroyed. And they did 1-7, 2-7. Then Kinotrope, they also lost 2-7. So it's just very one-sided matches besides the opening debut.
And even that opening debut match, it was looking to be 7-3 for quite some time. And
True,
then
yeah.
we had a very extended technical break and the sub-in, so I feel like there is a little asterisk even over that result. The one place where Interforce got points, you can't really take at face value. And so, yeah, it doesn't get much easier from here on out for them. Crest today, Fathersback tomorrow, perhaps a chance to rack up some points, and then, of course, VITE for their final match, which would be definitely quite a challenge. I think these guys need to focus up on getting points here today and tomorrow, because that's their most likely way of sneaking into the playoffs.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. I mean, they've already had some more difficult opponents at the very start of the stage. For example, the game against Fathersback they have on the next play, they could be easier. But then again, we saw what Fathersback just did. And then once again, if they do have those Playday 1 issues still lingering on until like Playday 4, that is really something they have to focus on and have to fix. And this roster went through some massive changes as well. It was only Vanish and Take to remain on this roster, having seen a lot of player changes, but they really need to get the points on the board as well. They'll have a difficult time doing so today against Crest, because this team is showing a really good improvement so far over at this stage. And specifically last week, I mean, 7 rounds in a row on Skyscraper, that is impressive.
Yeah, that was insane. I think we were having a bit of an argument, a bit of a domestic about it during the match, Pengu, but I never doubted Crest. Not for a second. Not for a second.
They're a team where, when they're hot, they look so unstoppable. Like, we're talking, honestly, like CAG level. The issue is the ability of which they are able to do it is once every 3 games or so, and that's just not good enough. Someone like Choppy, for example, when I saw him in the very first Playday of theirs, I was like, this guy is like a mechanical god. He just takes gunfights, he wins them, he makes everything look so easy. But, to be fair, that was against Fathersback. So maybe I kind of had too high expectations because of the debut game being such an easy one. And you see, 7-2 over Fathersback, then a 5-7 loss to Kinotrope, keeping things close, but that was back when Kinotrope was also in a much worse version of themselves than they are now, for example. And they play Scarz, surprise, surprise, they lost. And then VITE, just barely getting beaten. I feel like Crest should be a little bit more convincing in their matches, and today they will have that opportunity. If they cannot beat Interforce on a very comfortable round score level, then Crest have proven to us that they're not good enough this stage to necessarily be the team that we think that they are.
Yeah, I think Crest have gotten so much better since Stage 1. Obviously, Stage 1 was very devastating for them. They barely got enough points to achieve much. They ended up winning 3 games, and some of them over pretty solid teams. You know, Kinotrope, they beat in overtime, but it just wasn't enough in the end to scrape them through into the playoffs, particularly with how well Fathersback did in the latter play days. And now Crest, even though they are looking better, they still have a long way to go to convince us about consistency, and that's why I totally agree with you, Pengu. They need to make sure that today they get a full 3-point win, and ideally a convincing one. I'm expecting 7-3 or something along those lines. Anything worse than that is a pretty dismal sign for Crest.
Yeah, I mean, you're putting it right there. They have to show that they can win against an opponent that is ranked way lower than them. I mean, specifically, if we look at the team head-to-head stats, one thing that I really noticed during the break was the difference in KD here. Crest is doing a lot better on that department in comparison to what's happening with Interforce. Makes sense considering the position they currently are in on the leaderboard, but also those win rates on just attack and on defense as well. If you show like Crest that you can win 7 rounds in a row to force a massive comeback on a map like Skyscraper, that's really impressive, and it does also help for your defensive win rate. I think one player that really took a big part of that massive comeback that they had on Skyscraper was Erkuli. I believe he was awarded MVP last week as well, getting active on the entry. Yeah. He is really that player that we're looking forward to as the main spearhead on the side of Crest.
The numbers that we just witnessed before the Erkuli slide, we saw the side win rates. I think it was 32% attacker win rate for Interforce and only 35% on defense. And that's a really worrying sign. But if you take a closer look into their map pool so far, they've only really played 1 map where defense is actually favored. That's Consulate in their opening game. Then they played Chalet, Clubhouse, and Clubhouse was against Scarz. So Interforce have not had the opportunity to really talk about, or show us rather, their defensive capabilities on good defensive maps. So I do feel like if today they can go to a map where defense is heavily favored, maybe start on defense or live long enough on the attack to get there with some rounds to spare, it could be a better look for them. Because they've just been struggling on their attacks and playing weak defense maps at the same time. And that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah. I just want to focus in on Erkuli for a second. Fantastic player, really come into his own this stage. Top 10 player in the league at the moment, as you can see from the stats on screen. Had an absolutely killer last match against VITE when Crest got 7 rounds in a row to come back from the 0-5. Entry really solid. Multi-kills is a huge thing. Like that's when you see a multi-kill, 3K, 4K, usually that is like one player has just owned the round. Even from a losing position. And that's what we have kind of come to expect from Erkuli, just a next level player. Really good on the entry as well, like overall for the whole stage, 7 entry kills to only 2 entry deaths. He does have a reasonably low cost rating at 62%. That's one of the lowest of anyone in the top 10, but that's also something that you expect out of an entry kind of player. Also very versatile on operators. Like here we see him playing the Ashe Fenrir last game, but you know his most played operators are actually Capitao, Ace, Grim. On defense he plays mostly the Azami, and yeah, I like to see that kind of level of depth from a player of this caliber that is really being the leadership figure on this team.
I mean, hey, if you're looking at Ashe as your main player on the entry, it's high risk, high reward. I'm not surprised when the cost may be a bit lower then, because it's either you're popping off or it's not going so well and you sit out the last 2.5 minutes on the camp. But sure, these two teams are no strangers to each other. They played against each other, of course, in Japan League Stage 1. That was on Oregon. We at least know that that's not going to be a possibility for our map veto of the best of 1 coming up next. But is it surprising that this last victory went the way of Crest? Not really.
No, and if Oregon was played last time, I was gonna say now we gotta play Lair, but sadly in this first rotation that we see, it was banned out by Interforce. Japan just, either they're all saving Lair, like big brainers for like, more important games, but to be honest, with this current trend, I think come playoffs and best of 3s, we should expect to see Lair being played maybe a couple of times.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious where we're going to head here for this map, because I expected maybe a bank. It's the second preference map for both teams. Club is still in though, and even though Interforce, it's actually Crest going to ban Club. Interforce, for some reason, Club's their favorite map, even though they're on an 8-game loss streak on that map. Figure that
maybe
one
that's
out
why.
For yourself. Yeah, so Crest is still going to ban it. We end up going back to Nighthaven Labs, which is actually statistically Crest's favorite map in terms of their ban rate.
And yours.
Yeah, maybe tied with Bank, and maybe even Lair. But look, I just want to see
3 maps on 9.
I don't know, man. Maybe we need to do a full podcast if I'm going to go and actually break this all
Oh my god.
Looking at these stats, though, I think we've seen this film before. The underdog team going up against a team that should definitely win this map, and the underdog team has not played this map in the last year. A bit higher preference, though, than it was for Father's Back, but hey, this is, again, unknown territory, I guess, for Interforce. Crest does not know what they're going to go up against, and even for themselves, right, the last time they won it, it's already almost been an entire year ago. Still, as you said, their number one preference, though, so they should feel very comfortable on this map.
So, if I can jump in there, I just want to quickly say something, because I do have a stat of Interforce playing Nighthaven that we don't have here from production. It was actually in the open qualifier playoffs for Stage 1 Last Chance qualifier in Japan. Interforce played against a team called Realize. They actually lost the BO3, but specifically on Nighthaven, they lost 7-0. Very damning result. So that was back in April. I really sure hope that Interforce have put some more work into this map since then.
Hope so. I do think there could be a cause of concern, though. I always think, you know, back in the day, good teams go to die on Oregon because anyone can play the map. Nowadays, with that map being gone from the map pool, good teams going to unknown territory could be that new way that you find yourself losing games that you have no business losing. This could be a 2 for 2 today, and it's also, again, it's not even laps, just like with Father's Back. It might just be the case.
It's also the case of you should never ever underestimate your opponent, because that may be a part of what we saw last time around on this Nighthaven laps as well. There was, of course, a structural change for Father's Back with a new player coming in here, but really looking on the side of Interforce to bring this one up here. They need the full 3 points, otherwise they can say goodbye to that potential top 6 finish. It's not something they were able to achieve last stage. You, of course, want to see that improvement going into this stage, but we already had a player highlight on the side of our Cooley. Maybe it would have been a bit rough to put him against one player on the side of Interforce, because that means the stats would have been pretty much skewed on the side of Crest. But once I put you two in the game, I'm very curious to see which of the players on the side of Interforce are you going to focus your attention on towards players that potentially enter, players that potentially really pop off. Which are the players that Interforce really needs to get these 3 points on the board here against Crest on Nighthaven?
Yeah, it's got to be Akasu. It always seems to be Akasu. Very inconsistent, very hit or miss, but I think it was the last couple of games that we've seen him play, Pengu, he's been really good.
I don't disagree, but ever since their very first Playday, going back all the way against Igzist on Consulate, I've been rating Sylvia myself. Sylvia seems to have a really good idea when he's playing on defense, when to go for flanks, and kind of where to strike as well. So, my eyes will be on him.
Amazing. I think we're going to get into the game. So see you later, Anne. Lovely chatting. Time to start Crest versus Interforce here. We're going back-to-back on Nighthaven Labs, a map that we know very little about for both of these teams. Crest, the clear favorites, but Interforce have absolutely everything to play for. If they don't get the full 3 points here, they can say goodbye to their hopes and dreams of making it to the playoffs. The Crest, though, they're gunning to try and contest the teams at the very top of the table, and that means they need a convincing win here over Interforce to keep that conversation going. Let's jump here into Nighthaven.
Question number 1. Will the Shields survive the Operator ban phase? We've seen Monty banned in both of the first 2 series. Clash only surviving one of the 2 as well. Blitz was banned in the first match with the Monty, so double down basically. Shields galore, it's been both domestically here in Japan, but also internationally. We had a game, what was it, 2 days ago, PSG Talon versus Damwon, where Monty Blitz were both banned on Lair, and guess what? Both teams brought out the Fuse Shield. That's how strong the shields are right now, Dev. You play Fuse Shield because Monty Blitz is banned, and you make it work. That's a little bit outrageous.
Yeah, and funnily enough, for the first time in a very long time, a team is not banning the Monty against Crest. The last 3 games they've played, it's been banned against them every single time. Instead, Interforce getting rid of the Deimos, an operator we have seen make quite a bit of an appearance, especially here on Nighthaven. We saw it quite prominently in that previous match today.
Yeah, I think Nighthaven Labs is actually one of maybe the strongest map for Deimos because of the beams going north. They go north to south, right on the compass. And the way that it lines up on Nighthaven Labs, you can see across every single bomb site in a straight line. Whereas the way it just happens to be On a lot of other maps, when you're like below or above the bomb site, the beams are kind of obstructing your vision, and you can't really get a lot of kills. And that's also why we see Deimos always being below the side. You track a player, you shoot them down, and it just limits your playable positions on defense, which, when there is so few strong spots where you don't get like destroyed from downstairs from a Deimos or a bug, you find yourself playing off of the bomb site. That leaves the bomb site vulnerable, and therefore you lose. Now, very interesting operators are being shown right now, Dev. Scopos.
Is this your first time
Very
seeing
new-
a Scopos, like, as a cast? This will be your
Yes.
first cast for Scopos. Ooh,
Yes, it is. I've watched it a little bit in Europe, North America, and Korea, but I've not cast it myself. It's an operator that's interesting.
exciting. Ooh, that's a cool bug.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Wait.
we're going noir.
Wait. Well, hold up.
Hell yeah.
Wait, I've never seen this happen either. Okay.
This is sick, bro. Oh my god. I feel like we're going old-timey. Oh man, this is so sick.
I was told by Andy there was a Scopus in the first game. Am I completely trolling? I didn't see a
I
Scopus
don't
in the first
remember
game.
it. I do not at all. Oh,
This is,
unfortunately- oh,
we're
we're
back.
back. We're back. And do you reckon? So have you seen any like old noir movies, like 1940s?
It gives me that kind of vibe.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know
So-
how like the protagonist is always like, some really beaten down detective who's like gone through a divorce
Yes.
and he's got PTSD from the war and and he's always like narrating his thought process. I feel like that's what we need right now.
This is visualized right now. It's fun fact, the Scopus shield, which has the camera, has a more like blurry pixelated feed than a regular bulletproof camera, and that's why this looks quote unquote worse than usual, because you're watching this through the lower quality camera of Scopus' shield eyes, essentially. Without the night vision, it's not that green tint, it's just black and white. By the way, Scopus can teleport. Very cool operator. I think it's going to be kind of like an Amaro where a certain sides for one-off stretch you can use it, but it's not like a super meta-defining operator per se. For this one, you can roam downstairs, TP back up to side, Monty's room clearing, Sylvia gets one, Sylvia finds two, I said he was the guy to watch out for, and he shows up big.
Yeah, massive from Sylvia. You called him in the pre-show, and now he's delivering 5v2 now for Enterforce, looking very solid in this opening round.
Bomb has been located.
Claire and Renzo a little bit desperate here, the SMG-11 bros. Claire doesn't have his phone ringing because he's on that mute jammer. Renzo will get rid of his very quickly, and now forcing the 1v1. Claire is extremely desperate, about to get swung, gets out of time just in time, and finds one before being traded, but that is it for the round. Extremely dominant opening attack there for Enterforce.
Well, is this the beginning of the now infamous, hey, you go to Nighthaven Labs and a team that's never shown it basically in the last year, and you get destroyed in your opening round? That might be possible. We're going to see where the Sylvia got all the kills, or at least how they happened, whether he won some crazy gunfights, or just got a good timing on a flank or an entry, for example. But either way, Interforce did a really good job at pushing multiple areas of the map. And it sounds simple, but it's what you have to do on Nighthaven. You can't just push one area. You have to go for a flank, a backstab, attack downstairs. Basically explode in multiple areas, preferably at once. But we're so back. We can see with colors.
It's actually kind of interesting to think, like, that's how Scopos sees, like, that's the quality of the feed that she gets from her two droids? Is droids the right word? Robots, I guess?
Robots.
Yeah. Man.
Oh, let's do a fun little trivia, shall we, Marta?
Yeah, yeah.
What are the names of the two separate robots that Scopus controls?
I actually think I know this one. So
do you? No way.
I do. Well, also we were talking in our chat privately off air before. I actually studied Greek when I was in primary school.
Oh my God, you're right.
I grew up in a very Greek area, Scopus is the first Greek operator in the game, and her robots are called Atlas and Colossus. And Atlas was the mythological character who held up the Earth in Greek mythology.
Very well. I rest my case. I thought I was going to have a I got you moment here.
No, mate.
I was thinking about this like
lore,
yesterday. He knows the lore. You know what? I didn't think, until you said today that you had like a Greek thing in the past with your school and your neighborhood, because apparently that's a thing in Australia, but whatever. You're culturally experienced. I get it, okay? You're cool. That's the names. That's the operator. It was not played again, sadly. And the funny thing is, I feel like Scopos would have been a better pick for this bomb site because you can enable that deep roam. You can go top floor, TP back, or have a drone first floor and top floor and just go between the layers. So many options. Instead, now we see the castle VITE come out instead for more utility. But Yamada on the Monty right now making so good pace of the roam clear. He doesn't see the corner. Oh,
that was very nearly very bad. Akasu gets one. Eclair's found his though here on Exo, and the Monty now walks into a goo mine. Has to pull that out. Oh, C4's gonna win it.
Oh, that's good.
No! Yamada times it just perfectly, gets the shield back in front of his face, and he's down to 20 HP. But Lure from above does essentially deny this plant position. Crest need more. Here, Enterforce haven't quite figured out how they're gonna go for this plant.
The finger boost actually saved Akusi from dying and kept Monty alive as well. So that finger stim did so much work in that round. There's an issue. The jump in. What are you doing?
Oh no. You gotta land this. Oh, you gotta land this! Lua gets absolutely destroyed. Had 3 opportunities to get that kill and did not land it. Now Crest look desperate. Numbers advantage for Enterforce, and they continue marching on forward. Sylvia has found his pick as well. And, well, everyone's getting a little bit excited here on the cast. Akasu does hold that flank perfectly. Chance now, maybe for Eclair. But Take's got him dead to rights. Big hype up moment for Enterforce. That's 2 attacks back to back.
I can't... I mean, look at the player cams. That tells the full story. What the hell is going on? From the Monty walking down, the bandit hiding in the corner, to Ram sprinting after getting the opening, then dies the bandit who we knew was there the entire time because Monty literally saw the operator, the C4 being ripped while Monty pulls out the goo mine, flicks around, finger boost comes out, keeps the Monty alive, keeps the finger alive. The save after save after saves. It's absolutely ridiculous. This right here. Look at Monty, look at finger. The finger boost us out, and that extra bit of health that was granted ensured that at least the finger wouldn't die. Monty might have been okay. Then 2 finger boosts go out later to further buff up the Monty with health.
Yamada! What a reaction. That's awesome. That's such a huge
Yamada's a shield player.
Yeah. Apparently, teasing out the blitz in this third round rather, and actually switching over to that.
And it's gone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny, isn't it? Like I was saying, everyone so far has banned Monty against Crests, except Enterforce now, and Father's Back as well. And I can see why Enterforce didn't. I mean, they love it themselves.
It's always a worry, because if Monty starts becoming a problem, even in the first round or 2, you almost need to change your entire defender playstyle or orbiter lineup just to deal with the Monty. But there are 4 other attack and operators in the server, and they're all powerful. I mean, look at this one. You have Maverick, Dokkaebi, and Ace. These are all operators that need different counters. For example, Tubarao is the only quote-unquote real Maverick counter. Or maybe C4s or Mirror Window, for example. For Ace, you want Wall Deny, so a Mute, Bandit, Kai, whatever, or also Tubarao. And Dokkaebi only really works for Mute. So you have to pick stretch yourself very thin here on defense, trying to counter every single operator. And if you look at Crest's lineup, they don't really have anything outside of C4s that can deal with the Monty. So as long as Yamada keeps applying pressure and picking his right areas to strike, you're always going to get guaranteed value. So almost like right there, you walk in Garage completely for free, made it a Mirror Window, and yeah, sure they got the Bandit batteries, but guess what? Vanish is playing Maverick. You can rotate the Maverick into Garage now, Maverick align, get the Bandit batteries, ace the wall into bomb side, and now you have pressure. Then all you need to do if you're Interforce is rotate attackers to attack from other locations, right? You go Aqua, Fish, whatever, you go Meeting, Connector. As long as they apply pressure on 2 separate areas, they're going to be good.
Absolutely right. Enterforce looking very well poised here. Have a good setup for this attack, and they have plenty of time as well. A little bit of damage though onto Sylvia. He needs to be that backstab player. Here comes that finger boost to try and get Enterforce back into it, and Take finds a pick as well. This is looking really rough now. The breach on the site. Lua really needs to win that fight. Apparently he does on the re-peek there. Everyone's getting excited again, it seems, as the action starts to go down. Enter Force maybe not looking as good as we thought for a moment. The flash goes in, and actually going to flip this. They're going to rotate and go top blue. But pushing from one side only is not going to be enough here.
Yeah, it's very indecisive right now. Yamada got again with the Monty. There he is. He's storming the bomb site.
Oh, he sees one player. Surely he wins this. There's the knockback. Rento taken down. No refrag onto Yamada. However, elsewhere, Lewis found his. Sylvia now has to come in and help Yamada get this plant down. And as it starts to go down, Arkuli and Lua have regrouped. They're trying to bait this out. Oh, damage! Enough done from Arkuli! It's a hero play to surely save that round. Lua maps in the final kill. Enter Force was so damn close, but Crest finally get themselves on the board.
The toes sticking out, and now I'm gonna be that guy and say that the devil is in the details. Monty had a smoke available when they went for that plant attempt. They could have popped that smoke, then planted, likely not resulting in Monty dying while trying to get down that diffuser. They planted in the right position, because Crest, they had every way to shut things down. There was no better plant spot. The fact that they retook Garrett's catwalk rafters is the only reason why they won there. If you're Interforce, you're thinking there's no C4s, you play passively, plant behind the chassis, and play the 2v2. But there it is, one smoke in pocket. I saw it right there. They could have used the smoke and likely survived. Or honestly, maybe you plant behind the desk and the Monty shield is going to cover you just fine. The thing about Nighthaven Labs is that it's still a relatively new map for a lot of teams. Especially in APAC in general. They tend to pick up maps a little bit slower. Or if you're Virtus Pro in Europe, they never play these maps. And it means that there are some of these small details on like exact pixel perfect plant position, how to play very specific scenarios like a 2v2. They're not gonna be as figured out. Because if you need to play maybe 100 rounds of Nighthaven Labs to get into that exact position with Monty Dokubi in one smoke, well, guess what? You haven't played this map enough to get there enough times to learn from your mistakes. Sadly for Interforce in that round, they had to learn while playing Pro League. They learned a lot, I'm sure. They're gonna just storm straight through this next round. Basement attack. Monty's picked up again. They're keeping things the same on attack because it's working. It's up to Crest to problem solve, and they've actually made an adaptation this time around. They're finally playing verticality against the Monty. The pulse with an additional C4 from the mute, most likely. Yep, there it is. They can try and go for a C4 kill early, get an early opening kill, and play a 5v4 round on defense. That's going to be their win condition and goal in this round. But whether they can get there is the other question, because the Roma has to stay alive for long enough for the C4s to be viable.
We could even see the C4s utilized to assist the run game. Oh, here's a long angle that might be able to be utilized. Chirpy is actually going to contest that. Lua last time around was one of the pivotal players that lost their fight and let the round capitulate for Crest. Arkuli already found an entry. I believe that was on a vertical angle and through the window. Wow. It's quite a pick.
That is quite epic, actually. There is so much self-destruction verticality on this map that nowhere is really truly safe. Crest, they don't the roam, 3 players, 1 top floor, 2 in the primary, post scanner going out, red pink still from default cameras. Yamada wants to just like take extra right now and brute force it. And if they keep applying pressure like this, they're gonna force the Romans to become more aggressive. And while they're doing that, Akusu is flanking upstairs. They're trying to bait and switch this one. It's genius if it works.
Arkuli actually seems to be at least somewhat aware. He's looking the wrong way though. And that's a free kill for Akasu. That is going to unlock this round here for Crest, especially now as the Monty is making his way forward and Exo vanished behind him. Already found one. Looking for more. Interforce are so deadly on their attacks of Nighthaven. And they once again are poised to take another.
And Yamada doing all the work with Monty right now. Again, it's him setting up all these small mini plays. He has to spare smoke again. You can smoke and plant because the verticality is a problem and they can't quite roam clear. Or they go deep inside. There's 2 roamers. Kill the one guy on the bomb site and it's all yours. They're taking. They're not going to go for it. They're just going to try and plant you instead.
This is doable though. There's no solace on the defense. They don't know where this plant's going down. Sylvia jumps on in. Takes down Renzo. The plant going down. Sound cover as well. Thanks to the ram. There was no other purpose of the ram other than to cover sound. Very smart. The Vanish has been taken down. Sylvia! Huge round for him. Now teasing out his position. Choppy just needs to keep this player, or rather, Yamada needs to keep Choppy at bay for another moment. Round in the corner, this is winnable, but nah, Sylvia's there for it. Too good. Untouchable in this round. You called him out in the pre-show, Pengu, and he must have heard you because he decided to show up today. What a round there for Interforce. What a half this has been so far. Up 3-1 on their attack.
I mean, you can go as far as to say as, let's say Interforce don't win any more rounds and you lose 7-3. They still had an impressive attack in half, because all you need are 3 rounds right now, and the way that they've done it, it shows that they know the theory of not even laps. Of course, you're Interforce, you want more rounds, you're not going to do good at defense as well, and so you should. But the fact that they're playing to this level just shows that this is a map that they're not hiding because they're bad on it. They're just not playing it. Or maybe it's like a recent addition to their map pool. Either way, the Monty ban not really coming into fruition was a massive mistake, because that right now is biting Crest in the butt. And sure, you might say Crest, when they go on the attack inside, they want to play the Monty, that's their goal, yada yada yada. But if you've watched any games from Interforce, you've seen what Yamada can do. And not just what he can do, but how goddamn confident and comfortable he is in the operator. He has taken full map control in 30 seconds and no one can stop him, and Crest are not again playing the counter operators. We're not seeing the Melusis, we're not seeing the Fenris, we're not seeing the Yokais or the Elas. We're not seeing the operators that can slow down or stop Monty. They're only playing smoke like half the rounds on defense. Now Blitz is gonna come into play instead. This could be a more fast-paced round perhaps from Interforce. We're playing a slow Monty, that's all about map control. Now, maybe go for a quick one.
Time to make a new door.
I'd love to see a rush from Interforce. It's maybe direct. I don't know how quick it's going to be, but it definitely looks direct at the moment. How are you going to use this blitz, though, is my question.
Nate goes boom. The blitz might go in.
Oh,
yep, there it is. That's the side.
Yeah, they're going straight for it here. Yamada gets in there. Akasu to confirm the kill. The plant's going down. The blitz is just a distraction, and it does distract well. A smoke goes out, but it's too late, and the plant will go down. Smoke interaction with the Finker, a bit of a rare one, but does make them players choke faster against that smoke, having that Finker boost active. However, now in the post-plant positions, Interforce should be favored. However, Akasu loses his life. And that is one of the big players to watch out for, and Interforce already taken down. Sylvia still up. You saved the round last time, and Take is downstairs below as well. Big C4, but it finds nothing. Sylvia's dead. Maybe this is a possible retake here for Crest. The win condition hinges here on Take down below. He's waiting. He's biding his time. This is so smart. He finally confirms that. And now Crest have no choice but to stick this. Take can confirm that, and the round is done. Lewis got no chance in hell. Always on the top floor. Interforce, another attack. These guys are just banging on Nighthaven.
So smart. They only had 3 attackers alive in that post plan once things kind of calmed down. And I was thinking to myself, what do I think is the best way to do that? Do you double stack on the window? Do you retake verticality above? They didn't really play for either. They had a third option, which I didn't even think about. The Bok downstairs. The very first thing we saw when this round started was Bok went basement, blocked open the wall, and just droned everything. While he did all of that, that's when they went for the bombs that execute. And we see this play out. They had 1 person top floor, 1 person by the window on the bomb side, and the Bok downstairs. They're playing all 3 floors, and all 3 of those positions are directly about the post-man position. So Interforce, they have a strategical plan that they want to accomplish, and when they get there, they don't go, oh, what do we do now? We got the plant down, how do we win this? They instantly go to their predetermined positions. It is so thought out from the prep phase. I mean, going blitz over Monty was just to push the side, just like they did.
Yeah.
It's excellent.
And even the little detail, like the way Take played that, he counted.
Waiting.
Everybody knows it's 7 seconds to get that counter defuse off. And that I mean, he can't see the timer, but we saw that there was about 11 seconds left, and he just waited a couple of seconds and then killed the player, where it just gave Crest no wriggle room. Like, they didn't have time to reposition and get someone else on it. They had to just jump on it, stick it straight away, and then hope that the Buck didn't kill him. Very good from Interforce. 4-1. looking like it might be a 5-1 Pengu. Enterforce
Yeah.
have really made a statement in this game. I mean, this was a massively Crest-favored matchup. Very similar to what we saw in our first game today, but both of the underdogs showing up.
It might be time next week or starting tomorrow that we predict the winners once we know the map veto, because I'm not gonna lie to you, when I saw the result of Father's Back and then the same thing was happening here with Interforce, like they don't play this map and all these things, I kind of wanted Interforce to win this one. Then when Monty doesn't get banned by Crest, I'm thinking, okay, Interforce have a really realistic shot right now all of a sudden to just take this outright, but a 5-1 scoreline being on the table is still a surprise. That's so convincing. Yamada once again gets some value, boy. He got a drone out connector, see if it's clear to his left, he can walk in, punch that mirror window, and the big thing to note here, Yamada is not overstepping his welcome. He's just waiting for his teammates to drone, to get in the right positions, the pre-fire goes out while he melees the mirror window, there it goes shattered. He's not risking his life, he's not making silly mistakes, and again, Crest, they're not playing below because Sylvia is there! Sylvia is so good, being the right place at the right time.
Another entry kill here for Enterforce. Finally something back here. Lua not fearing the Montaigne, wanting to peek around it. This is a smart move. I like it. I like the confidence from Crest. They need it sorely right now. Sylvia is still alive. That Dokubi can continue ringing out. And also, Sylvia has proven to be extremely deadly with that SMG-12. Enterforce aren't exactly sure how to go for this execute as of yet. They're waiting for Sylvia to reposition.
So Ultimate just goes to the Bandit here if he really wants to, but waiting for player movement from the defense of Crest. You want them to make a mistake, then exploit the gap. There is one, Eclair finds it though. Oh!
Almost the kill onto Yamada, who's taken down to 5 HP, and he didn't manage to knock back Lua. Lua almost goes down though, Vanish jumps in. Big chance now for Enterforce to salvage this round, but both players are pretty low on HP. Eclair is on the ground bleeding out. They need to finish him off. He's just giving free information to his teammates at the moment. And Choppy has a chance here to swing this. Oh, doesn't need to. Ooh. The C4 from way downtown of Renzo. Massive way to close up that round. And Crest do salvage what was left of the half. They find their second.
The first time Crest, they looked in control. Sure, they went around previously, but I feel like this was more Crest able to stop Interforce's push, taking down the finger, stalling out the Monty, and also Interforce, they didn't really have a clear plan to go forward. The second the finger died, they were like, let's rotate people around. Okay, Sylvia get a pick, that's great, but they didn't really get to like an execute stage at any point in that round. That's different here. Very unnecessary, very risky. That's Akusu playing overly aggressive, not Yamada. So it's not the... Oh, okay, there's a little bit of sounds in there.
A little bit of energy.
A little bit of energy.
Yeah, I think
maybe worse.
Probably more sighs of relief than screams of joy after winning that round. Crest very nearly lost another defense. They managed to find 2 in their half, and it's just so far below the par that we expect from them, especially considering that this is meant to be quite a Crest-favored matchup. Enterforce have certainly changed that conversation in these last 6 rounds, and I don't expect them to slow down here, Pengu. I think Enterforce are looking really solid right now.
If we don't see a Monty at some point from Crest themselves, then I really will start wondering why they didn't ban that particular operator. Because they chose to ban the Demon. Oh, sorry, they chose to ban the Ying rather. And while Ying is not a bad operator ban, it's also not like anything like the Monty. And shields are so meta, you have to keep that in mind. Ying is still a good operator, but it's not the hot topic of every single Pro League game ever. Also, I don't know how Yamada killed the Nuke. Did he try and sneak in? Yeah, he just walked up the hallway.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nuke swung the mirror window, dies early on, you don't have a shield operator, and you don't have any real way to deal with the mirror windows besides the Twitch drone, because there's a bandit battery on it. So if Akuli cannot find either the bandit battery or the mirror window canister itself, I don't think you're breaking past these walls. This could be troublesome because it's so much pressure on a single operator gadget. If it fails, it's just like, what's your win condition? I don't quite know.
Yeah, I find it so doubtful that Twitch is going to be able to counter that mirror. I mean, I guess you can go downstairs, but Take is already aware of that. He's got lines of sight to contest below. Going downstairs without any operators that are good at vert, like, that's a risk in itself. Crest really have not brought the right ingredients to the table here, Pengu, and I don't have a lot of confidence in this round. I mean, even if this was a 5v5. Okay.
What? How does
I
that
would love to
happen?
know what
Making a road
happened.
save?
I would love to know what happened there. So they've reinforced over the wall, and for some reason Akasu, his team killed Take. I don't know why they reinforced over the wall to begin with as well. Like, this was quite an advantageous position for them to play. Now the Maverick can move on forward. One Dreadmine taken down by Chirpy as well.
Interesting. It does problem solve, I guess, for Crest. I mean, they get the quote-unquote kill. It's Bandit dead who's gonna penetrate that exact wall. It's a pathway in now for Crest. Still got time to work with. Laser spotted out. 1 C4 in pocket remaining still. Could be the defining factor, because if this plant is attempted, they have one way to shut it down. Who's is almost dead now, and they're gonna stop planting.
Yamada wins his fight. Vanish has snuck through. It's all up to Renzo in the 1v4. Yamada's likely going to get picked up. Yeah, they're going to res him. Oh, almost got the timing there. Going for the swing now is dangerous. There's one player. Akasu's down. Yamada to swing it with the shotgun. Wow, very, very strange round. But Enterforce get it. And with that, Pengu, they're just one round away from finding more points on the scoreboard.
They are. And this is where I start being... There you go, that's the Munchie. Alright, let's take it. Let's not even go away from it, because this has to happen. And he's gone. Okay. Alright, listen up, buddy. Listen up. You're an attack. You're playing Nook. You walk in, you die to a mirror that you know is there. Of course it's gonna be there. Okay? You gotta fix this. You gotta tighten up. You gotta redirect your approach, because Crest on the defense did not adapt to the problem at hand, the shield operator. Now they're playing on the attacking side. They're not using the shield operator. Let's say they don't want to use the shield operator. That's fine. That they gotta show us something else. They cannot just go for a super default, super normal Nighthaven lab takes right now, because fundamentally speaking, when it comes to teamwork, crossfires, flank, map cover, everything pretty much, Interforce did the better team. When this happens, you need that flair, that spice. You need a different angle to things. Either you have a pop-off performance individually and you get some crazy kills, or you go for your cheese pocket strats. It can be a blitz rush, like we saw from Interforce. It can be that stable Monty. It can be the Ying. Oh wait, you banned it yourself. It can be Deimos. Oh wait, Interforce banned it instead. You need to play the meta operators. You generally don't really have a choice here.
That was a weird angle from Lua to be holding. Oh, that's what happened.
He was gonna C4.
That's unfortunate. I
Who do
mean,
you blame there?
I was going to ask that exact question.
If I'm the bandit, I am yelling at my teammate. But if I'm the guy with the shotgun, I'm like, Bandit, where are you going? Like, the wall isn't open yet.
Yeah, we saw it from like the POV of the guy getting the kill, right? And
yeah,
if that was me, I'd be like, how can you blame me for that? I didn't know you were going to run in front of me. I'm looking at the sky. I never see you on my screen until you're dead.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and I mean, odds are, because Bandit was rotating over, he probably asked, hey, can someone shotgun it so I can C4? And then someone goes to shotgun it and he runs in. Yeah, you know, that's Bandit's fault. Oh, so that's that's Bandit's fault.
Yeah.
He messed up.
Oh man. I see only one way for this match to go from here, Pengu. I think that Enterforce have got this in the bag, and we get to see your homeboy Sylvia bring in that Scopos. A little Greek friend says Yasu. That's hello in Greek.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you say Yasu?
Yasu.
Yasu.
Oh, Kalimera.
Interesting.
Good morning.
Oh, okay. Is that it? Is that all you know? Like one word, 2 word?
I got a few more.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
I can say Skilaki,
You gotta...
which is dog. My dog was barking.
That's
so I had to lock her out of the room.
Oh, poor Sasha.
If Sylvia gets a free kill, he might say Efgaristo. Just thank you. This is just turning
Big
into
question for me.
Sorry.
I mean, I like it because I don't speak the language, and I'm not. I am
could just
no
be making it up, to be
speaker.
honest. Like, you wouldn't know, would you?
That's the thing. I wouldn't know. I say, oh, you're so impressive. You're so smart, Dev. And then it turns out that you're just like speaking gibberish, and I'm like an idiot.
I'm
but,
convinced that's what happened whenever you talk to the Blast production team in Danish. I'm convinced you're just speaking gibberish.
They think I'm one of them because I'm just like saying random words.
Yep.
It's been a very not much happened kind of round. We see the Sylvia slow
what?
post upstairs.
They're trying to bait.
Okay,
They want to bait
yeah.
Choppy into Sylvia into switching. But no, instead he just kills the dormant shell. Oh, there's a big entry kill. Oh, Cully, who by the way has been very quiet today. That's only his 3rd kill of the match. And as we talked about, in the VITE game, he was instrumental in the Crest comeback, 7 rounds in a row. Cully got 16 kills in that match. He's only found his 3rd here. Oh, nice shot there from Vanish to detonate the Vulcan canister. Keep Crest at bay.
Off it though. See these the player positions for Interforce are being very much limited. Great flank from Akusa, buys him so much map speed. And a second as well? How is this happening?
Oh, that's so
Shouldn't be.
devastating. And now Eclair is in an awkward
He's gonna
position.
keep going.
Yeah, Akasu is just looking for more now. Lua able to take down Sylvia, and Vanish is also down. Maybe there is a possibility here. However, Akasu comes
He's everywhere!
down for the flank. Finds another pick, all up to Renzo now. Akasu caught out as he tries to retreat. It's all up to Yamada, and they know exactly where he is as well. Rento uses his 2nd last flash to try and bait out a swing. 1 more flash to go. The red ping's coming out. He gets the flash successful, but he doesn't have the ability to swing in time. He's playing scared. Yamada's toying with him, going in with the pistol. Yamada gets him! Interforce have truly entered the conversation. Crest are looking in shambles. Interforce have got match point.
I love that round. I love everything about it. They try and use the Scopus. There's 2 ways to utilize it. Either you're gonna actively swap back and forth, roam, fall back, still up, whatever, or you hide that teleporter somewhere and just hope they don't find it and you go for a guaranteed flank. And that does not work. Lost the Lost Edition early on. But then the flank on the cargo stairs. Akusu just single-handedly carries the round. Finds these 2 picks, runs to verticality, shotguns the floor, stops the plant, runs to garage, drops the hatch, kills another guy, and then finally gets taken down. Yamada! I didn't think Yamada. Oh yeah, Yamada won the round, I guess, but like he didn't do all that much. Right? I was screaming, "Akasu, Akasu!"
Yeah, true. I mean, well, it was a 2-piece for Yamada, 3-piece for Akasu, right? So the two of them.
And I guess the final kill matters so much more, right? You get the round with that.
Very true. And he did find a C4 kill earlier. I can't remember if that was denied.
Oh, right.
I think it might have.
Right.
Yeah, just a great round.
I love that.
Overall from Interforce. Man, this is like a different team today.
Yes, and this is what bothers me a little bit about Japan, is that team will play X performance, then a week goes by, and now they're in a whole different, like, level of play. But, like, in a negative way or a positive.
Yeah.
Crest is, like, underperforming, and Interforce are overperforming based off previous week's record.
Yeah. Igzist have been the same, man. Like, Kinotrope have been the same.
Kinotrope, yeah.
Even technically CAG losing to VITE in their opening game, quite convincing.
Yeah.
I think the only team exempt from that rule seems to be Scarz. Maybe CAG, depending on how they go in playoffs, because of course they lost their playoffs match in the quarterfinals in stage 1 to Igzist in that BO3. If they can win it this time around, then maybe that changes the conversation. But all these other teams, Interforce, Crest, Father's Back, I mean, no one can be consistent. That's what we need. But a point on the standings is massive here for Interforce. It's their second point. The only other one that they got was in their match against Igzist after that delayed technical pause when they got the sub in. But now they have every opportunity to lock this in now. 4 match points.
It's a quiet start. Crest can surely feel the pressure because this is their final chance for to stay in this regulation. Lose one more round and it's over 7-2. They've slowed down. They're rotating over. Problem open that connector wall. They're almost afraid to take a gunfight right now, holding these very passive angles, expecting that over-aggressive cockiness from Interforce, which has worked out for them so well so far. But what if they don't swing this time? What if they hold their position? Second Toxic Babe actually goes out?
No!
Wait, there's a
What?
gap!
Nobody's watching IT! There's
What?
a bulletproof camera there as well. Nobody watching! And so Interforce picked apart. This is very, very awkward now for Sylvia. He's prone in the corner. Oh, he's taken down. That's embarrassing. Interforce found match point, but immediately Crest have a response 4 versus 1. Yamada, you got hyped up after your clutch last time. That was a 1v1. Now it's a 1v4.
believe. No C4. Maybe I don't believe anymore, actually. It is winnable. It always is.
There are Capcan traps.
Akoli and Lua, both on low HP. Capcan traps exactly. Gumain still lingering properly as well. 30 seconds. You would need Crest to go for the wrong plant spot and shut things down, but they're going for the window. That's a very safe approach. I think they got this one locked and loaded. All they gotta do is jump in and cover.
You've got the cover from the vert. You've got the cover horizontally, and they got a player going deep. That's well played from Crest. They were not going to take any chances to lose that one. Great crossfire as well. You can see the bullet trails from 2 different angles, taking down Yamada in that dying moment. Alright, Crest, you've shown that you can, in fact, attack, but only onto the tertiary site. We go back to the second floor command center servers. Enterforce should be able to lock this game down here.
I don't want to see Interforce lose their grit and lose their confidence because things are, everything's on the line essentially. They held their nerve this time, and I think it makes sense. Like, this wasn't the bomb site, they were holding upstairs, but they just had this massive blunder of no one watching the IT breach, and they just fall apart immediately because of it. I don't know if it was like a bad timing, or somebody said they were gonna do it and they didn't, but either way, I want to see them keep fighting for things. Don't just give things up entirely for free. They're bringing out a couple of flex operators now. The Ella being shown some gameplay. It's gonna bode out great if Munty's gonna be stuck here from Lua. But let's say that Munty is not gonna get picked. And Interforce are not expecting the Munty. I'm trying to think of what the Ella brings to the table. Because the only real reason for why you would play an Ella is if you want 2 deployable shields. One on Warden, one on Ella. Because otherwise, what other shield operator will you play? Like Tashanga, Echo, Thorn. So the Ella for the shield plus the mines for a bit of intel game, because you can't fit Melusi or Finway in the lineup, does make a fair bit of sense. Where do you put the second deployable shield? The first one always goes in towards Aqua. On the chassis on the side watching Catwalk Rafters. I think I see the vision now. They're gonna just try and, So one is top Aqua staircase to hold that. One is side to hold garage. It's basically a different way to hold Catwalk without a mirror window, but using the shield in that same kind of fashion.
Yeah, mirror is up, so I could have opted to go with that option. Often we see Azami's in that position on the bot, but of course Crest Bandy Azami. So Interforce get creative with their shield ops. I really do hope we get to see Ella get to use her gadget to actually help counter this Monty. Wow, this is quite an ambitious trek. 3 players downstairs. The C4 goes out. Is there going to be information for Take to detonate that?
That's for the plant spot, I think. That's way too early to be prepped. Unless he wants to prep it now, run back upstairs and play it 5v5, bait them into a plant spot. Because, I mean, the read is right. Crest, they are going for this meeting, jungle-oriented execute. With the Munty, there's so much quicker as well. Maverick burns open those walls. C4 goes out. Okay, I was wrong. It wasn't default plant spot, actually. It was on the breach itself. And it takes down the Maverick.
That's genius,
actually. It did get some torch damage done, so I think they might have gotten the better batteries.
Still, though, I think that the whole play there was, as soon as the player on site hears that the Maverick torch starts activating, you know that that Maverick is dead to right, so you detonate that C4. That's actually really smart. I can't believe we don't see more of that. But you are right, he did get to torch enough of it that it does enable the battery to be shot and the Selma to go on. Almost a peek there from Choppy. He almost has a chance to find a pick back, but nothing yet. 1 minute to play.
This is the 2 bars going to be annoying. It's going to stall so much unnecessary time. Munty can't do anything until that breach gets opened up because you need that crossfire to be established.
C4 above him.
Oh, that's smart. Okay, can stall things out as well. No EMPs would do anything about it, I guess. Actually, there is some Grim, but they got a kill. They're going for it so quickly.
The EMP came out as well. Oh, this is a beautiful execute here from Crest. But Interforce have found their fair share of picks as well. Take now back on site. All these 3 players getting a little bit claustrophobic now. Where's the plant denial? No opportunity for it for Interforce. They're getting locked out here. Crests are managing to cover to perfection. Beautiful work from Arkuli on the Flores, covering exactly what his team needed. Vanish finds 1. 2 more to find. And this Monty is going to be so difficult. The Monty can simply unshield. Eclair is also down below to look for the vert on that disable. I mean, there's just no way that Vanish can possibly win this. A player down below, prepping more lines of sight and avenues. The Monty doesn't even have to peek it. Unshielding. They're going to stick it. They need to peek him together, and they do. Perfectly played from Crest. Another round on the board, and continuing the trek towards OT.
The only thing I wanted to see there from Interforce is actually they should rotate their shields around. They saw it was a very linear take. To be fair for Crest, they went out of nowhere. They said 3, 2, 1, let's full send it when those 2 hours stopped working. They didn't hesitate to waste any more time. But I do feel like Interforce, when they're 2 hours in the wall, they're buying themselves like 20, 30 or so seconds of stalling. And at that point, you're going to take the shields from top Aqua, you're going to take in the shield that was on the chassis watching Garage, and you're going to repurpose them elsewhere to assist the bomb site. It was great that they got the Maverick taken down, but then they didn't have any way to stop the Selma charges and nowhere to stop the Muncie. They had secondary EMPs on the Grim, and you called it out. They EMP'd above the doorway to disable that C4, and Bandit just died out of nowhere because he thought he was safe. Interforce now can start feeling that pressure because things are kind of slipping away. And the Muncie, yeah, guess what? You start playing the meta operators, you start walking in with the shield operator, and things go a lot easier and a lot quicker than when you're playing Nuke instead.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, definitely a much better read from Crest that run.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I don't know, is it realistically possible for this comeback to happen? Is this just going to be an attacker-sided Nighthaven, perhaps? I thought maybe that was going to be the case, but Interforce locked in their first 2 defenses in a row. Well, that's very strange. Mirror aggressive, already taken down. Winter's going to prep for breaches on site. Does give a lot of options for Crest here. Interforce need to find some of the form that they had in these first 2 rounds. This is only the second time this half we're seeing this basement bomb site. They won it last time around thanks to Yamada's 1v1. Certainly not something you can rely upon. However, Sylvia's already found an opening pick. Lua has flashes. This is perfect. Oh no! So well played from Sylvia. As soon as the flash is thrown, he peeks before the flash detonates. Lua's going to be tilted at that one.
There are just these moments that have been happening. When Interforce individually, they step up and they steal rounds, and they steal moments where they shouldn't be winning and turn it into their own. And this is going to be Crest on the back end now. No Muncie, no power intel operators. No way to plan on site. I mean, you don't even have smoke grenades on Thermite, you have flashbangs. You're gonna have to hit some disgusting shots right now, or rely on Interforce making a massive mistake in this one. Self-destruction caught the first castle, deep up the second. Yes, there it goes, follows through as well. Surely you don't just go for a plan attempt here. You're 5v3, only 2 guns in cover, hatch popped above you. Oh god, Eclair, you gotta go massive here, my friend. You can't just go for a plant.
Yeah, he's gonna have to fake it, bait out some peeks. Find the kills. There's info for Interforce if anyone was to be on the camera, but there's no one on it at the moment. He takes it down. Getting through sight. Oh, it slips through the crack. Does vanish and find 2 picks. All up to Arcully to try and save the game for Crest. Interforce have certainly entered the scene now. A massive 3-point win for the underdogs. Our second underdog victory of the night. There is no question. We said Crest needed a convincing win to progress their campaign, but instead it was a convincing victory for Interforce, their first win in the Japan League of Stage 2.
Very convincing, amazing on the attacking side, a little bit shaky on defense, but also Crest really fighting it back and doing their absolute best on that portion of their side swap. But I will say, good teams taking quote-unquote worst teams to Nighthaven Labs with 0 intel on them. 0% success rate as of today, 2 times in a row. If anybody else wants to try, feel free and try and break this curse.
Well, a big victory there for Interforce. In fact, Nick, their first win in Japan League this year. They went winless in Stage 1. They have finally broken their losing streak. They're well and truly into the game now, but we'll break it down after the break.
seems that the friendship with Oregon has ended, and good things go to die on Nighthaven Labs is now our new best friend, is what we're seeing here today. I mean, you mentioned it, Pengu, it's happened twice. It's 0% success rate of taking an underdog team where you have no information on them to Nighthaven Labs, and they both lost the game.
I didn't see this one coming, I'll be honest. One thing is that they have this intel on them, it's a new map, whatever, but it's not just about the strategical elements or the operators that are being played, it's about the individual performances and decision-making from Interforce specifically. They didn't look at the same team that we've seen from them in any of the previous playdays, and that can't just be Nighthaven Labs, but somehow, some way today, that just happened to be the case twice in a row, and it makes it incredibly funny, but also so frustrating for their opponents, of course.
Absolutely, I would totally agree, especially with the statement Interforce just looked like a completely different team. Interforce, honestly, in some of these matches that they've played so far, haven't looked like a team. They haven't looked like they've had a unified vision, a mission. And I feel like we really saw that today. And on top of that, we saw individuals stepping up hugely. Akasu and Sylvia in particular, both of those players having a lot of big multi-kill rounds, but even Yamada getting a huge clutch moment and an impactful 2K. Yeah, so many moments in this game that I just looked at these Interforce players. I'm like, is this the same player that I have seen in previous days? Even like Vanish, for example, had his fair share of moments as well. Overall, I'm very impressed by Interforce. I'm really glad because it kind of today has said to us, okay, we actually do have 8 competitive teams in Japan League. You know, in stage 1, it was kind of 7 we had, and now maybe that conversation has changed to include Interforce, who didn't even make it into the last chance qualifiers in stage 1. They bailed out early in the qualifier playoffs. Yeah, now looking at where they've come to, it's pretty incredible. And Crest, just disappointment. That's all we have for them at the moment.
It's nice to see the region be competitive as a whole, though, and yeah, on the side of Interforce, their player performance is quite balanced, as you can see here for the stats as well. On the attack, making great use of the Monty. You said they were working together. There's teamwork that we're seeing all of a sudden from these players here. I think a bit of miscommunication issues on their defense, with some good takes that we saw being brought out from Crest, but overall, it just wasn't enough for Crest to take out the 3 points here today, and I think they really needed those regardless, if they want to solidify the position in that top 6, but once again, for Interforce, they knew this was do or die. They keep themselves in the race of still making it to the top 6. It will be difficult, especially with the teams that they still have to go up against. Those teams being above them, with VITE, for example, being one of them. But they keep themselves in the race. That's the most important thing. They keep that motivation.
I'm actually very curious, because I don't know this, who the MVP will be, because I have some thoughts about that when we get there, okay? And James, I'm sure you do as well, but I said Sylvia was like my guy to watch out for. You said Akusu. And both of these two players are number 1 and 2 on the scoreboard, but there's also a third name that has to be taken into consideration for the MVP title. Yamada on the Monty. He single-handedly did so much work on the attack and side, plus the 1 clutch in defense to literally win a full-on round in that 2v4 or 3v5 situation. I don't know who should get it. I'm actually very torn because they all stepped up massively in each of their own ways, and they all, committed for the greater good of the team.
You could give it to everyone if you wanted to. I mean, I can argue with you indeed. Sylvia really being at the right place, right time quite often. Akusa really putting the numbers on the board. But let's have a drum roll and see who our MVP is. It was awarded to Akusu.
That's an take from production.
Oh, really? You're gonna say that?
Wow.
I actually want to join you in this whole Yamada hype train. He also got a 3K on Mira in the first round of their defense. On attack, he was great on that Monty. And Blitz as well, the one round he played Blitz. That worked really well for them as well. Yeah, I'm a big Yamada stan now, I'm convinced. Also, I just love that moment when he clutched that 1v1 and the whole team is yelling, Yamada!
Yamada!
Amazing. Loved it.
Yeah, I don't understand much Japanese, but that's definitely something I could understand, and I love the vibes coming from it as well. I think one thing that really matters here is the consistency as well, showing that the cost is on the higher side, the entry is there, high risk, high reward, but being successful for Rukusu. So a well-deserved MVP, even though we could all determine that there could be multiple players on the side here for Interforce that deserve that MVP. Now, we've had 2 games where the underdog has shown victorious, and we have another game coming up where there could be a potential underdog. I think we all predicted Scarz to be successful against VITE, the number 1 and number 2 from last stage. It's going to be a very exciting match, I think, especially given that today has shown the underdog can definitely step up and take the victory here. So after the break, we'll find out if it's Scarz or VITE taking the last victory of the day.
boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Boss like communist.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Welcome back to Japan League for the final game of the day, and we're looking at the beautiful skyline of Japan as we're getting ready for our final game, and we hyped this one up going into it because these two teams were the number 1 and number 2 in last stage. Now Scarz is doing very well. They've already locked in that top 6, could still go for the top 2, but VITE is all but safe. They still have everything to play for this time around.
Yeah, and it feels like this is also a bit of a question of can anybody get points away from Scarz? Because we had the same story last Playday, actually it was a few Playdays ago now, is Kinotrope able to hold a candle to Scarz? And the answer was decisively no. And we still haven't seen them truly tested. So this, I think, is going to be a real, I don't know, I guess a proving moment for Scarz, because there's every chance that with their way they're playing at the moment, they could go flawless in the round-robin phase.
Yeah, I think they should. I think that's the expectations that we have often. Like, they've been playing that well and that consistently. Like, CAG Scarz, like the match where I'm thinking, okay, that's where they might lose or go overtime, but I feel like every other matchup, they should just win out 7-4 at the worst case scenario, and they've been following that trend so far.
They still have some teams left, though, that they gotta play against. Igzist and CAG, not the easiest teams, I guess, to go up if you're Scarz. Those could throw a spanner in the works for them to go flawless, but this team obviously has that experience playing internationally as well. We know these players, we've seen them on that international stage. They performed, I mean, Washer, for example, stood out massively last week in their games. They had a solid game versus Interforce. Kind of what you expect, I would assume, as well. But yeah, prior to today, they were the only team confirmed top 6. Is kind of what we expect from them.
Yeah, I think everyone expects these guys to be number 1. I think, if anything, it was an upset in stage 1 that VITE managed to beat Scarz, and also Scarz lost to Igzist. But those were both relatively early on in the piece, and I think that Scarz have had plenty of chances to warm up. You know, they took down Kinotrope, as I said already. They've had relatively easy games aside of that, though, in terms of who Scarz have faced so far. 7-1 over Farthest Back, 7-2 over Crest, 7-2 over Interforce. Probably looking like the bottom 3 teams in the league at the moment, and certainly were in the previous stage. So hopefully the fact that Scarz have had a chance to warm into it means that they can bring their full form here against VITE.
No doubt about it. I think the only real problem that Scarz might face is, like, if they go to Lair. It's such an untested map in Japan where you might think that you were, you know, 50% good, and that's actually good enough for you to play against a weaker team if it was Clubhouse. But being 50% good on Lair, a map that's not been figured out, you could easily lose that to, for example, VITE, because they might have figured out a little bit more than you have in the off-season. So I think as long as Scarz keeps the maps relatively safe, I just don't see it happening.
Hey, I mean, I hope if Scarz watched these previous 2 games, I think they learned their lesson and they're not going to take VITE to a map that we haven't seen from VITE yet, because we know how that happened and went down earlier today, so I don't think that's to be expected. But for the side of VITE, they're currently 4th in their group stage. They were 2nd last stage, like we mentioned. They actually took down Scarz as well in one of their games, and one thing that we need to talk about, though, is last week, what happened to their 5-0 lead? What went wrong?
Everything, man. Everything went so wrong for VITE last week against Crest on Skyscraper. Yeah, you would have thought that's an unlosable 5-0 lead, but yeah, they got reverse swept, and that's definitely like the first. Actually, oh no, I'm actually going to say it's probably the second big red warning sign that we've seen about this team this stage. In stage 1, these guys were amazing. They only dropped games to Igzist and Kinotrope, and here in stage 2, they've already dropped games to Igzist and Crest. They still are yet to play Scarz, of course, even though they did beat CAG. They're yet to play Kinotrope as well. I think VITE, yeah, I mean, they've got quite an arduous way forward from here, and not winning in today is certainly going to put a real stint in their chances of making it into the top 2.
I don't even know what their game plan should be going today, honestly. Whether it's like trying to keep them on the open, or playing shields, or trying to play aggressive or passive. So far, Scarz has not shown any clear weakness where, okay, if teams can get really good at this particular area of the game, they can take us down, they can make us bleed. No, they've been solid all the way through. So I think VITE, if anything, I want to see confidence from them. I want to see them actually play a map and a playstyle and a strat where they feel comfortable, because they have to be super sharp in like individual gunfights at a moment's notice, because Scarz, they love taking those fights and they have so much precision in their accuracy when it comes to that gunfights. They will just win out on engagements and make it 5 versus 4, 5 versus 3, and then you feel like you're just getting locked out the round before you even get like a real foothold into the building.
If I'm listening to this, and also like you guys' desk from last week, one thing I did notice that VITE is very comfortable with is playing that clash. That could be a very big win factor for them to have that extra force on the defensive half. Not necessarily a big gun in regards to putting up gunfights, but definitely something that helped them in towards winning out rounds. But then again, Scarz, it's literally one operator ban away as well.
Yeah. That's actually a really good point. And Mango, I know we talked so much about Duo. He's funnily enough the 8th worst player in the league. Statistically, like in terms of, kills and rating and stuff, but Clash is his most played defender.
Yep, and we've been praising him. I especially have been praising him. He finds so much value time and time again, and it's not just him playing the Clash, because like we said, his numbers aren't great, right? 21 to 31. That's overall. There we go. That's the Clash. But it's how he enables his teammates and how well his teammates like to also play around the Clash. Everyone starts getting this like, shine in their eye, going, oh, we can do stuff with this. And they start making these proactive plays together. When the Clash isn't in play, they play a lot more further back. They don't really do a whole lot, like proactively speaking, and teams just execute against them. But as Anne said, if Scarz, they read into this and they ban the Clash or play a map where the Clash isn't as effective, what are they going to do? What's their plan B? That's what I want to see from them.
A good team has to always have a plan B if you want to face off against these good opponents here. I think it's good that we're showing some love to our supportive players. We're always talking about the players that are spearheads, the entries, the ones that will be shining throughout the games. But these players, the fundamentals of the teams are so important as well. And if I'm looking at Tayo, I think this might even be a battle of the shield side. This awkward like Monty Clash stare down is something that we might expect going into this best of one.
Yeah, Tayo is a very good, very, very good support player as well. And it's part of the reason why Scarz is so strong. Tayo, not only really great at his role, but every single player on this Scarz roster is fully capable of fragging out like crazy. And especially because they do have this 2-star players we always talk about, Nina and Rek. But I honestly almost want to put Washoy into that conversation as well. Washoy is actually the 5th best player in the league right now, 2nd best on his team, only behind Nina. And he's been so good at playing these. I don't actually know the word for it, but like, what would you describe, Peggy? The guy who's always like playing Bark and going below or doing something that like is separate to the rest of the team, but is so pivotal and impactful, because that's Washoy. He's always doing that and he does it so well.
It's a funny thing because I feel like we don't have as many coined terms as we do in other games, right? Because we just say, that's a flex player. That's like the roam hunter or the guy doing his own thing. But I like to use the term 4+1. And it's a really bad term, but 4+1 means you have a group of 4 people working together for the same objective, and your +1 is this guy on his own doing something else, and surely it plays into the bigger picture, but he's very much acting as an individual unit.
The Wanderer. The one who goes off solo and lets his team
down.
Wanderer! That's the role! Alright, and you coined it. That is the role right there. The Wanderer. I love that.
Well, it's good to have that. I mean, if your team can really put pressure on one part of the map, and that one person just works himself in and drones himself and creates that kind of space for himself. We've seen so many players on that international level, but not just in this region, but other regions as well, really be successful in that role, because it's always that worry as the defenders, hey, we're working with this forces coming towards us, but we gotta worry about our back as well, for example, all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's, yeah. You go, James, sorry?
I was just going to say, well, we're having a look here at as you can see, we've got the game in about 6 minutes, so we can go kind of podcasty, I guess, but we've got this graphic to talk about VITE a little bit, and something that we haven't actually talked a lot about today. We've talked plenty about it in previous weeks, but if you've just learning about VITE now, yeah, 2 pretty significant roster changes in this stage. They had Akasu previously, who of course now plays for Enterforce and has been doing quite good things with them. Akasu was the best player on VITE in stage 1, statistically speaking. And now losing that player, it turns out they've actually found Toa-sung has really stepped in terms of firepower. Toa-sung, highest rated player on the team, 13th best in the league. Funnily enough, directly behind Akasu, ironically. But a chance, of course, for Toa-sung to pump his stats up like Akasu did earlier today. But yeah, I mean, really solid roster. Mira, a player that I personally hadn't heard of before as well. Not the best performance, not the worst. But yeah, I feel like this team is still figuring out what their identity is post-roster changes.
It makes sense. If you're gonna make big changes, you're gonna have to go through that really awkward process of, hey, what do you guys envision? This is what we did before. And let's say that you don't have like a really strong leadership figure. It can be very hard for someone to take control and say, okay, everyone's saying what they want to do, but no one is saying that this is what we're going to be doing. You know, when you say, guys, what do you want to do? And either you get, I don't know, I don't care. You can't really work with that. You need somebody to go, we need to do this, because 5 people following a bad plan is better than 5 people not having a plan at all. So yes, this stage for them is figuring it out. I'm very curious for where they will do like in the future, next year, for example, in the qualifiers and whatnot, if they don't make it all that far in playoffs. But I think there is potential here. They just need time to like work things out.
And it's nice to see that despite us having a game that's several years old, we still have that new blood coming into many different regions that we're seeing here. It's happened in Korea, for example, as well. It's happened in other regions where these tier 2 players are now finally getting their call up to the main stage, to the big stage. But it's a big difference, though, from VITE to Scarz. Scarz having not made any changes going into this stage. Their newest addition going all the way back from March, which was Nina. And Nina, I believe, is also the #1 performer on the side of Scarz so far.
Yeah, and in the whole league, actually, Nina is just like the best player in Japan right now. Nina is absolutely insane. It's funny, like I was saying before, Washui has kind of outshone Rek a little bit. Rek was the star player that joined Scarz at the start of last year and really put this team on the map. And they realized, hey, when we picked up a star frag, we just got better. Why don't we just do that again and pick up Nina? And it's been insane. Yeah, such a good team this is. I also want to shout out Fishlike. Like, he's a player, him and Tayo both play far more backline positions and often don't get a lot of credit, but they can be so impactful. And it's something that I think sets Scarz apart from the rest of the league, is everything they do is so thought out, so planned, and they have the patience to make sure they get every single detail just right.
That's their ideal scenario, right? But we all know that when things don't go according to plan, or they see a very small opening somewhere, they also have zero hesitation to go off that perfect plan and just follow through and believe in themselves and also find those kills, because their entry stats we saw earlier are ridiculous. Like, they're like, what, plus 17 or plus 15 overall? They play so many rounds with a 1 or 2 man advantage within the first like 60 seconds, and that's absurd.
Let's have a look at our map as well. I feel like our podcast is going pretty good so far. A nice little discussion about these two teams and what has changed for them going into this stage. Obviously, we got to look at their previous clashes as well. A very close game that these two had in the last stage. And you guys mentioned it, VITE being able to beat Scarz in that first stage. They're obviously looking to replicate that. That would be very good for themselves to secure that top 6. But it's a very tough hill that is ahead of themselves here. And Cafe could potentially be a map that is selected again for today's matchup. Lair, once again, being banned out. At least for you two, we're not going back to labs. So they're not taking any risks of taking an underdog team to labs here today.
The first ban, they said we don't want any of that smoke.
Honestly, that's a huge dub from Scarz. Thank you, guys. Look, I love labs, but I'm sick of it now. I've seen it twice.
Wow.
I don't need to see more labs. A little bit disappointed to see no Bangkok Club, some of my other favorite maps. But yeah, we are going to keep going through it. What's still in? Consulate's in.
Have a Chalet Border.
There we go. Chalet Border.
Ooh.
Man, okay. So I have Border down as Scarz's favorite map. Now, obviously, it depends on how you calculate that. I just do a really rudimentary times that it's been banned against them minus times that they have banned it. So, you know, the least that they have banned it, the higher priority it is for them. And I've got them undefeated on it this in the last 6 months as well. 3 wins, including that 7-1 to Father's Back just 2 weeks ago. So, yeah, Scarz, I think they should be in the hot seat here for this map.
If we, like, what we've been saying, like, Clash is a great operator for VITE, but Border is not a great Clash map. Scarz are great on their entries, they're good on gap finding, and they're good at executing. Border just favors Scarz infinitely more. I mean, than any other team in Japan, probably, but especially against, I think, VITE's playstyle. VITE came out swinging the first playdown bang against CAG, that was all utility. Border plays nothing like that, so they gotta cook something up completely different to have like a fair shot here against Scarz.
Okay, but I like this. I mean, it seems like Scarz are playing their cards right here in this matchup with many things going in their favor. And then on the side of VITE, I mean, they've already seen what Scarz can do on this map. They probably have seen that footage against Father's Back, who was unfortunately on the 1-7 loss against Scarz on this map. Hopefully they find some gaps for themselves as well, where they can infiltrate Scarz and get rid of some of their strength points that we've seen on Border in that specific matchup. So Clash maybe not being all too much of the conversation on towards here, but I think we should be ready to start into our game very soon. I believe our players should almost be ready. It seems like that, as we will be looking at the footage of Border here. Our final game of today is supposed to be a close one. We hope and we pray. The number 1 and number 2 from last stage going up against each other. What gaps can VITE find, or have Scarz played their games right, their cards right? We'll find out on Border.
Thank you very much, and yeah, time to dig into this. This could be the game of the day, Pengu, or it could be a bit of a peter out. It's funny how in the Japan League we can never really quite predict it. I'm seeing a lot of games this stage. I mean, I casted Elevate versus Bleed, the top 2 teams in the Asia League yesterday. Yeah, it was a 7-0 in favor of Bleed. Like, that was meant to be a good match. That was meant to be competitive. I really have high expectations out of this game. Gut feeling tells me Scarz is still going to win it, and it's probably going to be in regulation, but I want to see VITE really come into this with a big fight.
The multi-ban off the rip there from VITE as well, despite starting on the attacking side. Now, Border is historically very attacker-sided, but it doesn't mean that defenders, they can't fight back. It just simply means that the way that the average round plays out, your win conditions, your different ways to approach the map, will favor one side or the other. The clash bang that we spoke about. Oh,
look at them laughing. Look at Duo and Tosong and Jin having a real laugh about that one, man. Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad.
It's actually a really... Sorry, you go?
I was going to say, I'm so glad you highlighted Duo. Like, he's been so good on that operator.
And I also feel the reason for smiling is, like, it's a very big praise, right? Like, this is respect, not fear. This is Scarz, the best team in Japan, saying, you know what, we recognize your strengths as a Clash player and as a team and how well you can utilize that operator. We don't want any of that. And if you're Duo, if you're VITE, you're not known as like the international world beaters and you make every major from Japan, all these things. No, like, this is a pretty big honor.
Yeah.
Now the issue is, in a perfect world, you ban the Clash and then you abuse something else, right? Like, you're Hungry back in the day in Europe. You had ban the Monty, he plays Ying. He's the best Ying and Monty player in the world, basically. You ban the Ying, you get the Monty. There's no winning. With Duo, with VITE, you ban the Clash, and then that's it. I haven't seen, at least, like a different kind of operator that can be abused on the defending side from them, from Duo at least. So, again, when the side swap comes through, I want to see what their approach is going to be. If it's going to change from the norm, or if they're going to bring out like some sort of different funky operator. Because Clash is a funky operator, but she's very unique in what she does.
And the classic thing, at least what it used to be like, and we've had a few nerfs recently to the defensive side, but it used to be that we had like a couple of really big hitting operators, and if you decide to stray from the norm and ban something like a Clash, then you're leaving another really power-hungry operator in there. And the main one that comes to mind for me, especially one that Duo might play, would be Mira. Like, Mira used to be the queen of Border, but the nerfs that came through allowing you to smash the glass by punching it or using Ashe or Kali or Zero to smash that glass has really changed how, I guess, possible it is to really get your maximum value out of that Mira on this map. As a result, I feel like we probably are less likely to see it.
You're spot on. That's exactly it. It's... It's been a bit of a tough time to be a Mira main, because there was a time where you could control every bomb site, every roam game, at least in 2 separate areas of the map, and now half the time you play the Mira, and it's like, oh guys, they shattered the Mira window, they shot the canister, now there's a hole in the reinforcement, what do we do? And that's where Asami comes into play, right? You can keep it off those angles, but Red just jumps out the window, he finds 2, and against Scarz, they will just find a gap or create one.
That is so classic from Rek. And no trade as well from VITE to try and get revenge onto Rek. We talked about him being the quiet one on the lineup recently compared to his expectation, and he must have taken that personally. Fish-like as well on the Azami. Good swing. Rex found a 3k Fish-like to make it a full house there for Scarz. VITE never even had a chance to start their plan. Scarz played spoils before the round had begun.
I was talking earlier about how this map is so attacker-sided, and that doesn't mean defenders don't have many ways to play the game. And I didn't actually get to finish my point because I got sidetracked by, I think it was a Clash ban. But either way, the one way defenders they have like an equal ground is actually just by being aggressive and taking gunfights and winning them. And it sounds really simple, and it's really not, because most of the gunfights you will be taking on defense will be in unfavorable positions, because you don't have ACOGs and that many defending operators that are currently in the meta. In that round we just saw from Scarz, in fact they had 0 ACOG scopes. So you basically have to take long gunfights with holoscopes, often against ACOGs, and they're holding your angle. But if you can't come out victorious in those gunfights, you will just destroy the attackers. And Scarz, I think when Rek jumped out, James, getting that 2k, that is basically round over already. But the fact that they did it flawlessly just goes to show how much better they are in those individual fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Rek actually did have the ACOG on the Frost.
Oh, okay, sorry, I guess the Frost has the ACOG.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah. I happened to see it in the replay there. It's funny though, because they keep giving and then taking all the scopes
she's
so many
lost
operators.
and gained it a few times.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I need to remind everyone, Goyo still has it for some reason, by the way.
Oh yeah, you always talk about that.
Because
like,
I'm such a Goyo ACOG crutch. Like, I love it so much.
Oh,
but
you
every
play
time
it? I thought you hated it.
No, I play it. I love it. I just know how broken it is. And every time I play it, I'm just like, oh, I feel dirty for using this, but it's just so fun.
I'm always a firm believer that the way you balance operators that have the same weapon but different gadgets, so like Pulse Castle, Rook Dog, Mira, Goyo, is that you give the weaker gadget the stronger weapon, aka a better scope. So if Jaeger's gadget is worse than Wamai, which I'll definitely argue that it is, he should have the ACOG, not Wamai. Wamai had the ACOG until very recently. He just lost it, I think, 2 patches ago. And the same for Goyo, right? Mira is worse than Goyo, I would argue, since the Mira nerf that you mentioned earlier. Why does Mira not have the ACOG, but Goyo does? Who's the stronger gadget? Argue.
Yeah. I don't know why they got rid of the... Because Mira used to have 1.5.
Yeah.
And yeah, I reckon give Mira back that ACOG. Especially because she's a 1-speed. Like, it makes a lot more sense on defense for the 1-speed operators to have the ACOGs, because they're more angle fighters, like your Rooks and Docks.
Your Rooks and Docks.
Yeah. The
original
two
turret
French bros.
defense.
Yeah, yeah. But here we go. For some reason, Smoke still... Oh, sorry, Smoke. Frost still has it, and Rek, as we just saw, is still running it. Half the round done, Pengu, and actually very little contest so far from VITE. It looks like they're trying to set up for something explosive, but they haven't really got many boots in the building. And Rek peeks and finds Jin. And it looked like there was an intention for something, but now they have to pivot.
Yeah, they were setting up, but getting shut down so confident in the first jump, and that, hey, we can just walk in the building. They try again, Rek is there, he stops them. I mean, Rek is a goddamn sentry turret, man! He's killing everybody!
He's a roaming sentry turret. He gets another one, bro. This guy is unreal. Fish-like steals one as well. I mean, Rek is having the time of his life with that ACOG on the Frosts. Just running amok, running around the whole map, peeking everybody and just taking names. Easy first 2 rounds here for Scarz. Again, VITE just completely shut out by this aggression.
I mean, it's almost too easy at this point. I mean, I know we're only 2 rounds in, but the way in which Scarz they have won, it's them taking full control. I don't blame VITE for being slow in that second one. They were setting up, they had the blitz, they had one go basically. But Rek is pre-firing corners, just destroying people before they even swing around the corner. It's so frustrating to be VITE right now. I've been here too many times myself, where you have a plan. Yo, you go there, hold that angle, drone this room, I'm gonna walk in, reach that wall, plant. It all makes sense in your head, and it's a really good plan. The first guy steps out of the spawn, gets spawn beat, basically. You breach that wall, open up, there's a guy swinging aggressively, you die as well. Then you play 3v5 and you go, okay, we need to start fishing and get some kills. Oh, okay, we're all dead. It just, you never get to play the round, James. You don't. Like, you have a plan, you have a desire, and that's it. That's the end.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah. I'm starting to get a little bit worried here for VITE, right? Like, I just think... I know, I feel like there's an element that's getting into their heads, like, oh, guys, we're playing Scarz. Okay. Oh, no, Rek's just running around killing us. Oh, no, like, it's the last thing you want right now. Like, if VITE could hide the names of the players on the other team, if they didn't know that they were playing Scarz, maybe they would actually perform better.
I could totally see that being the case. But that's the thing, it's a mental warfare. The reason why being, like, overly aggressive in any game really works is because if they can't shut you down, not only are you gonna be, you know, struggling attacking against it, but also you're tilting because you're losing to stupid stuff. Like, who does Rek think he is? He doesn't own us, but, you know, he kind of does in the server. He just runs around like he doesn't care. He doesn't respect us enough. So they gotta shut him down. They gotta start asserting some of that map presence. And it's also why I think VITE banning out the Monty was a massive risk, because they start on the attacking side. Monty's the #1, like, superstar shutdowner. Because you can't shoot the Monty in the face. You gotta vertically C4, use certain operators, gadgets, etc., or establish crossfires. It would basically stop Rek from playing solo and force him to play more passive and far back.
So I actually learned recently that this bomb site here, Events Workshop, is actually statistically better than Teller's Archives. And there's an opening pick for Fish. Like, yeah, I mean, it does surprise me. I thought that the way that you can control this site from outside, largely, I thought would have made it much more difficult to defend. But the numbers don't lie. And Scarz, especially at the moment, in their 2-0 lead with the opening pick, are looking very comfortable here. Rek's quite brave being advanced in that position. Looks like there will be some pressure from elsewhere. Rek just activates his classes. Constantly worried that there might be a player. Oh, here comes a good swing. That's well played from Jin. That vert does work both ways. An aggressive play. Nina does win his fight thanks to that mirror window. And another one. Oh, here we go. You kill Rek. Don't worry, we still got Nina. Best player in the league. Best player in the region. Smiling Cat, bit awkward. Oh, he might actually win this fight. Fish is only 2 HP. Really does need to win that fight. There you go. Nice wall bang from him. 2 versus 3 is winnable. But guess who's still alive? It's Nina.
Opposite control as well. They got the vert. These 2 smoke grenades, the only saving grace for a plan attempt, and they're gonna dissipate before the plan can go down. They're gonna push deep instead and go into blue. Interesting.
This is a very curious way to play it. Oh no, the castle barricade is going to slow them down. However, Smiling Cat's still got plenty of Roteros left.
It's also castled
Another opportunity. Yeah, okay, this is really frustrating now for the attack. They were hoping to sneak in, and they can't because of that castle. Now there's a player above on the vert, that's Nina, and a player on site. Tayu goes down, but 2 players above on the vert. Nina does confirm the final kill. And another round locked in for Scarz. Another round that looked so convincing.
But you said the best. You take down Rek, you got Nina. You take down him, you got Tayu. You take him, you got Washoy. You take him, you have Fishlike. It doesn't matter who you kill unless you take down all 5, or you build yourself a significant lead where you can trade your bodies 1 for 1. Right? Let's say that VITE find 2 picks. They're playing 5 versus 3. Now they can take 1 player, sacrifice him if it means killing someone else on Scarz. Because they have the advantage already, they can trade even. That's okay. Or you gotta start playing those powerful operators like the Grim, the Ying, the Glass, etc. as long as you can deal with the Warden. In that previous round, they used the Candelas upstairs on Archive's balcony to bait out the Warden, but he had the correct read. He just lost a gunfight vertically on the ventilation window. If Warden had not lost that gunfight, that round would play out very differently. But thankfully for Nina, he just stepped up instead. So VITE are fighting a lot of different problems right now, and they have to come out victorious in almost like every single one of them to even have a chance.
Even little things like this, just first swing. Toa sung, more like Toa swung, am I right?
Okay.
I appreciate the sympathy laugh there, man.
I was thinking earlier in the pregame, I was like, because you're talking about Washoy and how, like what kind of player he was, and I was like, if he plays bad today, I'm gonna call him Washed Shoy.
Oh, damn.
So I was like, Washoy, and you know, you got your name and stuff. We're all thinking about it.
I like that, I like that. Look at us. Playing with words. How cute.
Okay. Nutman just drops a skull emoji in the chat. That's actually disrespectful.
Our producer does not appreciate our humor.
He's like, this is the last game of the day. It's a 3-0. These guys are losing their mind. Please someone help them.
Oh, we can start that podcast up again if he's not careful. Oh, wow. Barbed wire outside the window.
I like it.
I've seen barbed wire, like, at the run-out spot. Like, immediately there. But I've never seen it at the window.
I assume the window is so they can sneak up close, but if you're on the rappel, you can shoot through the window anyway, like you see it right here. So it feels a bit like a pointless barbed wire, but I'm sure there's a plan in motion or a thought behind it. Maybe for a sneak up if they had a nuke or something like that weird, so the camera can't see if they had a bulletproof, for example. Either way, we're seeing those power operators come out. And this is a good sign from VITE. The Grim, Ying, Amru can set up a very aggressive plant attempt. The only issue is Nina and Warden. If you find Nina, either take him out of the equation by killing him, or you simply plant on the opposite bomb side where he's playing. A plant is very likely here. But then we need Jin and Tozan to really show up. Jin starts it off, he gets the opening, that's a good start.
Yeah, but guess who's here waiting in archives? Hasn't been drone. Smiling Cat's about to lose his life. That's embarrassing.
No.
Never checked for that position, and guess what? It's the Warden as well. Rek also able to finish off that play. Here comes a nade. Oh, they know where the diffuser is, and Nina is brave enough to just run outside. He can actually make a rotate here as well. Toasung in a 1v3 that swiftly becomes a 1v2. Okay, mate. How's he going to handle this one? He's got to get that diffuser back. And so he does. Should have some info on Nina. He would have seen that he ran out and rotated. Actually giving him the sight. Oh, he spots Nina. Almost loses his life, but almost gets the kill as well. Now Scarz can fully flip that switch and rotate back into sight. Now they just have to play this well. There's information as well for Scarz. That bulletproof camera, it's still alive and pinging Toasung. He doesn't have a lot of options.
Also have a C4, Scarz, they can swing, they can hold crossfires and go for a plant deny. C4 went out, no more C4. The crossfire now has to be excellent. One player has to contact. When he starts fighting, the other person can swing. You need to 2 versus 1 Tosan. We said Scarz are so strong in the 1v1s, but there's no reason to give it to them unless you have to.
LMG is perfect for pre-fires, perfect for maintaining 2 crossfires. He spots the player on the shoulder peak, goes for the re-peak, but he is taken on down. Fishlike and Nina together to win that fight. And in a way, they did still maintain that crossfire even in the dying moments. Scarz, it might have been a little bit closer, but another round of defense on the board. 4 on the trot, Pengu, and the game that we wanted, that close contest between VITE and Scarz, it just doesn't seem to have shown up today.
It can still happen. It just, we need VITE to get the following 2 rounds here, go on side swap and be as equally good on the defensive side. The thing is, whenever I watch Scarz in the first 4 playdays up until this point, I don't feel like Scarz are like this insane defender team and it carries them because their attacks are kind of poor. No, when I saw them play Bank against Kinotrope, it was their attacks I was scared about. Because Scarz are so quick in the building. And this is also with the Dokkaebi either banned with high frequency or with the recent Dokkaebi nerfs where you can't call in the first 45 seconds of the round. Scarz just don't have that fear that so many other teams have about making the play that you want to go for. And it works out so well. It's a bit of a surprise to me because when Scarz made international debuts, same with CAG actually, they were known as this like unpredictable aggressive force and nobody knew what to expect from them. So therefore, you get surprised by that aggression and you will lose a map, you lose a game, or you'll just have a bit of a struggle fest. But this is a domestic region. This is Japan. Like, you scrim each other, you play each other every single time, you know each other quite well, you probably play each other in ranked and whatnot as well in like smaller tournaments. You should not be surprised that Scarz are going to go for these kinds of plays. You should expect it. You should be holding those angles and bait them into making that decision and then punish them. VITE are not really going for that. It's almost like they're trying to match the aggression and do it better than Scarz. But they're the best in the region in this kind of playstyle. I wouldn't want to go to border and match them. I want to go somewhere else and leave them alone.
Yeah, well, at least VITE have found the opening pick. Not many rounds we've seen them do that. Scarz has tended to dominate. First 3 rounds it was Rek or Fishlike that got the opening picks. Jin did find it last round though, so this is the second time VITE have found it, and unfortunately for them it did not pan out in a round win in that round just gone by. Washo wants to go for a swing here, doesn't quite time it.
Things.
Is that sound cover? Is that what that is?
I don't know what it is, but Duo's been doing this a lot of rounds where he can Dilla stuff, while other things are kind of happening, but nothing like of like significant substance. Like, no one's inside the building for these Candelas to do much about. They're not rushing the bomb side, but I think they are forcing Scarz to respect it and rotate closer to the side. Fishlike finds Jin though, so all of a sudden Scarz are back in the deep room.
Yeah, I think the idea was to try and bait Scarz into moving around, moving into where they were holding, or perhaps get them to fall back to site to make this roam less effective. And honestly, on a whole, it kind of has worked. after finding the initial pick, they've now traded 1 for 1. Have lost Jin though. Oh, Mira, big pick for him. Tayu goes down. That's on the site as well. And now his last 2 defenders from Scarz are feeling the pressure in the 2v4.
They're off the side. Demo strike onto Lesion as well. Washoy, oh, in a world of hurt if they come for him. That means Fish like has to step up. He has the vert on the bomb site, has default plant spot. The thing is, if Duo walks elsewhere and just plants safely on site, they should be going down. Big question is, are they gonna hunt Washoy or just leave him alone? I don't know. I can't quite tell.
They haven't decided yet. That's to their detriment for VITE. Plan can be denied.
Oh no.
Oh, that was almost a bit of a whiff. Fishlike immediately drops to his demise. A little bit too overzealous there. Now Mira re-attempting that plan up to Washoy now in the 1v3. He walks straight through the Grimm's Bees and gets spotted for a brief moment. Needs to try and take all of these fights, but Smiling Cat on the long angle with the 5-5-2 will shut him down. VITE finally get themselves a first round on the board.
I gotta say it, Fish like could have won that round, I think. If you one-tap the guy planting because you see his head, and you fight the guy jumping the window because he just threw a grenade at you, you know he's gonna go for it. You're in a 2v2 with full side control, and your teammate who's stuck in customs can just wait for those bees to disappear. Either way, VITE, they had a plan in the very end of the round, but they were incredibly indecisive. That one player stuck in customs, which they were being, demos tracking, etc. And then that one player that they didn't know exactly where he was. And they go for a plan, which isn't all that bad. But imagine Fishlight doesn't kind of troll that situation that he was in. That could have been really, really dire for VITE. But they get their first round. And Scarz, for the second time this stage, because they played Father Spec on border, and when they also played Customs bomb site, they're gonna do it again. One of the least played bomb sites in the entire game's history. It was only ever playable way back in like early stages of 2017. That's when Penta would play Customs border. It was a North American coach of ours back then, Bacon, who made this one strat.
I remember that. Oh, geez.
Yeah. So Penta, one of the first teams to like innovate Customs to be like an actual playable bomb site. But we had one singular strat on it, and the second that got figured out, we never played it again. Since then, since 2017, James, we've not seen, to my memory at least, a consistent Customs defense from anybody or any region before. It's aggressive.
Early pick. Rek loses his life. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, losing players early on a bomb site like this is really rough. Now, I was talking to Guz yesterday during the Asia League broadcast, and he told me that this, he said it's actually the most defender-sided bomb site in the world right now, but only because it's only been played a handful of times. I believe it is the least played bomb site as well. Yeah. And Scarz are probably one of the few teams actually going to it. But yeah, that also, the Penta, back when you guys played this bomb site, that was the old border as well. It's changed a little bit since then, hasn't it?
That's true. There's been some minor changes. Security and Customs didn't really change all that much, if barely anything at all. But of course, you got the balcony from east stairs onto security, so it's easier to rotate around and it's more dynamic. Fishlight trades back to a 4-on-4 though. This bomb site can still work as long as you keep top floor control. And right now, VITE not applying all that much pressure. I mean, Armory, Archive, Security rather, that's where all the defenders are playing. And that's exactly what the attackers should try and clear.
Oh, here's the fight Fishlike's been waiting for. Both players take it extremely low. VITE need to be careful. They are 2 players on very low HP, Mira and Jid both. Now, Washoy's still holding onto this room. Here comes some Candelas. Now, where is that? Washoy takes down Mira. Not much was left of him anyway. 4 players for Scarz are on the top floor, and this Azami is perfect. Looks like an aggressive swing from Tayo. Might try and contest that balcony. It looks like VITE have completely fallen off. They've changed their mind. 3 versus 4. Desperate now. They move downstairs and they try and brute force this directly onto the site. Nigh impossible to make this one work, but they do find Washoy and immediately jump into sight. Now Duo can start forcing that plant down, but it was caught on the camera. And Jin loses his fight. Now it's time for a retake here for Scarz. Duo still hasn't forced that diffuser down yet, but Scarz have had enough time to recompose and regroup. Now a revive here is a very dangerous move for Duo, but he needs to go for it. Nina hears it. Nina swings it. The round is done. Scarz, another successful defense of this bomb site that nobody is daring enough to take. And that puts them in a position of a 5-1 defensive half on border.
And this is why this bomb site can be so good. It is such a rarity you'll ever play this in scrims, in practice games, which means if you ever face it in a professional setting, you're not going to have a very good idea of how to attack it. And it might sound silly because, oh, they're a pro team and they play for a long time, many years, whatever. But the point is, why would you prepare and practice against something that quite literally never gets played? Because over the course of 5 years, I think this bomb site has been played on less than like 2 full hands. So less than 10 times. Like across the board. Like it never gets played. So you can see VITE in that round, they didn't really have a good grasp on it. There's only one proper way to attack that bomb site. You have to clear security break room, because that gives you all the vert for the bomb site and plant positions. Of course, there is a world where you only take some off top floor and you go down, you have a multi and you plant, or you rush the bomb site with glass splits and you plant, or whatever. You ban the ward and you flash security, you plant below. You can, of course, cheese it. But strategically and to be structurally sound, you have to roam clear the top portion, and it's so hard to hold security. That's the whole point. Yeah, when you play Armory's Archives, you see teams extend over to security and try and hold it for some time, but usually it's a matter of burning resources, burning some time on the clock, maybe getting killed and fall back. On Custom's bomb side, you gotta play the entire round up there, because the second you lose it, it's over. So, top time for VITE, Scarz on a 5-1 half as mentioned, and look at their lineup. Class, Osa, Amaru, Ying, and they're all outside of Archives. It's gonna be Osa shielding the door, smokes on the side, planting the door, and we need to see one of these 2 C4s denied, otherwise it's round over very soon.
I mean, this is like the classic ranked first round border rush, right? Like,
it really
this is
is.
what everyone knows. And the devil is in the details with pushes like this. How is Scarz going to make sure that they do this right? Ooh, first C4 goes out. It does a lot of damage, but it doesn't get the kill. That's actually a win for the attacking side, even though Nina's low HP. In goes a Candela. Atayo wants to move on forward. Oh, here, Washoi. He can go up one of the hatches, but he's also got the suppressed shotgun. Might be able to enable him to have a little bit of control with that vert or in the close range engagements. Another smoke. Flash goes out. Washoi goes up the hatch, but he loses his fight here. The Toa-sung playing the Solace, the perfect operator for this position, can check for a plant, got the information. We don't need to overextend. We know they're not planting right now. However, Fishlike does find his, and that does flip the advantage here over to Scarz. VITE on the ropes. I don't need to overextend yet.
They should walk in and plant on the right-hand side on the concrete position, because they know there's a Solace that can still work. There's no C4s. That Osa shield cannot get denied.
Oh, no.
If Fishlike finds another, they can just go for kills too.
Yeah, and that's why VITE now need to get aggressive. Toa-sung overextends and loses his life. Fishlike has had an insane round on that cover angle. Now all up to Jin. The 1 versus 4, his post-plant is going to be so handy here for Scarz. I mean, this is pretty much unlosable for them. Almost spotted the player for a brief moment. It looks like they're just going hunting. Rek wants the kill. He's hunting for it at the moment. Jin finds one with the pistol. Fishlike doesn't get the ace, but Rek gets him back again with that pistol. Wow, that's an interesting setup as well with the rotating the castle barricades. You can actually sprint from the hallway into break room. I don't mind that. Scarz match point. This game has not been nearly as competitive as we had hoped.
You can just see how precise and calculated Scarz are in their setup, right? They don't go rush into bad conclusions or go for a bad aggressive overpeak. They have their plan A, which is the glass Osa with the Ying armor, right? Armor goes in, that's when they're gonna start planting. C-Vault gets tossed out and responds, almost kills the glass. The second Armor dies with a solid shotgun, they recognize, guys, abort. Like, fall back. Because Armor opened up that hatch for them. If they see that they're planting, Swords will drop down the hatch and kill the planter for free vertically. And Scarz did not have downstairs control. That was not their priority. So they rotate around, pick off players, and they start playing for kills while VITE are so worried about the bomb site. Right now they're moonwalking in the spot. They're not happy about this. Oh, not everybody is.
It's just the one player, is it? Who was it? I didn't manage to catch who it was. Is it
I thought it was actually Duo who was stuck, but I guess it was Toa-sung, yeah. Oh, they're all moving now.
Anymore. Alright, no, okay. Fingers crossed, we're all fine. Maybe it was an observer bug. Maybe the observer that we were spectating crashed and then we just switched to the observer. I'm not sure. It's funny, this is the one show that you and I work where the Japanese production team actually runs the observers, so we don't actually have communication with them. You'll notice the game is in Japanese and all that. But it means that we don't actually know exactly the ins and outs of how they've got the observers set up.
Not just that, but also another fun, intricate, like behind the curtains peek here is, if you as a caster say, "Oh, I wonder if they're gonna C4 this guy," the observer hears that, they'll spectate that person, right? We're at the mercy of the observers working off of the Japanese casters, more or less. So
Yeah.
it's always fun to see the differences there. Observers quite literally carry like the Pro League matches from like a viewing point. It helps with casting, information game, etc. It really makes or breaks the broadcast, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we can't talk about the game if we can't see anything. And a good catch there from the observer. Washoy nails Jin's head. Oh, and he's good for more as well. This is the Washoy that we've been talking about. He's such a good flex player. He does get taken on down. 3 versus 4 now to try and save the game for VITE, but Tayo on the blitz is in the building and looking for that plant. He fakes it, and then eventually gets taken down, but not out as of yet. Maybe there is a chance here for Toasung to nail this. And Duo as well. He's done good work here. Toasung's found another pick. It's all up to Fish like now in the 1v2. Tayo bleeding out on the ground. And the round is flipped. This really looked like it was going to be Scarz calling that GG, but VITE have made a very good case for this not being done yet.
Job's not done. But with that being said, Fishlight will just need to land 2 bullets, 1 headshot each, and he could still clutch out this round. Scarz, they're good on defense, but their attacks have been in full control so far. Yeah, they stopped this rush. There'll be more to come after this one.
Oh, the peak is perfectly timed from Toasung though. Good round there for VITE. They got their first one on the board on the second half. And with that, Scarz are kept at bay for a brief moment longer. I have mad respect for VITE coming back from that situation though, Pengu. I mean, opening kill was for Scarz. Site control was completely in the hands of Scarz. Plant was going down. VITE calm on the retake.
Do you know the panic calm meme? It's like an OG one. It's like something like Scarz rushes side, panic! Toasung gets 2 kills, calm. And then it's like Scarz are planting, panic! And then they shut down, calm.
Yes, man, I know that meme with like the weird mannequin head.
Yeah, that guy, yeah! I love that meme.
Panic.
And then spelled like calm with a K, I think, K-A-L-M. And panic with a K too? It's like misspelled some way? I don't know.
That's amazing.
I love it. But I feel like that was that round. Because VITE were struggling, then they're fine. And they're struggling, then they're fine. And we actually have Fastad posting the meme. Yeah, it's spelled with a K. K on panic and K on calm.
A-L-M. Panic.
Nice. Panic.
I don't call her Fastad for no reason. She is very fast.
She is fast.
Very relevant memes.
It's how you say calm in Dutch. I didn't need to know that. That makes
See,
me like super uncomfortable. Now I don't like the meme anymore. Calm.
It was funny until I learned there was something Dutch about it, and now I'm just like, no, don't. And we don't need to hear your Dutch. There are too many Dutch people in Rainbow Six. I tell you what, they're taking over.
Whoa.
We got a Dutch host / analyst. We got a Dutch caster in Hap. We got our as Easy, the Dutch observer. Too many. Sometimes I'm at events. I realize I'm just in a conversation with 3 Dutch people.
Yeah, I don't mind when it's just one of them working, but then sometimes, also Genie also speaks Dutch.
Yeah,
So
true.
sometimes you'll just hear like this yappering gibberish in like the corner of the room. I'm like, what is going on? Like, can you speak English? And that's like only an issue with the Dutch people. Like, no one else is doing that in the talent room. I swear.
That's because you can't talk to anyone in the talent room in Danish.
I mean, no other languages do that, right? Like, I don't know.
Oh, man. All right. Well, Scarz have reeled it in. Toasung taken down. He was a very big player last round. And now he's already taken out. Oh, Duo also under the pump with Fish like spraying him down as well. Mira's taken a hell of a lot of damage. I mean, this is just awkward from VITE. You can see it. They're shaking in their boots, looking for safe havens, but there are not many. And I think Scarz are just poking and prodding. They're not overextending here.
Yeah, again, VITE, they're trying to match Scarz's aggression a lot in this game, both in attack and defense. And that's not their usual playstyle. It's not what they excel at. And again, Scarz are the best. It's no wonder that you're failing, or rather struggling, when you're trying to go with this specific playstyle, rather. Now we see Scarz with map control. Upstairs, vertical destruction, pop the hatches, and only a matter of time before VITE have to leave the bomb site. And when that happens, Scarz can go for a plant. And if they don't get there, they'll go for kills. They'll always have a plan B.
Slow but sure, Scarz continue to put that pressure on the site. That pressure vertically. C4 would be big, but there's only one left. I mean, 4 C4s brought to the table. Only one remaining. Nina's found Jin as well. Yeah, I think that this might be the end of it. Duo and Smiling Cat, realistically, what can they do here? There's not very much, not many options.
Scarz could just plant. I mean, again, no one's in the side. Duo making a hero play, maybe. He can avoid the vert, not get yellow pinged. It might be okay, but Tayo, nothing is stopping him from jumping inside of the bomb site, just starting to plant. Nothing besides his own decision making to do so.
The only way that VITE win this is by going absolutely nuclear with these last 3 players, but Mira's shut down. Duo at least finds something. He might not have the clash. He proves that he can still shoot here with the MP7. Spots out another player, but he's likely to lose this fight. No, he actually gets it. That's Wreck gone down. Almost another shot, but Nina cleans house for the final 2 kills, and we'll see them both on the kill cam. Winning moment for Nina. They all line up. And the game lines up for Scarz. A 7-2 dominant victory over the would-be contenders of VITE.
Hey, TFM, James. Thank you for the match, right? That's what they say over here, apparently. It's respect being shown there from Scarz, and VITE saying thank you, thank you, thank you. But look at the scoreboard. Tosan with 10 kills. Nobody else even close. And, of course, half of his kills almost came in a single round. Scarz, as predicted, as expected, because Resource Border, because the Monty was banned, so many factors favoring them over VITE, and I said it. I think at worst, they go 7-4 in a loss, they keep the tally good. The worst they've done this entire stage so far was a 7-3 loss. This one, 7-2, doing pretty good.
Pretty damn good for Scarz. Undefeated, still the only team in Japan League to boast that stat. And let's bring Anne in a minute. I don't know, wait, maybe not quite yet. I don't know, Anne, are you there? Do you hear me? Oh, I miss you, Anne. Come back, please, save us.
Yes. I'm happy I get to be back here, like, even without a break after the final game, right? It's right directly into the heat of the moment, especially with those last 2 rounds being very spicy on the side of Scarz on their attack. And you took the words out of my mouth, actually, Pengu, when it came to that take that Scarz did, and the rank take that you two mentioned it. This was showing why Scarz is that #1 team in Japan and why they have the depth that other teams might not always have. Well, they have that plan B, they have that backup if things don't always go the way they wanted to. That's what we're seeing in the difference. We spoke about we wanted to see that from VITE as well. Having that plan B, if, for example, your clash gets banned out, if you can't fully lock down certain things on defense, that didn't really seem like they had all too much going on for themselves here.
Yeah, it was Duo on the attack on Ying, I think, having a hard time finding his purpose, if you will, in every given round. And then on defense, he's playing Bandit on a bomb site where you don't even deny any of the walls, just for a good gun as C4, I suppose. So I do think that VITE were struggling with the plan B, absolutely. And also just the general, yeah, I think their playstyle and game plan going into this might not have been the right approach, but I respect them for trying it because it is hard to play fast against the best fast team in the region.
Yes. Sorry, I thought you were gonna go, Anne. I'm just like, I was worried that you ran away because we kind of did make fun of you and Dutch people with.
Oh no, it's fine. No,
it's
like, okay. I learned that within 5 minutes of being here this morning that we have this really a curious atmosphere created with each other, I guess. But it's fine. I don't mind. I've been dishing out some hits here and there as well, so you gotta be able to take them.
Oh, you've been great, Anne. Don't come back another time. You've been great.
Please do not like send in your notice and say, actually, Blast, I don't want to come back. Let's get Milosh back in. No, we love having you here, Anne.
I was planning on coming back tomorrow, but I don't know about you two, given the conversation you had during the game. I'm not sure.
Oh, it's all fun and games here, and the same story for Scarz. I mean, again, we've really talked it to death, but this is just such a rudimentary game for them. So good. Like, they're in their form. Like, I don't think any team in Japan can really touch them right now. Maybe when we see them play Cyclops, that's or CAG as they're called these days. But yeah, I mean, maybe. But I mean, VITE, I guess, if we want to shift the conversation to talk about them for a minute, what a disappointment. I mean, in stage 1, they were insane. Like, they beat the, in theory, 2 best teams in the region in Scarz and CAG. in the opening game here in Stage 2, they beat CAG again, but now having lost to Igzist quite dominantly, having lost to Crest last weekend, and of course just getting absolutely thwonked by Scarz today. Yeah, it really doesn't bode well for VITE's future.
It does, and I think... I'm not sure it's like fixable right now for this stage. I mean, of course, you're gonna try your hardest like the remaining games and do your best, but this might be a long-term project over a short-term with the given results.
I like to see this MVP as well, of course, going to Fishlight, getting the most kills in this game, a really good performance. I think we talked about many players prior to this game. We talked about Rek, we talked about Washoy, talked about Nina being the best performer of the league so far, but this is another way of showing, hey, we are the #1 team in Japan. We have a team that can all step up, we can all perform in a balanced way. It's not just one person that's continuously stepping up, because maybe we didn't expect it that much coming around for Fishlight this time around, but he really carried the logs today.
Yeah, great point. Like, I mean, we talked so much about the 2-star fraggers on this roster, Nina and Rek. We even talked about Washoy, who's been a really solid flex player, and Fishlight as well. Like, on a map like Border, you can't really have a player that just like sits behind the I'm support, like I don't do anything. And Fishlight is kind of more a flex than support these days, at least the way we saw him play Border. He was just amazing, really solid. 89% cost is definitely like the standout stat for me. Obviously, you can get 13 kills and only die 4 times, that's great, but the KOST rating is just such a good overall mark of how good Fishlight was in that match.
But you're forgetting one aspect, James. He did troll one round as well. You know, when he's above the bathroom hatch and he can one-tap the guy planting and then kill this. Yeah, he trolled the 2v4. They could have won 7-1. So I'm just saying, well-deserved MVP. Yeah. He played really well. Playing support on Border is actually very hard, so him finding all those kills is fantastic, right? He was so good at catching people on the rotates when the plan A didn't really work. But he trolled the 2v4. So Fishlight, you did great, buddy, but you did not do perfect. You could do better next time.
I don't think he asked for a coach, by the way, Pengu. If you want, you can
he's like, getting one.
Stay in Korea, man. Like, don't worry about it. Like, Fishlight doesn't need you, bro. Like, he doesn't know you, man.
Hey, Scarz are undefeated, right? Right?
Yeah.
PSG Talon are also undefeated. We're gonna have a brawl at some point.
The difference is that PSG Talon are playing in the Korea League.
Yeah, the stronger league, right?
Okay,
league.
here we go. No, I'm not gonna hear it.
How many good teams in Japan? We always say Scarz, CAG,
okay,
right?
I don't want to hear this conversation. We're not going to discuss which region is the best here. We're going to look at the schedule for today and see what exactly went down in our 4 best of ones in, you know, if you want to call it the weaker or the stronger region, whatever you think. Opinions are opinions. But we had a day of upsets. It was the day of the underdogs, I guess we can say, specifically for that second and that third game. I'm really happy to see Father's Back finally getting a victory on the board. Same goes for Interfort. Really nice to see that. Does it go at the cost of other teams that are still in contention of the top 6? Yes, but that means we're gonna have even more exciting games tomorrow and the other Playday if it still stays this tight and undecided in that way.
Yeah, I mean, this middle pack is just I mean, you see how close it is. There are 3 separate teams in 6 points that exist at 8. So everyone's fighting for it right now. One game for Interforce can put them above any of those middle pack teams. Yeah, wow. So you're right, Anne. It makes tomorrow that much more exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's kind of crazy to think that. I really thought we were talking about a pretty well-contested middle pack. I thought everyone from 2 till 6 would be up for grabs. But no, I think CAG have really asserted themselves head and shoulders above the rest of the middle pack, and the middle pack isn't so much of a pack as we thought. Like, it really is just a reasonably evenly spread out group of teams where any of those teams could beat any other team. Like, I reckon 3rd till 8th, I would not be surprised if any, like, Farthest Back could maybe beat any of those teams. We just really don't know. And if anything, the one name that we always look at to is Kinotrope. Like, where is the form that we saw in Stage 1? It's just not present. And whoever does make playoffs, you really need to pick up your form in the BO3s. But even just making playoffs is still not a sure thing for any of those teams.
There's still so much we can say about these standings. So Scarz and CAG are the top, the 2 teams confirmed for those playoffs. Still undecided whether they actually go in top 2 or not. You mentioned the bottom 6 teams kind of being so close to each other. 3 till 8 could all beat each other. We literally saw it today. What was a team that Father's Back took down? It was Igzist, the current top 3 team. And then the questions you had about Kinotrope and their form, makes sense. They just had 2 very unfortunate losses. They gotta play against Scarz next Playdate. They have to find something out within less than 24 hours.
Yeah. For me, the one game that I'm really looking forward to seeing tomorrow is actually going to be Kinotrope versus VITE. I think those two teams, currently 5th and 6th, like, yeah, how on earth are they that low down on the standings? Even Crest CAG, like, wouldn't be surprised if that goes the distance. Farthest back Interforce is going to be hilarious. Like, I can't wait to see that game. I can't wait to see the 2 bottom teams in the league maybe assert themselves. And, you know, very likely that one of them will jump up into a playoff spot tomorrow because... you know, whoever wins that game, of course, will then have either 6 or 7 points, and VITE and Kinotrope are currently both on 6, and of course they're playing each other. So whoever loses the VITE Kinotrope game will likely drop out of playoffs contention, while whoever wins the farthest back Interforce game will probably jump into it.
Damn, that's gonna set the stakes. And meanwhile, you got I mean, CAT Scarz, it's business as usual, right? Whoever they play, it's whatever. If they can cause an upset, so be it. But today was a huge surprise to me because I just did not see the results happening for Crest and for Farlesback the way that they did, and the upsets that they caused. And if you have been a pro league team on any of the rosters thinking, hey, we're kind of safe right now because Farlesback, they're free, Interforce, they're also free, we don't care about, you know, whatever happens to us. It's like, no, you have to care so much now because guess what? They're not as free as you thought they were. And that happened on the 5th Playday, by the way. That's a massive surprise.
That's also, I think, the storyline indeed for game 2 and 4. We have a team that was the definite winner, we thought, at least today, have a big loss against those underdogs. Can they come back against 2 teams that are literally number 1 and number 2 right now in the league? How will they perform against a team that they, well, shouldn't really win against after having lost against a team that they should have won against? And then that 3rd game as well, I think, between Kinotrope and VITE, 2 teams that probably by now, given how far we are into our group stage, could have and should have been safe to go into the top 6, but as we said, everything's still possible. They can still get knocked out, so whoever gets the 3 points, or maybe 2 points from that one tomorrow, super costly, very welcoming for those teams. And now that we're discussing our schedule, I think you can probably tell that we're trying to go over our predictions as quickly as possible because, you know, I don't really think we did good on those today, with the exception of Milos. Bless him. He got the farthest back prediction right. That's really nice. Despite not even being on the shift today. And then there's me with my staggering 10% of predictions. Woo!
I mean, technically you're 50%, right? Because you've only guessed 2 out of 4. So
true.
Take that. I'll take what
still,
you can get.
Would still be the worst.
yeah.
I appreciate it, but it's still bad.
Production had a particularly good day. They're getting 3 out of 4 correct. Yeah, I mean, clearly upsets like Interforce and Farthest Back winning were absolute upsets. And definitely, I think the remainder of the round robin stage, the conversation is really going to center around those 2 teams, Kinotrope and VITE. We talked about the matches that they're playing tomorrow, but in fact, there are 2 remaining playdays that we have here in Japan League. Those 4 teams are all playing each other. So that is like such a big opportunity to see which of them will come out ahead. Because, I mean, very well, we could see a reality where Farthest Back and Interforce actually both make playoffs and Kinotrope and VITE don't, which would be utterly bizarre. And I think most people expect the direct opposite. So those games tomorrow and the games next week, yeah, I'm so excited for.
Well, today was good, James. I think you did a decent job. You know, you're okay for the most part, and I look forward to working with you again tomorrow. And you're fantastic, by the way. So glad that you're back tomorrow, because James and I, we have this conflict sometimes, and we gotta talk things through off stream. You know.
Yeah. And you know any good marriage counselors? I feel like me and Penguin.
Marriage?
Well, I was gonna say, you know how sometimes when teams get these like new members on their team, they go through this like honeymoon phase.
Yeah.
That's not the case with you two.
No, that one now.
You're saying like what's that show called? Is like Married at First Sight or something, or like the first 90 days, something after marriage or so, and they like follow these couples after their first 90 days of being married. And I feel like there could be a really good show made about the 2 of you and how you came together as a casting duo.
Oh, maybe one day, but no, maybe not safe for viewing. Perhaps, Pengu.
Could be.
I was gonna say 2 and 4. That's my last point. 2 and 4, James. I'll let you figure out what that means.
I have no
I'm
idea.
still trying to figure it out. 2 and 4. Is it two SIs and 4 Pro League finals or
No,
something like that?
no. It's 2 good teams in Japan, 4 good teams in Korea. Bang.
Oh, here we go.
Wait, who's the 4th team in
You're
Korea?
still butthurt about this whole Korea comp.
Dambong, Fearix, PSG, and then Mir was supposed to be good, but they're terrible. So it's actually only 3. So I kind of
Three good teams. Okay, bro.
It's supposed to be 4.
All right.
Okay, well, before
Well,
we
it's
get
more
to
than we
any
have in
other
us,
regions,
so.
let's have an MVP of the day. If you consider this as the weaker region in Korea, we still had some very well-performing players, and we have an MVP of the day as well. The one player that stood out to us the most, and I think this one is so well-deserved. We talked about number 2. We sang his praises prior to the game, how he is a player that has shown great results, but hasn't always been given that freedom to really do it. And now this roster change going on with Father's Back, really enabling him to absolutely step up today.
There can be some arguments made about number 2's future domestically here, right? Like, let's say Scarz or CG would ever need a player for whatever reason. Would you say, James, that it would be a reasonable possibility to look at a guy like number 2? Like, is he this good? Because numbers-wise, he is.
I just feel like most teams, when they pick up like star players, like the really good teams, they usually pick up star players that are kind of like at the start of their rise. And number 2 has been in the scene for a really long time. In fact, number 2 has been at the top of, or in the Japan League for longer than teams like Scarz have existed in Japan League as well. So I feel like it's just not likely because he's such a veteran. Yeah, he's performing very well, but I think there's probably a reason why he hasn't been offered a spot on these higher teams. I obviously don't know the politics that go on behind the scenes, but yeah, I feel like there's probably some kind of reason. And also very rarely would you pick up like a fragger that's been around for a really long time. Usually you pick up one that's like maybe just starting to reach their potential and you utilize them and help them grow. And yeah, I just feel like number 2 is in a very peculiar position because of how long he's been in the game.
Fair.
Any other closing out thoughts we have for today? Because our 4 games are done. Like we said, we had a bit of a day of the underdogs, I guess. Well, we'll all be back tomorrow. I feel like we will be here and we'll have some good conversations, some podcasts going on. But anything else you want to say to close out our day?
Just that Japan is great. I really enjoy working this region. I'm really glad that that we're working on Japan and not Korea because I just think this is like such a really strong region. I wouldn't want to have to watch PSG play every week.
I'm glad we're working Japan as well. I'm not saying the region is bad. I'm just saying that there are other regions with competitive teams too. And I'm thankful to be here. I'm thankful to job the opportunity as well and to learn more about these teams as well. Because my first day 2.5 weeks ago, I was like, I don't know much about most of these teams because internationally, we just see Scarz and CAG. Now we're seeing more of what Japan has to offer, the prospects, the storylines, etc. And today, the opposites. So I'm having good fun with it.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
this
got
is
it all.
diplomat.
We had everything happening today. And we got more of it coming tomorrow as well. Within 20 hours, there'll be more Japan League. And I mean, there's opinions about which region is the better. There's also fact. Our world champions are also playing tonight. Brazil League is happening. If you want to watch some good seats and you can't miss out on your esports packs, you can do that later today on this channel. And then if not for that, we'll see you again in about 20 hours from now, right here again on this channel for more Japan League. Thank you so much for watching.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.